down full health. Let's get her around the side. Vryonic's now holding behind the shower stall. They are both just running in circles. He has to get on this diffuser. Vryonic's needs a kill. Invictus comes.
Flash though. Chance for more. Goes again and they still get that kill. Trading once. May not matter though. Connection from Shock. Playing for Pantry. Shout out their name. The TSW. Run up the other side. No way they get
Welcome to Blitz Season 3. I'm your host here with Holy, and we have a great game ahead of you, but also this is the first game of Phase 4, first game of playoffs, so we get to see our invited teams finally get to play, or a second set of invited teams. So what's your excitement going into these first rounds of playoff games, Holy?
Well, first of all, I'm excited to cast the first round of playoffs and get to see these new invited teams. I'm excited to see Space Shoobs. I feel like they're going to put up a great fight today against Turtle Tactics. And yeah, I mean, it's actually really interesting to me that they had invited into playoffs. I didn't really know that until today. Maybe I just didn't follow it, but I'm excited.
You are what they call a burger, to be fair. But let's look at the bracket to see which invited teams play, which teams qualified from Phase 3. And here you go. The most impressive for me is Cincinnati. They have been able to grind not from qualifiers, but from qualifiers to Phase 1, Phase 2, Phase 3, and Phase 4 now finally. Can they keep going all the way? Maybe win the whole thing? It'll be unlikely, but the next game on the bracket is going to be Space for Tactics. That's our game. Very excited to see. Obviously, you got to watch the Turtle Tactics versus Invictus game. Did they impress you throughout that game, Holy?
They definitely did, but they also kind of let me down. Turtle Tactics haven't honestly been playing the best, in my opinion, throughout the recent E5 and also the game I just watched with Invictus. So I'm really just looking for them to improve, and maybe that's just Trev not being there, but Mint's a great player. Mint's been helping them out a lot, and I bet having him actually in game to help them problem solve while they're mid-round, it helps them out so much better. But at the same time, I think they need that Trev Mac. I think they need that chemistry to kind of help them go on with it. But I mean, Space Shoobs are looking great. The Invictus match didn't really impress me. It was still went third map, and I'm excited to see if Space Shoobs can take it today.
Honestly, seeing Mint play again was lovely, but especially seeing him play on Blitz, that is a blast from the past. Now let's look through the rosters. Obviously, this game is going to be so much fun, but let's look at the first roster coming up. It's going to be Space Shoobs, I think? Yeah, here you go. Jake, Ixige, Alan, Schmink, Teddy, Toaster, and Volsper. All names you've seen from either Challenger League when they played, and obviously Element, or not Element, well, there will be an Element 5, obviously, and TPL. Obviously, Schmink is the newest addition. Obviously, he joined them during TPL where Scoob was dropped, but he's been looking like a great addition to allow them to have that free kind of fragger potential of Schmink, Teddy, Volsper, and you at least still have those backline players that will always be reliable in Exige and in Toaster.
Yeah, no, I fully agree. Space Shoobs has a really good lineup. I do like the Schmink move, and it looks like a great roster. I'm excited to see what Jake Allen can do for us today.
I'll say we're going to be moving on to the next roster, Turtle Tactics. Curious to see, is Trev Mac back in time? He's not. It's still going to be Mint. So they still are without that IGL. How much will it impact their play now, Holy?
I mean, I don't think it will impact it that much. At the end of the day, Mint is literally Mint. He's XPL. He is who he is. He's a great coach. He's a great problem solver. He's a great gunner. I want to see him more on the Blitz. I want to see him more on the Shields. I want him to kind of take that pressure, but while also IGLing his team so they can do what they need to do and get their jobs done at the end of the day. I'm excited for it. At the end of the day, no matter how much I would love to see Trev Mac play in place of Mint, I'm excited for it at the end of the day.
I don't know how many people have mentioned it, but their quote, making the right plays now, I'm pretty sure that is a subtle dig at their former player who said they never made the right plays, but their quote must be right as they have made it to the final phase of Blitz. Now let's see where this battle will be taking place. What maps will these teams have to face out to try and make the semi-finals of Blitz Season 3? Here we go. Lair, Bank, Chalet, Clubhouse, all banned out. Not surprising to see Clubhouse banned out. It's a map that really doesn't favor either team, really. I think at least Space Shoobs didn't have the greatest time on it, and Turtle Tactics, they had a really close game up against Invictus, so they really want to hide that way right now.
Yeah, no, I mean, these are honestly really predictable bans, seeing both teams come out. I'm actually kind of surprised about the Chalet Space Shoobs ban. They've been looking really good on Chalet from what I've been seeing, and they've been getting a lot of 7.5s on them, so maybe they're just not feeling as comfortable with it. The consulate pick is random to me. I don't really see them playing consulate much. I don't see, it looks like maybe they're trying to take it to a map that Turtle Tactics isn't the best on, but I actually really like Turtle Tactics consulate.
I'd have to agree. I think Border, though, is also another questionable pick from Turtle Tactics, just because Border comes down to the firepower, and I think spaceships have more firepower than Turtle Tactics. But the final ban, if we need it, where will map 3 take place? And it will be Cafe. We saw a couple of barn burners from Cincinnati on Cafe recently, but spaceships, they're looking to maybe put up just as good of a fight on the map they get to pick the starting side on. I'm pretty sure. No, they don't get to pick the starting side. Turtle Tactics do, so they get their defensive start on both Consulate and Cafe. That's got to be hard if you are Spaceships, just because how defender-sided both these maps are. And I know from previous history of Spaceships on Consulate, if they do not get a good start on their attacks for that map, they kind of crumble.
Yeah, no, going into Consulate and Cafe, having to attack on both those maps is going to be rough. Right now, I'm looking at it, it looks like Cafe, out of 85 rounds, 53 of them have been defense wins. Within the Blitz group 1 and 2 stages, it's looking like a really defender-sided map this season. So that might be a rough one to go third map. Hopefully they can try and close it out 2-0 though, so they don't have to go there. They can just finish at Consulate Border.
Well, we've still got a little bit more time of a Yap to come up, but it's just going to be a question of ideologies, in my opinion. I think you've got the more frag-heavy, explosive style of Spaceships with Jake Allen at the helm versus the more systematic Pro League kind of setup they're trying to make accomplished on Turtle Tactics, especially with Min in the game. He's definitely going to put more of a vision on how he wants his team to play and how he wants his team to be structured.
Yeah, no, I fully agree. I think one side will be the like you said, aggressive. I think Mint and the team are going to just look to play perfect siege. They're going to look for those perfect executes. They're going to look to get that first pick all the times that they can. They're going to play passive, hopefully. But if Spaceships identifies that early and they adapt to that and just kind of play baity, especially on attack or defense, what they can rat, they can slow push, they can rush, whatever you need to kind of do. And I'm excited to see how we adapt in the problem solving because it's two opposites just pushing at each other.
I have to completely agree. Out of the players, though, Holy, you've done a little bit of research at least. Who out of those 10 players, or one on each team, who are you most excited looking forward to make those big plays? For me, at least, on Spaceships, I think Teddy is going to be the one I'm looking at because, especially during Challenger Series, he put his name out there. He put his name so far out there that people have been saying he's one of the best players in T2. He was dropping bombs every single map. And on Turtle Tactics, I mean, I'm going to be looking at Mint just because obviously he's ex-Pro League and obviously I want to see him on that Blitz, but if it's a different player, I'm going to see. I think Zonky is a talented performer. I think we saw him play really well in TPL. What are your opinions?
I mean, I fully agree with your opinions as well. Like, Teddy and Zonky are two players who really look at and look forward to watching them play this game because they're great players. They're mechanically, they have the great aim, they're thoughtful in their processes, and as well. But I want to look at two other people. I want to look at Schmink and Dami. Schmink for Shoobs and Dami for Turtle Tactics. Dami actually has a really nasty clutch gene in him. He's got a lot of thoughtful shot calls that I've seen from watching them, and he's just a good player, as well as Schmink. Schmink, like I said, was a great addition to the roster, and I want him to prove that.
Hold on, Holy, I've just got some breaking news. Map bans are actually Chalet, Consulate, and Bank. So actually, the map bans were unfortunately wrong. So we are going to see Spaceships on Chalet, a map I always say never take Jake Allen to. Consulate, if the map ban selection was the same, Spaceships will have the defense start on, and then Bank as the decider. Again, Bank is a map we see a lot, especially with the new changes to the gas pipes. And the second bit of news I got was Min out, TrevMac is in. So TrevMac will be able to idle the team. They have the system, they have the chemistry, they have the full five. We get to see the full five showdown from the two teams.
No, that's beautiful. This is going to be a great game. Like, that makes me even more excited for the game. Like, Mint is going to be able to help his team from the sidelines, especially in these 3 bans now, and also the timeouts from each team. Better maps for Shoobs now, so I'm actually feeling a little bit better for their side of the story as well now. I mean, I love Chalet for them. I love Bank for them. They're really good. They're really prevalent on it. And I think that this is going to be a beautiful game. It's going to be a battle of IGLs. It's going to be the battle of the 5.
I completely agree. And also, we've spoke about Mint a lot on the side for Total Tactics, but I once had the time to sit down and speak to the other side of coaching on Spaceships, DMC. He's been around the block. He's been coaching in EU, and now obviously a lot recently, for the last like 2 years, he's been coaching in NA. Obviously, SSG, JJ, he actually coached at one point, and obviously most recently Spaceships. He's got a great ideology. He's done his coaching badges with UEFA, and now he's bringing that forward to help out in the Siege scene. And I think his ideology really helps with the team style of Spaceships, as obviously he was able to work alongside a top T1 coach of Callout when he was with SSGA. So I think, yes, Mint has the more experience coaching, and literally most recently at the SI top 4, he's got all that experience. But I would say DMC, he is a good coach, and he can really maybe put his name out there if he's able to outwit Mint in those timeouts when his team really needs them.
Yeah, no, I mean, I fully agree. I actually, you kind of just filled me in on DMC. I didn't really know who the coach was yet. So that makes me also, like, that just adds another thing to my list where I'm like, okay, this is what I got to watch out for now too, is like, what are these coaches cooking up? Like, how are we adapting? How are we problem solving? How are the coaches helping the teams? And like, don't get me wrong. I said I want Trev Mac, but I love Mint. I have no hate for Mint at all. I don't want anyone to misinterpret that at all. I just think Mint is a great coach, and I think his full 5 with him as a coach is a powerhouse.
Also, when you're scrimming with, I was going to say, I agree with you, especially because when you're scrimming with a certain 5, it's more helpful to play with that certain 5 on a game day.
Yeah, no, fully. You have that better chemistry, and like Mint also can focus on other things. I feel like it takes a lot off of Mint's shoulders. And then we see actually pretty default bans here. I do love the Capitao ban first. I'm gonna first talk about the Capitao ban to stop that like clear on blue shield, clear mez. You know, don't get those fires, so they can kind of stay top blue. You might be able to see like a clash come in. We see Trev Mac on the clash, but they're actually going second floor here right now. Azami, very default ban. Cade, very default ban. They want to get these walls open. And I also like that, Turtle Tactics aren't banning hard breaches. Like, they don't care if the walls get open. They don't care if they have ace. They don't care if they have thermite. They're getting the stuff that they don't want to deal with. They don't want to deal with Monty pushes. They don't want to deal with a Capitao burning their clash or cutting them off with their smokes.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great... I really like the new bans. I don't know what your opinions are on them, but I think it just allows more creative freedom for when you're on the 2 different sides. I think when you're on attack, you can ban 3 defenders, and then they don't set up for your own defensive half or your own attacking half when you switch sides. Obviously, you as a player, you've used them a lot more recently, obviously, in those Element 5 qualifiers. But for me, at least, from the outside looking in, I think they're a great new addition.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think they're a great new addition too. I actually like really love the ban system. I feel like I'm one of the few people that really do. But I think it adds so much like adaptability and problem solving, and also now I want like it can make it so you have to like change your attack strategies and like make new attacks and not just default every round. Like that's the one way to like get a lot of teams out, is just like take away certain ops to make them not have to they can't do a default anymore. Because a lot of teams, that's all they learn.
Death mark tracker out.
And talking about defaults, it looks like it is going to be a somewhat default take over that mez side, over the library clear. But the problem is there's going to be a clash in their face. But luckily for Spaceships, they brought their own shield. They've got this Blackbeard on the side of that IGL, Exige, and he's looking to cause any bit of commotion as he can. But it does look like he's made a smart play. He's like, okay, they've put a lot of eggs into this basket. Let's move over. Let's switch over to that solo side take, see if maybe this will be a little bit more softer, a little bit more easier to break through, as the clash is mainly going to still be on that side of the library hall. And there you go. They've quickly switched over, but they do have another eye to dot, and it's going to be wondering how to clear out this warden.
Yeah, no, this strat is actually like really good because they like put a lot of pressure library side to try and make them force into a solar. And then when you see like, oh hey, let's to go solar. Oh hey, there's a mirror looking at us with feet holes all across and a warden shield on bathtub. And now we have no way to like clear this out. Like what do we do now? We already just wasted a minute rotating.
Run out from Domi is going to be shut down. I don't know who he's down by, but he's going to be downed in the bottom of Fireplace. I don't know if anyone can shut him down, but Teddy is actually going to be the opening pick instead. Domi is still left to bleed out, so it may be at least an even affair at this current moment in time. But a triple from Spider! Oh my god, a beautiful picks from him. At least he has been taken. No, he hasn't even taken down. I thought he was downed out. But Volsper, they've taken the space at least inside of Solon. But looking at this round, it's looking like it's too little too late. But Vipoa, the newest addition to Total Tactics, goes down without a little bit of fight. Volsper does have the diffuser, has the full control of Solar. Can he maybe work in his way to plant? The only problem for him, there you go, Domi at least has finally finished down. Volsper is credited for a double kill. The problem now, I was going to say, is going to be this mirror under and the clash shield in your face, but the mirror is the one to first get the pick. 20 seconds left on the clock. Can Volsper make up some magic? He needs to ace to win out this round, and it's looking next to impossible, Holy.
Yeah, no, this was a beautiful round, and Zonky closes it out. No, that was a critical round from Turtle Tactics, and that was beautiful. Like, they did exactly what they needed to do. They put the heavy pressure library, made them focus solar. Spider getting a beautiful 3K. I hope that shows up at some point, but that was gorgeous. How do you feel about that round? Who do you think genuinely won that round just kind of out the gate in the first minute? Because I think Turtle Tactics won it in the first minute just from Space Shoobs like taking their time on that library clear, and then they also kind of slowed down solar side. They kind of left a few too many people library side.
I would have to agree. I do think it seemed like maybe Space Shoobs just held out a little bit too long to make that switch. I do think it's the right idea. I think you don't really want to be pushing into that clash. But also, when Space Shoobs finally got into position, that is exactly when Spider said, okay, I'm going to take the initiative here. He made the aggressive plays, jumped out of, I'm pretty sure out of piano window, made that aggressive play, took out the player there, and then got a second double kill when he jumped back in. It's just, Space Shoobs tried to trap them in a barrel, make sure they had no room to move, but Spider, he hit the shots necessary, and I think he is a player that is unsung on the scene. He is a player that always is able to hit those big shots, make those big plays, and get those big amount of kills. My question is now, Turtle Tactics, you have to win these 3 rounds when you still have that clash on the board, because I will be very surprised if Space Shoobs do not ban the clash out next ban they get.
Yeah, no, they definitely want to take these like 3 early rounds with the clash before it's banned. I fully agree with you on there, because clash is a problem. Don't get me wrong, clash is a huge problem, and it's hard sometimes. I mean, the sprint like being able to sprint now, being able to pick it up and clash juggle, like it's really hard to deal with a clash sometimes. I don't know. I mean, right now we're looking like just a kind of top library default clear. I like the utility clearage with the Ying. I mean, not Ying, Twitch. Sorry. I like the Ying. I'm scared of the Ying. I don't know what they're gonna do with the Ying because it looks like a half take to me because they're kitchen dining.
Yeah, it does look like it's going to be maybe just, and maybe they'll also try and take top floor. I'm also curious about the Glaz, because you don't really see a Glaz often anymore in the current state of Siege. He's very a niche operator where you bring for specific takeovers of the site, and it looks like, yeah, they're going to try and take this top floor. Again, the problem is, flash in your face. There's no way you can really clone them. They've got no utility. Also, surprised, I know not many teams like to use it still, but I'm surprised Volsper isn't using the Ying Shotty. It's become very popular, mainly because of a man named Spirits, but a lot of teams now like running it, going for the quick upfight gunfight when they're blinded out, and you easily pump them down with that shotgun. But my problem right now for Space Shoobs is minute 30, and they've only really got this mez control.
Yeah, it definitely seems like they're stalling out, trying to, I mean, like, hopefully they're trying to find a gap, but if they're still just looking to clear these guys upstairs, they have to start making a, plan. We see Ying start to go in, but she does drop down to West Main, so maybe she's looking to just try to hit a gap west. Does get the first pick on Spider. And
Viper instantly refrags, but the plant is going down somehow. Somehow, Xi just sneaked in, and there was a pick from the glass. Schmink gets it, gets another, and the plant is successful. When all the chaos was going down on that top floor, Xi said, okay, I can see you, none of you are paying attention. I'm taking this site right now, and I'm getting this bomb down. Even with little cover, the only cover that was really there was to stop the people shooting him from above. But now Zonky, Travmac, they need to do this in the retake. Zonky knows at least one's in bar, but doesn't know where. Schmink with a triple on the round, and Travmac, he's going for the flank above on Mez. Jumps down, but the player from outside, Toasters locks it down, and Spaceships get the answer back and even us up 1-1.
That was a beautiful execute from Spaceships. I mean, they identified that they only saw that there was 4 people upstairs. It was a 4v1. So like if they had one person in sight, Turtle Tactics kind of just left that guy alone in sight, and they just took it. They yanged up top. They put a lot of pressure on those 4 players up top. Yang dropped down, got that initial pick on the mute, either rotating or just swinging west main. Who knows? Maybe he was looking for a jump out again. Like, I love the aggressiveness from Turtle Tactics. I love that they're swinging stuff. I love that they're jumping out. I love that they're doing 4-man roams. But they also need to be aware of like their gaps. Like, it seems like they're a little bit too over antsy with the aggro and aren't aware of their gaps, because Xi just walked in and planted.
Yeah, Exige may be 0-2 right now in the kill board, and you look at his stats, you're like, oh, he's doing poorly. But that round does not happen if he doesn't make the call to just walk in, get that plant done. They do not win that round, and he and Schmink, in my opinion, are the saviors of that round, able to make sure they answer it back up, because it was looking a little bleak. They took a minute 30 to take the Mez side, and there was no one playing Mez, and then they had nothing to really put in control, but Wolfsburg getting that entry pick, and then Exige being able to get the bomb down worked perfectly. Now, looking in this round of future, we're looking at them change up the scenery. They lost kitchen, they're like, okay, let's try basement now. The Ying is coming out again. It worked perfectly for them in the last round, and again, the Aurora. Curious to see how this is used, because a lot of people, you say it's like a niche operator as well, like the Blaz, like the Osa. I think, at least, they're going to be putting one on blue, one on connector door, and going for this rush plant.
Yep, nope, I fully agree. I was like, Milo, are you ready for this rush plant? Because they're about to close off blue door and connector, and it's going to go down. They're going to plan on trash. This only works now because of the metal plate on trash, just by the way. I don't know if Milo died. Milo? Okay, so we're 3-3 here. Plant is down. They're holding post plant right now. Zonky's walking up main stairs. He's looking to try and get a pick on ranked window. They know no more Claymore on it. They're not gonna jump out. Teddy and Toaster are just gonna sit out, wait for first contact on the bomb. They're gonna trade each other. Dami's getting in a position to be able to help Trev. Actually, Dami's alone downstairs right now. Wolfsburg sees the jump out. Zonky trades it onto Teddy on the bomb. Dami is hitting bomb. Toaster gets bomb hit. 1v1. Zonky still outside. Toaster wins it. 2-1 Space Shoobs. I don't know.
Slightly died for a second, but great job, Holy, on covering the play-by-play for me.
Sorry.
Give it up or help me out for the bit. No, you did great. Great, thank you for doing that for me, but it was a great rush. We saw exactly what was going to happen, and they did it perfectly to the T. And you're right. You made a great observation. The metal sheet. They added it, and it's I don't know if it's an unpopular edition, I don't know if it's a popular edition, but because of that, it allows that to happen. He can get behind the trash, he can roar off the connector, no one can really shoot him, and it's perfect cover. That's all you need. And then obviously the opening pick with the Claymore is just a cherry on top of the sundae.
Yeah, no, getting a first pick like that early off of a Claymore, I'm assuming a jump out, maybe a drone hole, who knows. But yeah, no, I actually think a lot of people hate the metal plate being added back, but I actually love it. I love the metal plate being back because there's so many more attacks you can do with it now that you can really focus Snowmobile Plant. You could almost never focus Snowmobile Plant before they added that end in Siege X, because like there was really no ever safe place to plant, like other than on like bottom main stairs on the bookcase right there. But that was really it. And that was, yeah, like you said, it was a clinical rush. You know, they did everything they needed to do. They played the post plant. Sorry, and I think Turtle Tactics got a little too overzealous on the up top, and I think kind of just left Dami alone. Don't get me wrong, in a 3v3, it's kind of hard to not have one person ISO'd, but I don't think Tommy should have been the one ISO'd downstairs. I think they should have played trades downstairs a little bit better. I think Trev Mack should have walked down from Fireplace and helped him, and one of them hit the bomb while one of them held, and then just played refrags off each other. That, I think, would have probably gone in the way of Turtle Tactics then.
I don't know if Exige got a pick in that last round, but it has been him who's had to push himself in, either think of the idea, call the idea, and then get the plant down. Yes, he may not be fragging out in the server, but he is getting the bomb down. And in my opinion, that is the thing you should always work to in Siege. You should never think of a round as like, okay, this is how we get all 5 kills. It should always be, what is our win con, and how do we get this bomb down? That should be the two things, at least in my opinion, when you work into a round. I don't know if you have a different ideology, but that's why I think Jake, or Exige, sorry, is cooking up in the server right now. Extra has got me muddled up because he has made everyone just always Jake Allen at this point.
No, that's fair. I need to call him Jake Allen. I have a troublesome time saying Exige for some reason. I don't know why. So I'm also gonna call him Jake Allen today. No, I mean, yeah, I agree with you with the same ideology. Like your rounds shouldn't be, okay, how fast, like where can I get all these kills from, and like how fast can I like clear out each individual people. It should be like always really about like your execute and how you're going to get to that point in your execute. And like I always agree that there, like in most rounds there's usually always like 2 executes. There's the first initial clear where you like take up top presence, or you take the extension, like if they're holding Mez over and you take Mez control now and you back them up. There's your first execute. Now you need to make sure you have enough utility and like all this other stuff and like intel and drone usage and players for your second execute to win the round. And I think that's what Spaceships are focusing on. I think Turtle Tactics are going to... Go ahead, Milo.
I was going to say, you can continue your point, but I was going to say this rehost is taking a little bit of time, so we may have to drop to a break after you finish your point.
Okay, no, sounds all good. We can actually just send it to a break right now. I can gather my points when we need, if we're able to send it right now, or not. I don't want to mess anything up.
We will be quickly sending it to a short break, just so then we can let ourselves cool down and allow you to come back when the game is fully set and ready again.
1 versus 2, clutch him. As Twist is also just trying to get what little he can done. With that D1 clears stepped in there for Shocks, just trying to be assisted there towards Swifted. But it has been heard, though, no one's been devastated. Top, all the way to bottom, but I've never seen it all. It can also wait on get a task, set a curse, place, no flurries. The rhythm won't worry. If you fall behind, I'll be home until you hurry. With the board, can't take a loss. With the board, can't take a loss. Long-range engagements that are going to happen.
Dog is now on 0 seconds left. He's going to have to commit to this plant. Is he going to be able to pop it? Shady has the intel and Shady has the diffuser. And look at Empire have
I don't. Okay, I'll lead us in and then I'll send you to Matt. Welcome back to Blitz Season 3. We now are back into the game. We've just seen the bans. Holy, I said they needed to ban the Clash, and look what they did.
I'm actually kind of surprised they banned the Clash because, like, they got their 2 rounds. Like, they didn't even let Turtle Tactics get the free 3 rounds with Clash. I mean, yeah, Clash is a problem. I 1000% agree. Keep it off the board. But like, could they maybe looked at something different, like maybe like a Fenrir, a Goyo, an Echo, a Mira, you know, something else that also impacts other sites? Because we've only really seen the Clash on Kitchen and Master, but it's 2 out of the 3 sites. So you know, if they want to ban it, I guess they'll ban it. It's not my ban. It's not my ban.
Yeah. I will say
the Ying
Clash not available for top 4. They could then win that floor quickly out. With you can't really twice. So they will have to adapt next time round out, and maybe Turtle Tactics adaptation would have been bringing that Clash. So I think it's better safe than sorry for Spaceships.
Changing mags.
Yeah, no, I fully agree, and I think the Ying ban is also smart out of Turtle Tactics. Keep that Phantom Pressure away, keep the blinds away. You know, maybe they thought they would have banned a Warden, you know, maybe try and force the Ying. But I think Spaceships knew they were going to go ahead and ban that Ying out anyways.
Okay,
right now it kind of just looks like another. Go ahead, Milo. Go ahead, Milo.
It's going to look like another. I'm going to guess you're going to say library take. Because I'd agree. It doesn't look like it's going to be a library take.
Yeah.
But Volsper is below. So curious if he's maybe going to go for a late round lurk or just walk up Mez right now.
Yeah, no, I'm wondering if maybe if they'll try and flip to a solar, he'll actually try and do like a late lurk up West Main and try and get Vert on Closet Mirror and just maybe flash the guy through Closet. Because you can't really pop the Mira, it is on the concrete, like you can flash it. Some shots from Zonky and Volsper I think are going out. Ooh, I mean,
a lot of gunfights taking every single player. Domi looking for the 2 players. One of them being that Buck. Exceed taking damage, Volsper taking damage, Zonky taking a lot of damage as well. The grenade goes out. Will the player on the mid be able to get up? No, the grenade does not hit him. It was just wasting so much time right now for Turtle Tactics. Picks go either side. Zonky gets it back into the favor, but Volsper gets one back onto Domi, and here comes the smoke shotgun. Trevmac trying to get the pick back, takes a little bit of damage, knows the player on his window, and he takes him out. Teddy down. We're back into the 2v2, but the fuser's down inside of library with Trevmac still being able to just hold on to it with his life. He's half HP, so the Volsper and Schmink have to now double up, try to maybe get some vert holes on their control, and okay, through this win.
Yeah, no, it definitely looks like Zonky and Trev.
You can go. Say your color point.
No, you're good. Zonky and Trevmac pulled back. They gave them diffuser. They let them waste their time getting it reback. Zonky knows he's pushing up on a half wall here now. Ooh, I shot. I'm gonna let you take over.
Donkey gets one and gets the second. The hero of that round, because he was able to not only drop the diffuser, get that double there, but waste so much time in library, which meant Spaceships had no time to really go for an execute and no personnel. It was beautiful, Zonky, and again, he's the player I mentioned in the pregame that maybe doesn't get as much credit as someone like Spider as Vipoa nowadays, because Vipoa newest edition. But he is so great in those situations where he has to play those death spots, and somehow he gets picks and sometimes even stays alive. I saw on a stream once, I was watching a Domi stream, and Domi said, I don't know, Zonky, how you're able to play so well in the top mez position. And we just saw exactly how he does it, and right now he's 9-2. Insane from Zonky.
Yeah, no, I fully agree. Zonky is amazing at those death spots, and he really succeeds at just winning his gunfights. I mean, like you and me both agreed on before, Zonky is going to be a player that we want to look at, and he's proving us right. 9-2 is a beautiful kill record right now going into this. And I mean, 2-2, they're taking it, they're leaving it. You know, we're gonna see Bar actually come up instead of Kitchen this time, which I actually really like. I don't really like the Kitchen site. Bar is definitely my more favorite site, but there's also just like so many people know how to attack Bar now, so it can sometimes be a 50-50 coin toss on if you win it or lose it. I think it really goes whoever gets the first pick.
Yeah, I'd have to agree. It all comes down if they're able to clear out that blue and mez position. But looking at the lineup from Total Tactics, I think they've got the mirror inside of that library box. It's the new additions where you'd rather have it instead of being just like instantly into mez or instantly onto that stock port. I don't know where both are down. Actually, try to pocket. I know he blocks, but he just hasn't placed down the second one. I feel that's just a bit poor. I think you need to put down all your utility at once. So maybe he's using it as a trick, but I don't know.
He may use it to trick a stock wall, or he honestly may just use it to like see if they have a twitch. Honestly, like he could just be waiting to put it on wherever they want to execute, whether it's that bar wall into games or the stock wall into games, or who knows. I mean, like sometimes a pocket mirror can be perfect. I mean, if it works for your boy Roy, it can work for TrevMac, right?
Yeah, but I think TrevMac's going to be using it a little bit differently than Roy would be using it. So.
Only TrevMac knows. Well, I hope we see it. I hope he leaks some tech. I hope he leaks some tech on stream, because he still got it pocketed.
Yeah,
oh,
right
he's
now,
totally gonna put it on that bar wall.
Probably. You said it comes down to gets the first pick. It's been 2 minutes and no one has. So, for me, I still think though Total Tactics is now in the favor, especially with the fact that no space has really been accomplished by spaceships. All of them look mainly outside, other than Teddy, who's in mud, who's now going to be aggressed by another player. It's taken down, but Volsper at least runs to Zonky, so it has been evened up. Volsper technically did get the opening pick, even if it was instantly. Siege looking for a gap now. He saw his first teammate die in mud, so he hopes that maybe they just won't expect the second player to take his position instantly. Schmink walking all the way at blue, trying to look for the player, doesn't find it as Spider takes teammate, but an instant refrag again. These teams are going back and forth between these kills, but again, no ground is combination from Volsper, who gets one, but again, it's a refrag. TrevMac takes him down, and it's all up to Schmink and Toaster with only 15 seconds left. Can they accomplish it? The fuser is at least in hand, and Schmink is to rat his fate inside of, but TrevMac on the floor, he does not expect it. TrevMac, can he get the another? He can't, he gets taken down. Somehow, the round is won by Toaster. Just tied. There's 5 seconds left.
Wow. See a little banter coming from Teddy after that. Yeah, a little banter, you know, just a little friendly banter, you know, all friends out here, hopefully. That was a beautiful round from Toaster at the end there. That two-piece, sorry, excuse my language, from Nomad was crazy. We're gonna see basement here again.
Yeah, it was a wonderful two-piece. I don't know how we done.
Discovered the location of a bomb.
What do you like on the addition they've done for basement?
do you think? I like the Go-Yo. I like the smoke. You know, bring that plant denial. The Warden also for the smoke plant. We do still see the Glass, but we also see like the Ram, the Thermite, and now the Habana. So maybe they're looking to go get that hatch. Oh, and Trev back with a beautiful shot into Volsper for first pick. That could cost them the round. Volsper getting picked like that super early is a huge loss because the Ram gadgets, the boogies, and then Exceed just traces it back with Vipoa. The Jaeger's gone, but he has his ADSs down. You know, not a huge loss. But Vipoa is still a really good player. He's really good for these end rounds. I mean, you saw he traded that initial first pick last round on Bar because he knew this guy was Mud. I don't believe they got the snowmobile wall open. I think the Bandit did fully trick it.
Yeah, he did trick it, and I think it's just fear of losing that second exothermic charge that made Toaster maybe like, hey, let's wait until we get maybe above control so then we can just shoot off those bandits. Because obviously they don't need that second exothermic charge for the hatch, because there you go. They have Exige being able to just throw those Hibana charges down, get the hatch open. But it's a lot of control established from Space Shoobs early on. They've been able to get this full top mez, and they're looking to now get the fireplace control as well, with Schmink as well getting into this bar stock, getting into bar, and every single player of Turtle Tactics retreating to the basement now.
Yeah, no, the thing I like to see is they're still sticking to the plan of getting the fireplace, snowmobile wall open, which they do. Toaster gets it open, they got that vert on it, you know, they stopped the bandit trick. Spider kind of pulled off the wide. Dami still hasn't, like, underextended and come back into pillar. They haven't reinforced off boiler yet. So, but, like, Jake Allen and the Shoobs, they know they want to go for a fireplace plant. And I think Turtle Tactics are finally, like, starting to identify it. But,
yeah, Exige, he's running down, flashing out the hatch, trying to maybe start going for this plant. He drops down the hatch as well, but instantly shut down from Travmac on his shelf position. He's looking for another. He hears the guy on his main position. They just didn't account for the smoke ratting and being able to lurk up, but he's now taken down. The question is, can Schmink now go for this plant? No, he's got no cover, and he's instantly taken down by Spider. And now left in a 1v3 is Teddy. He was a noble player beforehand, but it's Zonky to finish him off. And we're looking at a 3-3, even half, from Turtle Tactics on their Chalet defenses.
Honestly, probably not what Turtle Tactics are looking for. You know, maybe they were hoping to go 4-2, but they'll take a 3-3 any day of the week going on to attacks and Chalet. And I honestly think Space Shoobs lost that round just because they didn't get any blue control. I didn't see a single person try and go blue and try and take that gunfight. Maybe I lost that in translation, but I don't think I did. The ban of Monty and Blackbeard, very, very common bans. They don't want Turtle Tactics on the shields. Turtle Tactics is a really good shield team, I will agree. They've always had a really good shield player throughout their roster changes, and Space Shoobs just doesn't want to deal with that. They want to take them to gunfights. They want to make them swing them. The Zombie is also another default ban. Same with the Clash. Turtle Tactics does not want to go into the Clash. Nobody wants to go in the Clash. I would fully agree with that ban every single time. I've actually been seeing a lot of people.
when you have Mint on a roster...
No, go ahead, man.
When you have Mint on a roster, I'm expecting them to be good shield players. I'm being honest. Mint has definitely given them some insight. Also, the Clash ban, I think even if Clash wasn't updated, Toadas would have banned Clash, because Space Shoobs love running Clash on every site on Chalet. Even before she was buffed, Exige was always on that Clash.
Okay, so that was some hidden ball knowledge I didn't know. See, so thank you for that. I didn't know Shoobs liked the Clash. I'm gonna write that down in my notes just in case. I just was gonna say I'm very surprised about how many people are actually starting to run second floor on Chalet more than running like bar, kitch, basement. I love seeing second floor becoming like a primary site, and we haven't really seen that until like Siege X, I would say. I always felt like primary sites were always bar, kind of kitchen, and basement.
Yeah, I'd have to agree. I do think it also comes along with the bans now. The fact you're able to ban your own 2 attacking operators, and then it just limits the attack to what kind of take they can they can muster up. Obviously, with both those shields banned, Monty was a very big force on taking all of Mez and then being able to get down that plant on the halfway. I think he was very much a great addition to any attack on this top floor, and I think it just allows the defense to feel a little bit more comfortable.
Yeah, no, I fully agree. I think that's how a lot of people should look at the bans, is just like what they like, how they want to make their problem solving easier, like what problems they don't want to deal with. And so like that could be a Monty, that could be all shields, that could be a Dokkaebi call, like this Dokkaebi call coming in for Vipo. It clears out a lot of people, it clears out a lot of angles, makes roam clearing easier. Or some people just do like all the hard breaches. They do Ace, Thermite, Habana, and they just make it so they have to swing into doorways and play all traps now.
I do love banning all the hard breaches on a map like Bank. I think especially the Ace Hib ban, just so they can't get counterwall open, is such a great ban. And then if you ban the Thermite, it just means the hat does it even harder to get. They are forced into getting those hard breach cat openers. But Siege, unknown, able to get one at least, but instantly traded back by Zonky. That is not a massive pick, though. It's only the Dokkaebi. I'd say that actually favors the attack because of the Wamai being able to replenish his gadget over throughout the round and the time. Now they have to be able to just ride out this time where all the throwables cannot be caught by those EMPs. But it looks like that's the go button. They get that pick back, and now they're able to just go on and try to take all the control that is Solar. But somehow, Teddy was able to get away and stop himself from that bathroom control. But he puts himself back in, I was going to say puts himself back in favor, but then runs out again. The bathroom just not being able to take him out, and Toaster getting that next pick.
Yeah, no, there's been some really good picks coming out. I like that, like, Shoobs are still trying to just hold their ground and hold their space. Like, Teddy, you saw, kind of still fought for bathroom and, like, solar side. Just as Schmink is fighting for still top solars, tucked into office, getting that beautiful pick on a Trev Mac. There goes some of your Grim.
10 seconds left. Can they do what Toaster was able to do in the round before? Spider got one, but it's Volsper with the double to finish out the round. And I'd say it just comes down to the amount of time it took for them to, again, it looked like maybe they just couldn't really figure out what they wanted. They had a couple people on the library side, and their main push looked like it was trying to be that solo side take. But they wasted so much time, so they had minuscule amount of time to really go for that execute. And I think it also, the punishment never came out on Teddy, who was able to go into bathroom, go out, go into bathroom, go out.
Attackers need to locate and
Yeah, no, they stalled out. They definitely stalled out. I mean, like, the Vipoa pick shouldn't really have made them stall out as, like, much as they did. Like, they got that pick back, you saw with Zonky trading out, and you kind of spoke on it, that was their go pick. Okay, now we have that pick, let's go. Kind of thing. We killed the library player, they're probably going to send a player to go replace him, but I actually don't think Shoobs did. I think they just kind of said, all right, like, whatever, like, we don't care about library, that's not the space we need anymore. And they went for the solar take, stalled out on their util, didn't really get the plant, didn't really go in and try and get the plant down. Like, I would have liked to see it if they at least tried for the plant. I feel like they kind of just baited each other and kind of wasted utility. But we're gonna see basement here, and this is a site that you can't stall out on, and you can't bait your teammates on, and you can't waste time on, because basement is one of the hardest sites to attack on this map, if not the hardest site to attack on this map, in my opinion. I mean, like, obviously there's a lot of vert potential that you can get. That's why we see the Dami on the Ram. It looks like we might just see like a roam clear, you know, get those nomads up, don't let them walk up like blue, ranked, and solar and west main. Like, don't let them walk up on you guys. Get the hatch open, get the vert open, and maybe plant wine.
Exige was nearly able to walk up those blue stairs, but he was just about pushed away, putting himself all the way down to 1 HP. The next step is going to be clearing out Teddy, who's going to be just ratting away inside of Master Bedroom, in and around that piano area. But he has help. Volsper is up there with him inside of Solar, and now with Master Bedroom, so they have at least a refrag potential with each other. They're playing that buddy system, they're doubling up. And Exige, he is in and around library stairs still, so he can also still flank back up. But like you said, they have those nomads to make sure that cannot be a possibility. The only question if Spider just places them too late or places them poorly, Exige will still always have that possibility. Because there's one thing that is never talked about a lot when, say, lower league teams are playing, but you see it with higher end teams. they are always constantly have one person flicking through the drones. Get on the drones quickly, see if someone's flanking, flicks through the drones, flicks through all the flank drones, and if someone is, then they'll see it. And I'd say right now, to actually see no one. Oh no, you do see people on drones, but I think that actively droning is the thing.
Yeah, no, like you were saying that, and I was literally saw Dami was the only gun up. Like there was literally 4 people on drones on Turtle Tactics there, and like it was just the K9 player. So like no, I fully agree. You almost always have a person on like drones until like kind of they're needed, and like until they need like take the space with you guys, and they get that information. And sorry, I spoke over the first pick to Zonky, but the first pick on a Teddy, maybe falling back or maybe through the vert.
I think he was trying to fall back because I think he still died on that top floor. But now it allows Space Shoes to have that solo player just being that cam person. They don't now need any defenders to constantly check it. Teddy will always be on it, but right now he's just spectating a player. So there's no cams that will really help out Space Shoes, giving them information. The second thing is, you said they can't stall out on the basement. There's 5 seconds left, and they haven't really got themselves in a prime position to go for an execute. They're still running around looking for any spot they can find, and I think their position will be, no, Toaster goes down, so this is looking like a great opportunity now for Turtle Tactics, even with the little time. But the Goyle canister will stop Zonky in his track, but the question is, where is the diffuser going to be going? Zonky runs through, but dies to the player behind him, but it's instantly refragged. Pulse Bit in the 1v4. Can he get this done? Trapet takes a lot of damage, takes down Domi, looking for the next player. He doesn't know where they are. He does now, but no! Spider from behind, from blue. The cover is perfect from Turtle Tactics, even with the Legion in his mind. He tracks through, takes down the Legion, who stabbed him in the foot, and it's now evening it up for Turtle Tactics, 4 apiece. It looked like we're back in the old DZ times, where DZ always waited down to that final second and then hit the executor.
Yeah, no, I mean, Turtle Tactics are definitely letting the clock go. Like, they're showing that it's not an adversary to them, kind of. They're showing that they know how to push with it. They're taking their time. They're getting the information they're needing. They're getting the first picks. Like that's the thing that's helping them out with this being so slow right now. That round was super slow, yes, but they got the first pick onto Teddy, the Goyo, and Exige was like 1 shot already, anyways. So they just had to get the execute now, and I mean they played trades perfectly there. I actually kind of like got lost in the sauce for a second there and was like, whoa, what is going on? Like I can't like everything's going so fast right now.
Also, funny little bit of banter in chat. He said 2 and 8, but I can't tell if it's towards Teddy or towards Exige. Because they're both 2 and 8, but I'm going to guess it's towards Teddy because he is the man that is yapping it up in that all chat. But the Cali. I love Cali in terms of warfare because people think, oh, Cali's only good at far away angles. But they have a pocket F2 and a gun that basically acts as a mini gun 6. You could just shoot a barricade down instantly, switch over to the secondary, and then just frag out. Obviously, it's probably not where the Cali's going to be used right now because a secondary ability, or a main ability, is just as useful. You can break down any electricity that's going to be holding down, but the thing is, the only thing they'll be able to just stop is going to be those mute jammers. So could they have maybe brought a different operator for the same purpose? Maybe. But I think with Zonky on Cali, it's going to make some masterclass plays. Maybe we'll be back in phase times.
I mean, yeah, I'm excited to see 360 no scope. I need to see one. You know, I haven't seen one on a cast yet. And I mean, yeah, Zonky can help get the castles, but like you just saw, obviously Spider is also helping getting that first initial castle and also trying to clear for, I believe, short castle or just see if there was somebody close. Kind of looking
right
like...
now, though, I'm saying no picks in a minute 30. Again, it seems like Turtle Tactics are slow. Is this maybe their tactic over?
Is this the Turtle Tactic, Milo?
I mean, they're turtles, so turtles equals slow. So maybe they're just going for the namesake. But C4, I was saying there was no opening pick. Big boom. That's only 1 big boom. Maybe we can get 4 more later on. But Exige gets the first pick. Make sure he's no longer 2 and 8. He gets his 3rd kill. But now you see instantly, Turtle Tactics, they've just pushed back a little bit. Like, okay, we've lost that first pick. Let's wait to see if they aggress even more. They're letting Space Shoes push into them. Smart, though. They figured out, okay, that's the player that got the pick. Where is he now? Let's try and get this refrag instantly.
Yeah, or just even see like how important was like is this trade? Like, is it something that they can still clear up top and get the trade back? Or like we saw, Jake Allen was in sight. And they're... Trevmax?
Oh, you just tracked him and then you get fried by him.
What just happened? Exige just smoked him. Gets traded out by Trevmac, though. Whoa.
But a trade again. Teddy takes down Trevmac, and now we're looking at a round that is definitely in the favor of Spacious. But apart from the fact that Zonky just hit a nasty shot, he gets down Toaster, and maybe this is in the realms of possibility. We saw a crazier clutch from Toaster himself, and there's another Spider takes down Teddy, and now we're looking at a man advanced or man even back up, but the fuser has been picked up, but it's a whiff shot. Volsper, no, he finally does take down Zonky, and now it's up to Spider in the 1v2. Can he get it done? He is the star player in most rounds for Turtle Tactics, but the time is going to hit double zeros, and it's going to be Schmink to final out the round.
I'm not gonna lie, Zonky might have sold just trying to keep running there, because from what I saw, it looked like he just could try to run into, just sprint into Chalet. Like, he just tried to, I mean, tried to sprint into West Main, and didn't even try to, like, take the fight on the guy shooting him from Solar. Maybe he thinks he would have unpeaked, but I think that round was kind of lost there when Spider didn't really hold his Solar, or Zonky didn't turn around.
It's unfortunate, but in the end, Space Shoobs were able to hold on. I think Siege was a hero in that round, able to get those first 2 picks, able to roll on with it, and then continue on. He may have got a little bit over-aggressive, tried to push up, maybe thinking, there's no way there's a third person in Trophy. There was a third person in Trophy. Unfortunately, we're now looking at another situation where Turtle Tactics have to come back from behind, and this time it'll be with that top floor where they lost out on so easy. I think Space Shoobs dominated the top floor, and I think if Space Shoobs won that round, or Turtle Tactics won that round, able to get that clutch up, it could have been demoralizing for Space Shoobs, being that close to winning the round out, getting your lead back, and then losing it because of a nasty shot by Zonky and by Spider. It just would have been maybe a little bit chalking, but they're able to get it done. Space Shoobs' mental stays intact, and now we're looking at them getting to go back to this top floor. I love this double castle allowing to protect the mirror. The thing is, I was going to say they're bringing a good counter, which they are. They're bringing the Ash, but the thing is, will the Jaeger ADSs be in place to stop those Ash charges?
Yeah, right? Like, I wonder if they're going to sledge open big windows so they don't waste anything on there. You know, just use one sledge charge, it's fine. And then see if they are... Make sure... This is Solar, though. Whoa, I lagged out, but I'm back. Milo, did you see how Dami died?
I saw that. I saw that he died to Volsper. I didn't know exactly how, but he did get first picked by Volsper, maybe a spawn pick. Space Shoobs love to be aggressive in those early moments, and now we're seeing it exactly in this round out. And it's going to be very unfortunate. We said that the Ash was the counter for those castles, and being dead first, you've now got no counter. But I've just noticed this with Deimos. He's got every person tracked, so he can pick and choose his targets, making sure he knows exactly where they are, and then give that information to his teammates to maybe just convert them and get that frag out.
Yeah, no, I was just about to say that too. He has 5 spotted. Like, that's a Deimos wet dream right there. I mean, you love to see that. I mean, it's just amazing. So they're just gonna kind of pick and choose where they want to clear and who they want off the board next. Maybe even just use it for information. Like, you see, he's just on drone right now, setting up a flank cam while he tracks Teddy and keeps active info on Teddy.
I have just read in live chat that Mint did raid, so thank you, Mint. Hopefully, for your sake, your team can win this round out, but it hasn't started well. Domi the first pick, but they're getting the drones out, and Exige cannot hit his shots on the drone. He's 1 HP as well, so a teeny bullet could just take him down, especially if they go below, get the track down, but instead, it's Volsper to continue his rampage, takes down the sledge of Zonky, and now we're looking at a Space Shoobs round through and through, unless, again, another masterful clutch can come out, and especially with Exige giving away his life like that. Spider gets the track back, and now we're looking to see if Vipower's tracks can give them any information, any free picks, and they know now that the player is in and around the area, but unluckily for them, he's on that hard floor and he cannot be shot from below.
See, you know what I think they're doing, and why I think Jake Allen overextended there? I think they're trying to give Volsper the ace. they're tracking Volsper, first of all, so they're trying to make sure he doesn't get the ace. And second of all, Exige is totally just, he's like, his team's just gonna bait for him now and give him the ace, you know? Ooh. Beautiful shot comes out from Spider onto Teddy there, though. Ooh.
Toaster shooting out. C4 goes out. Will it land on the person planting? It will. Spider now has it all to do. He was able to get one in the round. Can he get the next couple? Volsper is down, so the ace you were saying you needed to get is not going to happen, as Toaster instantly refragged as soon as Volsper dies. So it's unfortunate that his death could not be saved, but the round is saved. Space Shoobs on map point on, I'm pretty sure, their map pick.
Yes. I believe so as well. I will say, though, they're not going to win this round. It looks like Space Shoobs has like a curse of only going 7-5 on Chalet. So I think this might be Turtle Tactics round coming into it. And who knows? Let's see if the pressure
Curses
cracks.
are not real, Holy.
Dude, curses are 1000% real, Milo. This team has played, from what I'm looking at, they've played Chalet. And it's always been a 7-5. I'm looking at the most recent that they just played in the finale, in XGS TPL finale. Then in Chalet, it's always been 7-5. So I think they might have a curse. I think they might have a little Chalet curse. And they might only be allowed to win 7-5. Why don't you believe in curses?
Because I think curses are just a mental thing. If you believe in a curse, the curse will then happen, yes. If you believe you're winning 7-4, you're gonna win 7-4. I think it's same with jinxes. I think oh,
5 seconds
why
left
wait,
before
radio
insertion.
dish?
Whoa. Somebody get a Lamar
beautiful
Jackson edit of this
Objective is
satellite
to defuse
dish
the
right
bomb.
now.
Am I a boomer for not knowing who that is?
You don't know who Lamar Jackson is?
No.
I mean, you're not a
Jackson.
you're not a boomer. You're just British. It's the Baltimore Ravens
Okay.
TV. Guys, the
Yeah.
Not my good though.
I don't
I'm a
follow
Josh
football.
Allen fan.
But also, the thing is, I do like instead of going to basement, they're going to this bar. I don't think we've seen bar in games yet from Space Shoobs. Granted, it technically has a 100% loss rate, seeing how the only round it came out was from Turtle Tactics, and they did lose it, so maybe it doesn't help its case. But that also came down to a crazy clutch by Toaster, who's on the other side, who's putting up great numbers, 10-5. I remember when this man was the actual substitute player for Space Shoobs. He was the substitute for when either Cassia or when Volsper couldn't play, and he is now putting up great numbers. But as I'm saying this, Vipoa gets the opening pick on Exceed, but instantly Teddy refrags it back out. So again, is evens across the board. The thing you could say is there is a lost C4, but also lost Twitch drones that now cannot get those mirror windows open.
Yeah, I honestly think Space Shoobs won in that trade-off. Jake Allen already has his mute jammers down. Toaster already has his mirrors down, but you need Vipo alive for those 2 Twitch drones. Like, they're very valuable, especially with them being able to recharge. You know, maybe Jake Allen just got caught off, you know, opened up some Blackfur and, you know, just didn't notice the guy on K9 or bottom, I think it was K9. Does look like maybe a rush coming in? Or
Yeah,
not.
maybe, but I remember this. I don't know if you remember when we used to run a team, and this was also the same bar strat we used. We put the nomads down and we stopped them from taking back into library, and now they're doing the same thing, looking to maybe try and get back into this situation. Travmak, though, does he have the shield? He does. I didn't even notice that Travmak has fused shield right now, and he's not using the PMM.
No, yo, what? No, don't speak bad on the other pistol, the GSH 19 or whatever I think it is. I might be a nerd. Oh no, that might not be right. But that pistol is.
That is
goated.
right. That's right. That is right.
Is that right? Huge. I'm a loser.
Oh, but Zonky was lurking into Fireplace, able to get the pick as soon as Teddy tried to drop down below. So finally, Turtle Tactics have this mad advantage and have this top floor control, and they know someone's blue, but he's missing his shot. Zonky whiffs and Volsper doesn't whiff though. A beautiful shot. And now the next situation is clearing out Toast.
Oh!
What is going on? It's
I think
kills aboard. I was just sorry. I was attack. And somehow it is a turn.
Okay, so you were just silent like me.
I was was like, what? I genuinely couldn't cast it because everything was happening at
Yeah, no, that was crazy. That was beautiful first map from Space Shoobs. Okay, maybe you might be right. There might be no such thing as a curse because they did win it 7-4 this time. But you know, that was beautiful. That was a beautiful first map. What do you think going into the second map, Milo?
I think it's definitely going to help Turtle Tactics that they have the Consulate side pick. Obviously, getting to defend first will definitely help them with momentum, as I don't think they had the momentum at all in Chalet. So maybe we'll see it go to 3 maps if they can get a couple defensive rounds under their belts and then move on to attack and keep that momentum up.
Yeah, no, I fully agree. It didn't really seem like Turtle Tactics could get the momentum going in Chalet. It feels like they would always get around, and then the round would automatically go back to Space Shoobs, or Space Shoobs would take an early lead, and they would kind of claw their way back into it. But I hope they can build a good momentum going on to Consulate. I believe they're starting defense. Do we know that yet? I don't know.
I would guess. I think it's best to guess their starting defense because I'm pretty sure it's them. It's not their map selection. Wait, if it is their map selection, then side selection.
Then they
so
might be. Yeah, they might
we'll
be
see.
attack. That's what I was thinking. Yeah. See. I guess we will see. But no, I'm excited for Consulate.
We'll
Turtle
see.
Tactics. Turtle Tactics is really good on Consulate, and I think this could go map 3. I think we could see a map 3 BO3 today.
I think it's definitely possible. Both are great teams, but we'll have to see after this short break, allowing the players to have some time off, and us as well.
One player standing up on top of the table and the shot from behind. There was one there, but the second for the plant is going down. It goes down and finds the third. All three, 23, and suddenly Space Shoobs will give themselves
Welcome back to Blitz Season 3, Phase 4, the playoffs, the first game where we get to see the 4 invited teams, and so far, they're showing why they've been invited. Spacious, 1 map up against Turtle Tactics, 7-4 victory on Chalet. There was an old saying, never take Jake Allen to Chalet, and right now, it's still staying up to be true. You said they had a curse, always winning 7-5, but you know what they said? No, Hurley, it's going to be 7-4 this time.
Yeah, no, they definitely proved me wrong on they don't have a curse anymore. So I'm glad they took Chalet. You know, it was definitely expected, and Turtle Tactics played well though. Like I don't want anyone to count out Turtle Tactics yet. Turtle Tactics played really well. The rounds were really close. There was a lot of clutches from both sides of the teams. There's a lot of good first picks from both sides of the teams. I think Turtle Tactics will take it here in Consulate.
I'd have to agree with they definitely both played well. I think a lot of clutches came down to maybe just the side of Spaceships having that higher personnel staff and higher personnel players, because obviously they have been invited to Element 5. Turtle Tactics still need to see if they can qualify this weekend through obviously the qualifiers. So you've got to say there is a little bit of a marginal gap in terms of skill, but they are keeping up. Turtle Tactics are definitely keeping up. I think if maybe some rounds went differently, obviously we saw the final round was chaos. We saw the Toaster Clutch, that was also chaos. But Consulate, depending on their side selection, or which side they get, and obviously depending how they play, I think, I agree with you, Turtle Tactics have shown to be a very, very good Consulate team. I've been impressed with them every single time they've played Consulate. So I think they could take it, and we could go 3 maps, but it depends on how they play in the server.
Yeah, no, I fully agree. They just have to play perfect siege. I mean, like they gotta shake things off. They gotta shake off the challenges. They gotta shake off the mentals. Whatever's getting to them to where they can't play perfect siege. They need to just shake it off. Just get it all out. It's a new map. It's 0-0. Get into Consulate now. Like let's take your map. You know, take your win, Turtle Tactics. I'm going Turtle Tactics this map. What are you going this map?
You know, I've been called a biased caster, saying that I'm all for Spaceships, saying that I believe they'll win. You know what? I'll change the mold. I think Spaceships will win this map.
Oh my, who would have guessed?
I can't say the same as you, though. You already said Turtle Tactics, and we have to make sure the casters say 2 different things. Like, imagine how boring it is if we both always say, oh yeah, we think the same team's going to win. We need a little bit of, you know, like, competitiveness. And Spaceships have defense first, like, that pushes me more towards their favor. I think if Turtle Tactics had defense first, I think I probably would actually have set them. But I think it's just about momentum. We'll see. I think Turtle Tactics need at least 2 rounds, though, on this attack. They definitely could do so. But bans right now out. What are your thoughts on these first 2 bans?
Very default, very basic. You know, just get the shields away from Turtle Tactics. Space Shoobs are keeping that strat. Probably going to see like a Monty ban, or maybe even like, maybe not. Who knows? Like, we see a Deimos ban coming out from Space Shoobs and a Clash ban coming out from Turtle Tactics. I mean, still like really default bans. The only thing that like kind of piques my interest is Deimos, but you know, a lot of soft floors on a lot of these sites. Whether you go the split site, you go basement, you go upstairs. There's a lot of potential for the Deimos tracking, and we actually didn't really. I don't think we did. No, Turtle Tactics was the person that used Deimos a lot. Shoob did not.
Turtle Tactics loved the Deimos. They used it basically every round, so I think that is just a counter ban to be like, okay, we see your playstyle, we see you like this, let's get rid of it. But like you said, Monty's now going to stay up. So TrevMac, it's instantly on it. Without a second's thought, he's like, okay, you give me the Monty, I'm playing the Monty. And we're going to see how this is going to affect their take. I think it will probably be a yellow side take. So I think you'll drop the person down Skylight with the Monty shield up, because obviously people think about the changes of jumping out stuff with dropping down hatches where you can't ADS. I think it hurts attackers just as much as defenders. Obviously, defenders can't jump out anymore. But attackers, if you're dropping down a Skylight, you're a free pick, basically. Especially when you're dropping down that yellow Skylight. A shotgun can just swing you and you're dead. There's nothing you can do about it.
Yeah, no, I hate the new Vault ADS thing where you can't be ADS anymore. It literally, like, you can't do anything anymore. You can't drop down a Skylight. You can't drop down a staircase. I mean, it's honestly kind of hard on attack. Like, you don't really see it. It doesn't really affect you too much on defense unless you, like, drop your own hatch or something like that. Or, like, you're falling off a roam and you drop a hatch. But that's really it. I mean, I do like to see the Nook lurk. I mean, they're just kind of maybe looking for a first pick with the Nook, or maybe just looking for a gap, whether it's to kill the player below or walk up a staircase, whatever they can try to try and find. He is walking up spot right now.
Well, he's doing one of them. He's walking up a staircase.
He's walking
Looking
up a
for the pick. Can he
staircase.
find it on the warden and running across spiral?
Frag out!
Seems like they're still gonna just try and force yellow. They're not really looking to flip yet. They've taken out the Go-Yos, they've taken out the Mute Jammers, they've gotten a lot of utility out of yellow side, and so they don't really need to flip this at all. They have the Dami alert on top spiral for the cutoff. Travmac we will see drop down. Smoke charge is going to get used out from Exige, just try and slow him down, you know, kind of keep him back. But we have a minute 30, you know, they can use this time. They can make him waste his smoke charges. He doesn't need this.
No, he definitely doesn't. But I do like the Dommy that has just waited. He hasn't pushed ahead. He's waited for his team to be like, okay, when are we doing this 3, 2, 1, go? When are we executing? So then I can push up, take the advantage. They don't know I'm here. I can maybe get a free pick. And he's waiting for maybe someone to cross through that Oreo door. And it's looking like it may be Volsper that may pay for this great luck that Dommy's found. But first pick's actually going to go to Spaceships. Toaster gets it, but Teddy instantly ratted back out. But then an instant refrag from Volsper. They are close-knit together, waiting for these picks to go into their favor. Wonderful work from Spaceship so far, but Total Tactics, they still can clutch it. The Monty is still up. They still have a lot of execute operator up until Exige with a double. Monty's now down, and it's all up to Zonky. And he's dead. Toaster with a disgusting shot of that SMG-12, and the first round goes to Spaceships. Not surprising, because obviously it's Consulate, massively defender-sided, their primary bomb site. Not crazy that they won it.
No, not a huge surprise like that. But the fact that, just like Mr. Jake Allen typed out, the fact that whoever was supposed to hold that blue door swing didn't really costed them the round. I think if they kill Toaster there on Secretary right there, and just kind of hold the swing out from Jake Allen, they win that round. I mean, like, they'll get the picks back. But they kind of just, I think maybe a miscommunication, or maybe just a person dying that shouldn't have died that went out. I don't know. But Turtle Tactics, you know, it was a good take in a sense. Yeah, in a sense.
I think it was a good idea. It just came down to obviously losing gunfights and Spaceships being able to aggress and take those gunfights into their control. And like you said, as well as the player who was supposed to be holding that door not having the best heads-up play that allowed Exige to get that double pick, not only onto the shield, but also the shield's cover. So it's just unfortunate. Maybe the timing was just unfortunate for, I'm pretty sure it was Zonky on that rappel. But now Spaceships are going to regress down to the basement. I was casting Consular in E5 cores, actually, when I casted Dreams and Nightmares, Kiru's team. And they actually started basement, middle, top. It was something that I'd never seen before, so it's curious to see how different teams like to start, where their primary bomb site is going to be, where their secondary and where their tertiary is going to be. Obviously, at the moment, it looks like their tertiary is going to be one of the middle floors, and curious to see how they're able to defend this basement, as there's not going to be a massive roam. They are looking more for a bunker, looking more to just keep their feet in the ground and make sure they give up all the space to Total Tactics, but they're still going to drone it, still going to waste time thinking there's a roam there. Well, they're kind of in Volsper is, and he gets the first pick.
Yeah, you were just saying he's they're not roaming, but he was upstairs, got that first pick, and now boom, all the way back down to the bunker. There goes your Nomad. So now you guys can walk up and retake Vert, though. Now when Execute comes out, that's a huge pick on the Spaceship side, because they're gonna do the. Did he just get fuse charge?
A fuse charge? He got a fuse charge kill. Teddy is going to be chalked. He didn't like how he died in the first round. He's not going to like how he dies in the second.
Yeah, no, that will that might send him into a little take the headset off and go for a walk kind of thing. I mean, this is what they're just doing. They're looking for pick with the fuse charges. They're getting the Vert. They're flushing these people out, and I don't know what plan they're gonna look for. Maybe they're a yellow pillar plant, or maybe they will try and get wall. They are shooting the Cade off of it, so it looks like they would be able to rotate to wall. Fuse does have can openers for it, and also the Habana's still up.
Yeah, the fuse charges are still ringing out, looking to place any of these members and maybe get a second pick with it. Normally, with those fuse charges, you're not actually looking for kills. You're looking to break utility, you're looking to move players, and you're just looking to make sure you can then take the space that they've left behind because of the fact they have to move. And with Tandem off the ramp, it just creates so much time and space for Turtle Tactics to abuse from Space Shoobs giving up. Interesting flash. Domi did accidentally flash himself, but it's mainly just, again, to push more of these players back so Trevmac can start to get this part down. Wait, there's a guy still yellow pillar, and I don't know if they know that the guy is still pillar. And there's going to also be
They don't know the plant's going down.
doesn't know they're planting. The plant is down. Wolfsburg at least gets the refrag, so we are seeing into a man advantage for not anymore. Another pick back. Domi is down, but this fight between Vipoa and Wolfsburg is so important, but it's lost. It's all up to Zonky, who is going to have to pick up his teammate. Is he going to go so? At the moment, no. The shots rain out again from Exige. Can he go for this post plant? Can he go for this defuse? No, Zonky takes him out, but the flank is here from Wolfsburg. Doesn't land as Zonky wins the 1v2 and gets Turtle Tactics around so early on consulate attack.
Wow. Zonky made the right choice not going for Res there, because now Dami was just feeding him information on that Warden. Like, that's how he knew he was up there, because Dami was just feeding comms to him that this guy walked into his piano and is like, rotate. And that was just beautiful 1v2. All he had to do was just keep his ones isolated. He knew one was still sight. And I mean, that's scary, dude. That's a little heart in your stomach kind of clutch, because he's 1 HP. Zonky was literally 1. You just had to breathe onto him.
Yeah, it's unfortunate for Space Shoes, but they were able to just Zonky, like you said, made the right play. Yeah. This is what we call in the biz a certified guac moment. So this happened to pre-fire Jordan like 5 times in their cars, by the way. Pre-fire and Jordan, that's the same person. Pre-fire and Jacob. This happened to pre-fire and Jake. Yeah. I did say pre-fire and Jordan. Also, why do I keep being banned from the fucking better drill? Oh, refresh feeds. I did refresh it. It hasn't changed. No, it's still frozen on this screen.
Yeah, it's still frozen.
For me, I'm still frozen on double kill Wolfsburg.
No, me too. That's why I'm frozen at too.
Oh, what do I eat?
There's potatoes.
Oh.
Oh, hey, yeah.
I can't.
Hello?
I think. I don't know. No, I'm not.
No, you're. Okay, well, I'll take.
No, tech.
Oh. Turtle Tactics did win out the tertiary site. Unfortunately, we did have a little crash right then. But it does look like Turtle Tactics is going to go for their top yellow play again. Maybe get someone down below. Actually, we do have Dami on the cut right now for this break players. Maybe see if Mr. Jake Allen over aggroes.
I do like the change of the Monty to the Blitz because it allows them to be more aggressive. So now, instead of being like a stationary target who can give out the information, he can now get in their face, annoy them, and just cause chaos.
Yeah, just let Trev Mack do Trev Mack things, you know? Like, let him get in their face. Yeah, he's a GOAT at IGL, but he's also the GOAT. I'm excited to see him on the Blitz. I'm really excited to see if he can, you know, hit some nasty shots for us, make any nasty plays.
Yeah.
It does look like they're going to clear out the vending shield and top spiral.
They go for take what?
Yeah. Yes, let's smoke the floor then. Oh! Trevmac does run in and get Toast, one. Toaster does trade it out, however. Zonky trades it out again, though, to Exige. They have the space that they need. Shoobs kind of falling a little bit back, you know, still trying to hold pressure and trying to just keep these guys away from planting right now. Turtle Tactics might look for a plant. Yep, Trevmac's looking for it, but got off. They are starting to push up. Dami's still holding this cut for this Oreo player. Sees him, tags him up a little bit once. Toaster is 1 HP. Spider with a double on the 2 site while Trevmac gets plant down. Trevmac gets plant down. Toaster in a 1v4 on 1 HP. And Zonky with a 2k. There's a few shots into the body there. Well, we're going to see a timeout actually come from Space Shoobs. Maybe change up the tempo. They lost their 3 rounds, and now they're going to let their coach talk.
That was more than a few shots to the body, but I'm loving these attacks. They saw where was weak, rushed up Spiral, and he instantly was able to just get rid of that space, get the plant down, and was beautiful from them. And now we're looking at them able to cook.
Yeah, no, they're just finding the gaps and they're taking what is necessary for them. They're not over clearing, they're not under clearing. They're taking what's necessary for their attack and how they can succeed and how they can get a bomb down. So you saw them upstairs, they went yellow, it wasn't successful, they didn't like their yellow take, so they swapped it to the admin over this time. They did the admin, they just got 2 players in the admin, they got 3 players in a Spiral, and then they just held cuts, got into pro, and planted. I mean, I hope Space Shoobs does have a good timeout here. I hope, did you say the coach's name was DMC?
Yes.
Yes. I hope Coach DMC can cook something up for them and in this timeout. Are they in a timeout or? Yes. Yeah. I think we're just waiting for the timeout to end. So Milo, how have you been enjoying this console game?
I think that's what we're waiting for. There you go, there's the timeout. I've been shocked because there's been many issues on my side, but we're back for maybe a little bit. And looking at them go back to their tertiary site, maybe they saw the issue they didn't do well on last time. Obviously, they should have won their tertiary site, but we saw a great lurk from Domi, able to then push a player into site, get that plant down. Obviously, then we didn't see the rest of the round, but we know that it was mainly down to Domi who lurked back up to the top floor to kill the top floor players.
Yes, it definitely did look like there was some good trades out on top floor when they did go this piano site before. And so I wonder if they're going to look for the same benches execute even, or if they're going to look for a different execute and kind of do like a full man up top now and not really send a lurk. We do see Dami go into the IQ now for this Valk, Fenrir, Maestros, kind of whatever you can kind of find with it. Valk will probably be his top priority so they don't get nitroed from below. You don't want to give up any free picks to that. I think Vipoa might be the lurk player this this round around the block. Don't do it, Teddy. Don't waste the nitro. No one's there. Teddy is making his presence known in admin, so they know the Valk is not below looking for nitros right now. They know he's admin side. They know that they have to keep him there and not let him get back to site to where he can play his nitros and his Valk cams. Looks like they're gonna go for an admin clear. They're gonna try and solo this one Valk out. They know they're droned. They know one on the window. Oh, and beautiful bait into getting that first pick on the Trevmac right there. That's an ace, and that's a huge pick for Shoob. But gets instantly traded back by Dami.
Domi has been such an impressive player for me this game. He either is always getting those refrags or is able to get those lurks up and then get a pick. And right now, yes, they get the pick back, but Shoobs still have so much control of this top floor. With a minute 20 left, they need to be able to do something here.
Oh. Wow. Beautiful kill from Dami. But yes, they do need to do something. They need to start speeding this up, which it looks like they are trying to. They're trying to force them all back and getting them to fall off. Oh! And the lurk from Vipoa gets 2. Toaster walks down yellow. He's not going to play a site. He's going to let them take it. Maybe look to walk back up yellow. It is a 1v4 scenario right now. You have 2 upstairs. Nami on 1 HP. But the rest of Turtle Tactics are looking really good. They're just getting information. They're trying to find out where he is. They don't want to give up any free picks. So they're going to get information on them. They're going to work off this information. See that he's yellow. And Vipoa with a 3K and a beautiful shot to end off the round. That was a gorgeous lurk from Vipoa. He had a beautiful, beautiful opportunity to go up there and get 3 kills. And he did. He did exactly like that. Beautiful round from Turtle Tactics, going 4-1 into the final round on Attack on Consulate on their map. Like, this is what they like. This is what they live for. They want to see if they can get 5-1 and take the rounds that they can.
I will say, last time Spacious played Consulate, I'm pretty sure they lost like 4 defenses and then won 5 attacks. So I will say, this is looking bleak, but they're not out of it. Neither team are out of this game, especially Tactics who are 4-1 up right now.
Not out just yet. No, I mean, anything can happen in these games, and that's what I love about Siege. It could be 6-0, and you could win the game 8-6. Like anything can happen in this game, and it's just an amazing game, and nobody's really out until they're out.
Attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb.
We see basement again, which, you know, hopefully, I think Shoobs are maybe just looking to hopefully get one more round out, kind of just squeeze out one last defense round, so they don't have as much of a gap to close when they go on to attack here.
Yeah, right now we're looking at Ram opening up these external windows, making this phantom pressure. I agree with you. Shoobs need this round. They don't want to be, but the Vipoa getting an opening pick with the Amaru shotgun, that's not going to help. Vipoa has been so impressive in these last 2 rounds. He has been the reason they've been able to just keep these rounds in his favor. Siege is also top floor, maybe looking to get an answer back, but he just couldn't do so. Not able to, and now we're looking at, again, Turtle Tactics in such a demanding position to win this round out.
Yeah, no, getting opening pick there with 2 minutes still left on the board, and it's the Vigil, the hardest one to kind of clear out in my personal opinion. They do get eyes onto Mr. Jake Allen top spiral, but, you know, they know he's going to have to work down. It's a basement roam, and you're already down a pick. They're going to either look for a pick and let Jake Allen double up with someone closer to site, like maybe top spiral area, but Jake Allen... Some shots going to Volsper. I think they're still clearing out these little bit of roamers still.
Yeah, shots being fired from Volsper. C4 also going out to make sure they can get back into sight without the player cutting them off. But I don't think there's actually any player out there anymore, so they were able to get back there for free. And again, just because they get back to sight, the problem there is there's so much utility just being wasted. They used the C4 and a lot of the ammo, you've got a lot enough of it, hopefully, to last your round. But the C4 is massive. They now cannot use that for the rest of the round to stop maybe a plant go down. Luckily for them, they still have the C4 on side for Toaster, and I think maybe one on either Volsper or Teddy. But at least one C4 out of a possible 3 is used up from the side of the defense. Cade Core again being taken down late in the round. They have 40 seconds left to try and get this bomb down, and it's looking like it could be another Turtle Tactics round if they're able to execute perfectly off the time remaining.
Yeah, no, this should be Turtle Tactics round, but like I said, nothing really. You're not down until you're down, or like you're not out until you're out, kind of thing. You're not. I mean, Shoobs can fight this back. We've seen them clutch way worse positions than they are in right now. 15 seconds on the clock, and
Siege?
you know.
I was gonna say, Siege knows there's a backstack coming. You see him waiting for Vipoa. And there's one down. but instantly refrag. Domi takes it out, and Domi gets a double. But TrevMac, can he get the plant down? He's got a Legion Gun Mine in his foot. But wait, there you go. He's going to get down for a second time. They know that the player's top floor. He at least gets one down. Can he get the next Exige? No, he doesn't even finish off that player. And the plant is going to be successful in this 2v1. The cover is going to be perfect from Turtle Tactics just because of the fact that Exige has to drop this hatch if he wants any chance of winning this round out. And of course, with the newest change, you can't ADS when dropping, but something he does at least get down. Looking for the player on side of Yellow Pillar. That would be TrevMac on the ace. Shots fired out, none of them land against either player, and it's going to be Domi, the man who entered himself into the site to get that double, finishes the round out, and it's Turtle Tactics 5-1 on Consular Attack.
That was a beautiful attack from Turtle Tactics. I mean, Turtle Tactics are going to be comfortable going into this next half, starting defense. But at the same time, you also got to kind of just wipe it from your brain and say, hey, 0-0, let's fight for as many rounds as we can get on defense, you know? Let's just reset 0-0, you know, go into it with a good mental, go into it with your heads clear, not overhyped, not overzealous. You don't want to give away too many things. At the same time, if Turtle Tactics, if them getting overzealous and them getting over aggro is what is winning them rounds, and that's what they need to do.
Yeah, right now, Space Shoobs are looking at a mountain to climb. Turtle Tactics, they've been so impressive in every round they have attacked. It's just now, I said they need the momentum. I said Turtle Tactics, if they're able to get defense, they can use that as momentum to go into the attacking half. But they've done it the other way around. They've got a 5-1 split, which you'd expect on defense, and moved on to using that momentum into maybe their attacking half. All they need 2 rounds. That is so simple for any team on Consulate, and that's to win. They need 1 to go to overtime. So for me, Turtle Tactics, if they do not win this map, it is the biggest throw, one of the biggest throws I've ever seen, because they are in the best position possible to win out of Consulate here.
Yeah, no, they really are. And Space Shoobs does have a mountain climb. They're like what's that Greek story? Story of Sisyphus, where you just have to keep pushing the boulder, keep pushing it, keep going. Whoa.
That is ball knowledge. That is ball knowledge right there.
That was pretty cool. Did you see what they just did? That was pretty cool. What are we looking at?
I did, but I was more impressed with your ancient Greek ball knowledge.
Thanks, man. You know, I'm glad you were more impressed on that than the Google Docs slideshow transition. I'm really glad.
Oh.
Thanks, man.
That's the average walk transition, you know.
Yeah, no, I mean, it was gorgeous. It looked like my 8th grade social studies presentation. Just click on it, let it go super slow, so you get your 10 minutes in school that you're like required to present. Whoa! What just happened?
He dropped down yellow to Skylight, gets taken down by Spider. The Blitz down early. Space Shoobs. This is not looking good, man. You look 10 times better on Chalet, but to be fair, again, that is Jake Allen's domain, so maybe... We said to our tactics were very Consulate. We didn't expect this good. This is rough, and it's looking like they're going to get a 6-1 here.
Yeah, no, I mean, hey, they just fought Reno Skyline on Consulate in E5, and guys, why are we still dropping the hatch? They just keep dropping the hatch, Milo. They just keep dropping the hatch.
They do just keep dropping the hatch, and Toaster's now the next one full.
This is not looking good. 5v2, 5v1. I think Turtle Tactics has this. I mean, Volsper. Yeah, at least it's not flawless. I mean, yeah, you kind of got them there, you know.
Volsper gets one. Can he do the 1v4? I mean, you definitely could. Can he do the 1v4? Still gotta believe at least in the clutch happening, because it's definitely possible. But with how well and how keep away Turtle Tactics are playing, it's next to impossible unless they make a massive mistake. And Zonky hears it, swings out, gets the pick, and it's a perfect crossfire being held by the Turtles as they put themselves already on map point to even up the map scoreline.
Yeah, no, I mean, match point is probably looking very beautiful to them. They're going to take the basement, you know, try and get that free round. It looks like they actually might go for maybe a soft roam or maybe just have Dami waste time on Scopos. Dami is a really good player at just like wasting times and lurking. Like he wastes times, he wastes time, and he re-walks up and he like goes for that lurk and takes that vert control back, or lurks up spiral and holds a cutoff. Dami is a great player for that, and so that's why I love to see him on the Scopos here. He can teleport all the way back up when they're going for execute and just walk down on their guys holding vert.
Yeah, and now I do love the cap cannon coming out because it seemed like Space Shoobs didn't drone a lot, and I wouldn't be surprised if they're honestly chalked and just being like, go next map. But Jake Allen and DMC can't call timeout anymore either, so this is their last round. No matter, well, not their last round, but no matter what, the coach can't help them. It's all up to the Mormon leader himself, Jake Exige Allen, to try and steady the ship and start a 5-round in a row comeback. Honestly, I mean, Turtle Tactics just did it. They did also just win 5 rounds in a row, but if we see it twice in a row, I'm quitting casting. Honestly, 2 5-round tack in a row on Consular, I'm quitting. I should probably quit anyway.
All right, I'll hold you to that. I mean, you need to just get some better Wi-Fi on you, dog. No, but I think Shoob. I think honestly, what you said earlier. Not new enough. Dami get with the first pick on a run out top visa. Did go ahead and take Teddy out. Ooh, and Trev back with a bite back to say you can play some Clash of Clans because he got first picked. I do believe Space Shoobs just have chalked it down to, hey, we're gonna give them this on the map, we'll move on to the next map. Dami does get picked off by Volsper. But he already got his pick, you know? He got that knuckle alert. And, you know. They're gonna... Reloading! You're gonna do what they need to do. Toaster, and then we're gonna look to start getting vert. They're gonna clear out Vipoa. Vipoa drops down to yellow pillar, gives them the space early. Minute 40. If a 4v4, you don't really need to be fighting much space right now, honestly. You can kind of look to maybe play a retake. Shmeek looking for the cutoff for yellow, so they can't walk up yellow. They have that covered at least. And
I do want to say,
Teddy's
having a rough day. He's been speaking a lot in the all chat, and I think maybe they've gotten in his head a little bit because I think he had 3 kills map 1. And now he's 0-8. Toaster though does get a pick back, so this is possible. Maybe I should have not made that bet because right now Spacious may be able to start a comeback here, but I would say Turtle Tactics still have great positionings, especially with it looks like Vipoa now going for a flank. And I don't know if anyone's actually watching for on a drone. I see there's an expedition service. There's a lot of drones, so maybe Teddy may have seen him in one of them. And Exige getting the main wall open, so Plant will come down soon enough. And yes, they were. Volsper takes down the flank, a 4v2. The comeback may be on.
Well, I also don't think they know that Trevmac's flanking right now either. He does have the phone call right now, but they've ISO'd each other. One's up top and one's downstairs. Plant's gonna go down. Oh.
Plant didn't matter.
Wow.
He died.
Yeah, no, Plant didn't really matter. Everyone just kind of crumbled there.
Holy.
I think Turtle Tactics still have it in the bag.
No, you still... No. Okay. I mean, I agree. I wouldn't have made that bet if I didn't believe so. I still think Turtle Tactics should lock this out. They definitely should, and they have it in their bag. They're a good enough team. They have good defenses on Consulate. But they're doing what Spaceships did as well. They are rotating even when they lose a site. You'll see now they're going to be going to their base tertiary site, which will be the Expedition and Piano Room bomb site. The question is, can they hold on to that top floor a little bit better than Spaceships were able to? Without the clash and without the Warden, they can obviously funnel through those Yings they were so prevalent on using on map 1. But Spaceships, they haven't shown it yet. At the moment, the only thing that will help the fact that the Warden is banned will be Schmink on that Glaz. Honestly, I feel somewhat bad for Volsper because he's 10-6 right now. He is the top frag in the entire server, and his team has 2 rounds.
Yeah, you could feel bad for Volsper, but also like how important have those kills been, you know? Like,
Yeah.
okay, yeah, he gets a 3K in the start of the round, but if they still lose the round due to those two players getting the nastiest execute and they over aggroed, how really important were those 3 kills? You know, like, I'm not saying Volsper's impactless. Volsper has helped turn the tide of a lot of these rounds, but I think Turtle Tactics have just prevailed as the better team in per se, because they just keep getting the executes and they keep getting the round wins out.
Yeah, curious to see if they can continue going forward. Obviously, Siege will always be down to, obviously, people say if you have the perfect site set up, you will win the round. But sometimes all it takes is one nasty shot, and there goes your entire site up, and it doesn't matter. Because obviously, in the end of the day, this game's an FPS game.
It takes one random wallbang to throw off your entire defense, attack, whatever. Random shot through a window, one tap some guy that you needed upstairs, and now they can't play upstairs anymore. Oh, well, there goes your entire site setup.
Yeah, but right now we'll see a cross take being established from Spaceships. It'll look like it'll be from Admin and Visa over. So, but the problem is for me, they've just been able to enter Visa, and it's been a minute. Oh, they've also got admin control, so that's something. But at the same time, Siege is now leaving that control. So I'm just curious to see what is the main attempt being established by Spaceships. They are wasting so much time and getting very little map control in their situation. But look at this, actually. Dommy's going for a flank here. Does Toaster know that he's going to be on those spiral stairs? Because if he doesn't, this could be a massive pick coming out for Dommy.
Yeah, like I said, his lurks are terrifying. Like, he usually is really good about being able to find a pick and getting away. It looks like maybe a coffin?
I was going to say, Volsper still doesn't have the shotgun. I'm kind of disappointed.
Yeah, it's kind of lame not having the shotty. I have the shotty. Oh!
The jump out! If only he could aim! If only he could aim! But the plant is going down and there's no one to stop it. Never mind, there's a C4 from below and then the smoke mines come out. I said if the player goes below, the refrag, no, doesn't land it! He does, in the end, Volsper does at least get the refrag, but there's still a lot of time left for Spaceships to maybe recollect themselves, get the drones out, and then maybe go for the plant again. And with no C4 on the side, for Dommy, they can maybe again go for this plant again. But look at this Zonkey. He's going to reattempt to retake this top floor. And it doesn't look like... Yes, there is someone still up here. Toaster is still up here, but they've got the pings out. They know where he is. And Zonkey's going to go back down to these yellow sets. No, he's going to be holding aggressive still. The C4 is, like I say, I can hear C4, but no one else has a C4. The shots right now, Dommy misses all of them, and the diffuser can go down. But never mind, he knows where it's going down, but misses the shot. No, he doesn't! The Zonkey is able to take him down, and then Dommy with the final pick. Total Tactics, despite having such a less of an advantage in that map, or in that round, they are still able to come away with it. 7-2, what a victory. Congratulations, man. Total Tactics played a masterclass on how you should attack Consulate, and then they continued movement into the defense and just needed those 2 rounds.
Yeah, no, Turtle Tactics played clinical Siege. That was beautiful Siege. They were the better team at the end of the day. You know, I'm not gonna sit and point fingers and like point at any certain players and be like, hey, this is the guy that went wrong and this is where they could have improved. I think it was just at the end of the day just better teams.
Well, it was great casting at least these 2 maps because I'm going to be subbed out. Sadly, the Wi-Fi is not holding up at the moment. So thank you, Holy, for having me. Thank you, Blitz. But there'll still be a 3rd map. It will just be brought to you by Holy still and the man himself, one of the best casters in T3 at the moment, Goose himself. So thank you all, but don't go anywhere. We still have a 3rd map to come up.
Perfect.
so it's a 1 versus 2. Dami trying to find the bomb down with the time. Potentially able to give him that he needs so desperately, and he finds it. He finds himself
Welcome back. It's a little bit of a jump scare, a little bit of a surprise. If there's almost anything constant, it is Zoloris and Jake L in the future going the distance and Goose subbing in mid-series. But we got one final map. Even with Milo gone, I've come in, I've stepped in, and we're going to make sure that we finish this. I'm going to throw it to Holly because he's actually watched a lot more, so he's going to be able to give you guys a little bit of an update as we go into our final map.
Yeah, no, totally. So we are heading into, I believe it was Bank, and we are going to see, I think it's going to be Space Shoobs onto defense. It's actually going to look really good for them. Space Shoobs has had a lot of practice on Bank recently in the TPL XGS final, and so...
Oh, Holly's muted on VBix. But again... It happens. It happens. We've had a lot of difficulties today. You should be good now. But I think a lot of people going into this didn't have that high expectations of Turtle Tactics, especially if you only watch T3, T2. Turtle Tactics are just now making their way in. But this is a roster, especially being headed by a player and coach, I guess you could say, like Mint. It's kind of a roster where it makes sense you're going to be able to make those quick adaptations. And again, it's not like Space Shoobs don't have a coach. They have DMC, who's phenomenal. Even works for, I believe it's not EWC, but I know some Saudi team.
Tournament?
Yeah, tournament, yeah. So both of these teams not only have the players with historic past, but they also have the coaches. And going into map like Bank, especially coming off of the two previous maps being Chalet and Consulate, I think this is going to continue to be a nail-biter.
Yeah, no, I think Consulate wasn't a nail biter. Me and Milo were kind of cracking jokes. We were getting a little sloppy at the end there, but I think Bank will be. I think it will just be who can problem solve better and which team can do it on their own without their coach helping them as much. Like we saw the 7-4 Chalet and Space Shoobs. That was predicted to go that way. We expected that. Space Shoobs played really well. Turtle Tactics still played really well at the end of the day. Just kind of was too slow. Fixed that issue in Consulate, kind of played more aggro, played more aggressive, and I hope they can just keep that aggression going into Bank. Like, I really do.
Yeah, and I think, Space Shoobs for a little while now have made their mark that they are a top 4, maybe top 6, in my opinion, top 4 T2 team, even being invited versus Turtle Tactics, which just now have been starting to really make a name for themselves. Obviously, they've been a roster for a little while. Mint's been working on this project since post SI, but they've only now really found that success, found that system that works for them, and both teams having a little bit of a roster shuffle in between all of that.
Yeah, no, Turtle Tactics are finally getting their way into the ground, and like they played great in E5. Like they placed very up high well. Like it wasn't what they wanted. I know Mint said like they were unlucky, and like it was just wasn't what they wanted kind of thing. But I mean, they still did good at the end of the day. Like you gotta pat yourself on the back at the end of the day and just respect what you did in those qualifiers and what they're doing now. I mean, they're 1-1 with Space Shoobs. They can win this, and they can move on to the next stage of playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, and even if you look at the bracket, I don't know entirely off the top of my head. I think it's Hakimori or Cincinnati they're going to have to play with, more than likely Hakimori. But it is, a favorable team. I think a lot of these teams, Space Shoobs, Hakimori, they haven't really had the opportunity to play because they were invited right into playoffs. And if you are Space Shoobs, you don't want to be invited right into playoffs to just lose in the first round. So it is definitely Turtle Tactics going into this kind of with the mindset of, this is our game to win. If you're looking at Space Shoobs, this is a game that I don't necessarily think they have a bad mental. Space Shoobs is a roster that necessarily has never really been in the dumps mental-wise, but this is essentially a matchup they are expected to win, especially quite convincingly.
Yeah, no, and when you get to these nail-biter matches like this, it can get stressful. I mean, coming from, like, a comp standpoint, if you're expected to win a match and you go down and you start losing, it's stressful. You start to kind of get the jitters and get the shakes, and I hope they can kind of just wipe it off, reset 0-0 in the bank.
Yeah, because a 5-1 split defending Consulate just should not happen, especially for a team not only of the caliber of Space Shoobs, but this is one of their favorite maps. Obviously, in previous or recent history, they've struggled a little bit, but in their very historic past, this is a map that they've always wanted to go to. Ever since the rework came out, ever since it was added into the map pool, they've always been the team that really wanted to go there, but it was their map that they lost. Now we're going on to Bank, which relatively does favor both teams. Space Shoobs not playing it as much, but this is a stock and standard map pool, or map in the map pool of Turtle Tactics.
Yeah, both teams play it. Both teams are familiar on it. That's why I definitely agree that this one's a nail biter. And we're gonna see the first set of bans is gonna be a very default set of bans. Don't let them do Monty pushes on you. But hey, let's keep the Kate up for. Let's get the Kate out of here for when we go for hatches. Like if they go basement first, we can at least get hatches now, kind of deal. And you can also get Kanto a lot easier because it will just be bandits.
Yeah, and something that I'm really surprised by Space Shoobs is that almost every team so far, not only in T3, but even going into Reload, going into the Regional League so far, have done that double hard breach ban, more than likely being a Ace and a Habana because it's throwable. You can open up walls from a distance. You don't have to be directly on that wall. But not only is Space Shoobs choosing to get rid of a Monty, which, sure, it's a Monty. You know what? I think I can take that trade, even if this is a map that you probably want to go into that ban with the Habana, especially with Kate off the board. But then you go into Ascends, and I get, especially for a map like Bank, there's a lot of execution utility. You can cut off a lot of lines of sights, but it feels like a problem that shouldn't be a problem. And because this is an operator that you can't deal with, whether it be in scrims or previous game days, you're kind of, in a sense, wasting a ban, and Turtle Tactics taking that advantage.
Yeah, no, I don't mind the Sense ban. Sense is actually like really highly picked on Bank from what I have seen recently, watching as many games as I watch. I don't watch a lot of games, but from the ones I do, Sense has played a lot, and like I don't mind that ban. But now we're gonna see. Oh, we did see the Blackbeard, but they did switch off of it, unfortunately.
Yeah.
But like you were saying, they have a lot of that execute utility. They have the Twitch to get away from like Yo-Yos and Fenyirs and Mozzie Pests and Mute Jammers, like everything except for the Vigil. And then you also have the Dope Beat calls for the Roamers. You have the Grim Bees and the Capitao Fire and Smokes.
Yeah, I think this is also kind of a sense also speaking with Exige, where they're not going to have the best opportunity to really read up onto Turtle Tactics. You can already see that because Turtle Tactics is a team that really struggles without having Vipoa with a really nice opener onto Toaster. And that also eliminates the ability to actually switch a lot of those Fenrir mines around the map and no immediate trade from the defense.
Yeah, no, now that you're gonna have those Fenrirs stuck, what if those two Fenrirs that are stuck open are on on a roam? Like they're upstairs and now they're just useless to the players in sight now. That's why getting first picks like Fenrir is not fun and it's not something you should be looking for. Teddy does trade it back.
Yeah, that is a really big trade. That's that lurk player gone, and you still have to worry about him and Mozzie upstairs. I don't know who that is. I'm not saying that name. But
that is Schmink.
Schmink. Of course it's Schmink. Yeah, but you still have Schmink. You still have Volsper above, and you also have Teddy on the roam, or who's now fallen back. Especially those Grimbees are going to be able to arena that. And all you really have as any kind of flank, anything to stop this, is Zonky that just completely misses the Mozzie.
Yeah.
They're going for the plant, actually, Volsper. Even with that kill, the Capitao is going to be able to safely get it down. Even with 4 players up, Exige all the way inside of server. The entirety of Space Shoobs are unbeknownst to this plant. Still a 4v3. Volsper makes it a 4v2. Spider eventually answers back. But throughout all the trades, it's Turtle Tactics in the man deficit. Even with that bomb down, Space Shoobs with a phenomenal retake to take the very first round.
Wow. Yeah, no, that was a beautiful run. I was wondering how Zonky let that Mozzie get back to E1, but he was probably just lost in the sauce on getting that execute down because that plant was going down out of nowhere. We had no idea that they were even doing that, and Space Shoobs didn't either. But Space Shoobs, they just played chill. They played with the man advantage that they had, and they just kind of doubled up and swung everybody and got the trades.
Yeah, and it is only one round, but if Space Shoobs continue to play that heavy on the roam, that heavy on the extension, then the lack of denial on that hard breach won't necessarily play as much of an effect. And I'm pleasantly surprised by that, because I'll see a lot of teams that just simply misread into the bans and don't play around it. They don't change their play style around those bans, but Space Shoobs understanding that they can't just sit and play a relatively default bunker styled on bank like a lot of teams do in almost every level. So with those hard breachers off the board, without a Monty being able to clear space really easily without having to have a player behind him, they're going to play in the face of Turtle Tactics, forcing those early round gunfights and trying to buffer the trend early on in the round.
Yeah, no, I mean, I agree. You have to be able to understand your bans. I see a lot of people that, especially in ranked, I don't see it a lot in comp, but, when you play ranked, a lot of people are like, oh, ban this guy, and you're like, why? Why are we even banning this person? What does an Ash ban have anything to do with us when they're going to go basement, CC, on Clubhouse? What is an Ash ban going to do for us? And you gotta work around it, and I think a lot of people don't anymore, and I'm glad that Space Shoobs has the adaptability and understands that their team can kind of do what they need to do with the things that are still available.
Yeah, and I think also shout out to Teddy, who turns out is 2-20 throughout the entirety of his best of 3. He is now 4-21, so congrats, Teddy. You got 2 more kills. But
he's doubled it.
Yeah, he doubled it, essentially. Yeah, that's true. Yeah. He doubled it in just one map. I mean, it's really astonishing. But you can see Turtle Tech. That is really good talk. You can see that Turtle Tactics, they have a lot more execution utility, a lot more displacement utility with Trev Mac. So they've read into this switch up on playstyle from Space Shoobs. And if they can continue to do that, I think this is going to continue to be a really back and forth game.
Yeah, I can see this being a back forth game. I could honestly see this being a 3-3 half as well. I don't have a good prediction on who's going to kind of come out the gates with it. I mean, I like that Space Shoobs came out the gates with the 1-0, but they just need to keep that momentum and not let Turtle Tactics kind of bully them down.
Volsper trying his best to hold. Go for the Capitao bolts. from Dami completely missed the mark on Wolfsburg, so for now he's going to be able to play in this position. They also are able to eventually clear the player inside of Elevator, but Teddy, he's able to shut it down, but eventually Dami with the trade on Spiral Stairs. TrevMac with yet another. And Turtle Tactics, not only do they come away with the man advantage, but Exigence and Wamai so low on health. With 50 seconds left on the clock, if Turtle Tactics don't start to hit that go button, they're not going to be able to get much. Very long angle being held here onto this top spiral position. Doesn't necessarily look like Turtle Tactics are aware of it, but they do get an actual track onto the Deimos. That's going to be a really good opportunity to not only push him back, but allow for them to make their way up. Wolfsburg and Zonky, they do trade out. Just both of the solo players left on the board. There's no real way into the bomb site, but Spider killing Exige is going to give them that opportunity that they need. 20 seconds on the board is just enough for Turtle Tactics to try and isolate and pick a gunfight with this player, especially who's still having a track. You can just watch him with that Deimos, and you get that bomb down, but with a down TrevMac, he's going to have to try and force this bomb down. Spider with another one. He's going to have to kill Dami, but it's Dami actually the one to shut him down. And for now, we'll not have two double leads as Turtle Tactics, they even it out 1-1.
You know, I think Turtle Tactics are still shooting themselves in the foot with going how slow they are. I think they obviously knew Teddy was playing around E3, and I think they kind of just took too long when he left to kind of push up Spiral and kind of take that space that he left for them. And maybe we just got a little over aggro on the Blackbeard and ADS a little too soon.
Yeah.
You know, maybe it was that, or maybe they're just not taking space. Like maybe they don't have the information, and maybe we just have the information. No, we don't know what goes on their side of things, so I don't want to ever make it seem like I'm bad mouthing a team, but you know, teams shoot themselves in the foot. You know, it happens to everybody. It happens to Space Shoobs. It happens to Turtle Tactics.
And to my knowledge, I mean, I know Turtle Tactics have been playing in quite a bit of these T4 leagues. Also, teams like Five Lives and even Hakiki Mori have been, but to my knowledge, Space Shoobs, they've been a little bit rusty. Haven't really played any events whatsoever aside from scrim reps, all the way dating back to the finale, which at this point is almost a month ago. So you could really see not only in this map specifically, but the entirety of this best of 3, that a lot of the rust is still on, trying to shake it off, still trying to get into the groove of things. That kind of what happens, especially against a team like Turtle Tactics that can so easily adapt to your playstyle.
Yeah, Turtle Tactics is like the problem-solving team. They identify the problem super easily, and they usually fix it. And if they can't, like, they'll do their best too. But like you said with the Space Shoobs shaking off some rust, they're probably just getting some game day rust off. You know, they took the 2 maps and they're on to the 3rd map. They should be warm. They should be shaken off. They should be feeling good. You know, it's a brand new map. It's the end of a series. Who isn't excited going into this? You know.
A little bit of a lurk from Zonky down below. You don't necessarily see that a whole lot with the ace, and there's actually a player down here, Teddy. Not only could he get the very first pick, but he could also get all of that hard breach utility, the only hard breach utility that Turtle Tactics have. But it's actually Wolfsburg to get the very first one onto TrevMac, getting rid of that blitz. But a quick answer back from Spider and Vipoa, even with the bomb dropped. Zonky's going to make his way in behind the bomb chassis to try and safely get it off. But the flank from Teddy, it's good for 1. Vipoa also down. With that revive from Spider, it goes back to a 3v2. Both players disconnected, and now a 1v3 for Space Shoobs. Teddy all alone, rotating all the way to Marble Stairs. Gonna throw out a C4 to draw away attention. But it's Vipoa with the cross, shuts him down, and it's back to back. As Turtle Tactics, they take the lead on our final map.
Teddy's come alive this game. I want everyone to know Teddy's playing amazingly this game. Like he may not have played the best the last 2 games, but he's been playing amazingly. He's getting his ones. He's feeling himself. I just need the rest of Space Shoobs to feel that, you know? We got Toaster and Exige kind of lacking a little bit right now. I believe they're both like 0-2, 0-3 area. Looks like we might head into a tech pause here, though.
Yeah, just trying to get somebody to rejoin.
Yeah, it looks like maybe game bug, you know?
Yeah.
We know a lot about those.
Yeah, it's not like we had to insert a caster into the third map of a best of 3 today. Holy, no, totally not.
No,
But
not at all.
I really do like these flex bans because both a Nizami and a Blackbeard, they're just blatant bans. Those are both 2 problem operators, not only just for Bank specifically, but that was essentially the main utility problem for both teams. Turtle Tactics using that Blackbeard as a spearhead was a difficulty in a lot of those opening engagements that Space Shoobs never were able to fully figure out. And then for Turtle Tactics, just those keep barriers, making a lot of those extension and roaming position for Space Troops just a little bit easier. So getting that off the board, and it really goes back to my idea that this is really a close match, even if it doesn't tell you in score like Consulate. I think both of these teams have a very good understanding in each other's playstyles, and even their playstyles down to a T complement each other.
Yeah, no, I truly think Space Shoobs kind of went down Consulate and kind of just said, all right, GG's next map, like we're gonna take this as like more practice. Let's practice what we can here and like maybe do like different takes or whatnot. I'm not gonna say they did anything out of the unordinary because they didn't. And it looks like we did finally get Spider back in, so we're gonna go into round 4. It's looking good, you know. Like I said, Toaster and Exige need to kind of just help out their team. I mean, Exige, Jake Allen, you know, the GOAT. He's got to step up. He's got to help his team, you know, motivate them. I think he's motivating them in call. I bet you he is.
And I think you also have to, in a sort, go into an ideology for Space Shoobs of, you have Element 5, no joke, in a week. It is quite literally a week. It is next Tuesday. So if you're Space Shoobs, do you really want to dive into that bag strat-wise, show everything you have? And if you look at Turtle Tactics, not only do they still have to qualify, so they're still trying to use everything they got, but Mint streaming this game right now, so he's already showing everything that's going on. Doesn't even matter necessarily.
Yeah.
But again, I think it is kind of a thing where there is some points where you can argue potentially that, in a sense, Space Shoobs at some point is holding back a little bit.
Yeah, no, I mean, I fully agree. I don't think it would be a bad mindset to play it like that, where you want to kind of hide some things and keep some things lower.
Wow.
Oh, 2? Where did the second one come from?
Yeah, I don't even know where Trev died. That's case 2. That completely shuts down all momentum in this round. Teddy really going in from that first tech pause with his head down. He's focused. He's got 3 more kills in the entirety of the last 2 maps. Congrats to him. You still have Volsper upstairs. This is a round that's going to be really difficult for Turtle Tactics, but also a really good opportunity for Space Shoobs to tie it up.
Yeah, getting those 2 initial picks, especially on the Twitch and Osa, 2 really good, important operators, because it looks like I think they were going for a lobby garage take. One thing I want to point out right now with Turtle Tactics is they're going for a lot of minimals on Bank. They're going for just lobby and like Trump and Executive. They're not looking for clearing out all top floor. They're not looking to clear the extensions. They just want to get the map space that they want, and they kind of did it in Consulate as well. I touched on is they're just doing minimals. They're doing the map space that they need and the map space that they want to take for their execute. They always have their execute in plan.
Still unbeknownst to Volsper's position, even though he could potentially go into a 2-man crossfire here. It doesn't matter if you don't know where the hell the player is. Here's a couple of shots. Free fire from Dami. Also, here's him reload. The swing goes off. Doesn't expect the player. Teddy shuts him down. What went from a worse situation turned to even more worse. Zonky low on health, a 1v5. Essentially an unofficial attack timeout because there's no way in hell. It would take an absolute miracle to get this back.
Hey, I mean, it's Zonky. You never know. He might be able to take it out. But it does look like he's just gonna bait for his picks. You know, get his KD up and kind of let them talk it out. You know, figure out how they want to attack the next 2 sites and see where they want to go from it. See what they can do better, and so they can pull out a 3-3.
Yeah, you know, I think 2-2. I really do think that we are going to go to a 3-3 because only 2 wins on basement. The other 2 wins for Turtle Tactics was on that top floor CO in the open area. So now Space Shoobs are not going to be able to go back down to the basement bomb site. You're going to have to either win one of CO or go all the way down to open area. Open area, I think, was a much worse round compared to the one on the top floor. They had a really good early round. They just played a little bit too aggressively once they got that lead and allowed for the crossfires being set up by the repelling players on Turtle Tactics to catch them off. And then, again, we're never able to deal with that Blackbeard. But not only do you have an understanding of the mistakes you made, but you don't have a Blackbeard. That Spearhead's gone. The Monty's also gone. And that's kind of the thing with this, ban phase, is those first 2 bans, with the context of the flex ban, can have so much more value because you can't go onto that Monty. You can't. The only option you really have is Blitz, and that's not necessarily a shield that Turtle Tactics have historically liked to play.
Yeah, and also the Blitz just isn't good on Bank, in my opinion. I mean, the flashes are too short range for half of the fights you take on Bank. And just talking about Turtle Tactics, I do believe they are going to go for a Tellers and jump in the sight window plant on top square wall. They are bringing the Remora, they bring the Cappy, they're bringing the Cali, they're bringing the Demos below. I do believe they're going to try and get into Tellers here. We do see him walking into Tellers now, or maybe up square. Ah, god damn it, Vipo, you didn't do what I wanted you to do. Rough. No, but... Oh, and he has 5 tracks. They're in a really good position here for this Deimos and this plant on the window. I think that is what we're going to try and see here, hopefully.
Yeah, I think that is a really good change of pace. Last time, Turtle Tactics went for a lot more of a slower approach, did more of that due diligence and space taking before they went for that execute. Vipoa, if a player from Space Shoobs swings into him, has a perfect cross. But up until that point, his position really doesn't have any effect whatsoever. Exige with the opening pick, and all of that execution utility, the pocket of Trevmac, is now off of the board. And on top of that, you still have to deal with this player below that you don't necessarily have an idea on where he is.
Oh no, Jake Allen. Hey,
like that.
He's helping his team. He's helping his team more. I mean, I told him I wanted to start seeing him get some kills, and he locked in. He just got a 2-piece for this round. Are they still going for the execute?
I think I think they're still going for the execute. I mean, at this point, you know what? If you want to go for broke, you know what? I'll take it. Zonky trying to cut off those double doors. You even have Spider who potentially could drop down the skylight. A couple of flashbangs there. You do cut off, but luckily enough, there's a beeper. There's an impact in the pocket of the Wamai, and it's a 1v5 now. A go for broke strategy. You took that gamble. You went broke. You lost all your money, lost all your players, and you lost the round. Now, Space Shoobs, they take back the advantage, the lead, for the very first time since they won the first round.
Yeah, no, I mean, me and Milo were talking about it. It's always been a momentum game with these guys. Whoever kind of keeps the momentum and keeps it rolling, it kind of wins the game. I mean, Space Shoobs had great momentum on Chalet. We didn't really ever see, Chalet was actually the closest one. They were all kind of back and forth, just kind of like this game is. But Consulate is when Turtle Tactics just let it snowball and let it go into that 7-1 and kind of just steamrolled through Space Shoobs. But maybe if Space Shoobs can kind of keep pushing that rock up the mountain, they can keep fighting for this and build up their momentum on defense going into the attack.
Yeah, I really like this Space Shoobs roster because they're a team that can never really be down bad mentally because all players are just completely unserious. This is probably one of the most unserious teams that I know personally, and that's not a shot at them. That's not really necessarily an insult. They just have fun. They take everything, carefree. They go into it with a really good mindset. And at the end of the day, they go with that mindset. It's just a game. We're here to have fun. At the same time, we're performing really well, and we do play really good together as a team. And those two things do really correlate and mix well. And that is the system. That's the bread and butter of Space Shoobs that leads to their success. And something that probably led to them just standing there and saying, well, these guys can't get anything. Ooh, Sonky with the opening. Not going to get a whole lot of utility, though, but we have seen how important these opening kills have been for both teams. We also have Vipoa downstairs going for a little bit of a lurk here.
Yeah, no, sorry. I wanted to add on to Space Shoobs about having fun. It's I honestly think teams like that win more. I think teams that come into this and understand that, hey, these are pixels on a screen, and this is a video game at the end of the day. Don't get me wrong, you can still be passionate, and I bet 90% of these.
Oh,
Oh
oh,
no!
oh! How do you lose that? What? Teddy's finally gonna stop the bleeding. Volsper's even like chalking it. And at that point, I agree. And you got the man advantage. You got a 4v3. You got a minute and 50 to play with. The lurk down below from Vipoa finally pays off. Shuts down the rotate from Teddy. It's a 2v4. So much time left on the board. So many drones and info for Turtle Tactics. This is a round that should be almost impossible to lose. A C4 in the pocket of Toaster. Both Exige and Toaster, they have relatively good guns. They have full health. They are consistently good players. With all the utility, everything working for Turtle Tactics, they have to work against so much. Exige trying his best to get an opening kill. He is able to down Volsper, or Vipoa rather, just for now. 2 C4 kills from Toaster. He's gonna need a lot more. And somehow throughout all of that, it is the defense. Oh, Jake Allen, the future, goes huge next to his teammate. And Turtle Tactics, they absolutely fall apart. I talked about a 3-3 half, but Space Shoobs said, slow down there, buddy. We're getting 4.
That was a beautiful round. I was just about to say before that all went down that this is where Turtle Tactics shoot themselves in the foot though. They slow way too down on a 4-2. They had 5 cams up left. Yes, I know they're talking to each other. They're trying to plan out the execute and see where they want to go now. But they need to keep applying pressure in some form. They let off the pedal too much. And like you were saying, Turtle Tactics banned the 2 hard breachers.
Yeah,
you know,
double.
very default bans for bank.
Yeah. You know, again, I really do think in T2 and T3, I think both of these teams, in my opinion, are T2. Turtle Tactics, they still have to prove it. Essentially, they have to qualify for Element to prove that. Well, we won't see until next weekend, or actually this weekend. My bad.
Yeah, this weekend.
Next week. Yeah, this weekend. It's literally in like 3 days.
Yeah, this weekend. It's stressful.
But
terrifying.
The thing with T2 is both teams are, or no, all teams essentially are still really growing as players, as teams. So they kind of go back into that, you know, default play style. And when you have teams like Space Shoobs that make adaptations, they don't play into the norm. They don't go for that double hard breach ban, even though they do ban the Caden and Clash. But you know, it's Caden and Clash. You can't really play around those. Yeah, it's a little bit different. But when you play around those bans, when you're trying to mix things up, especially against Turtle Tactics, that is a team that relies on structure and consistency, and they go up against something that they don't scrim day in and day out, then it's going to mess with how they play, and they didn't really have the best answer for that in that first half.
Yeah, they really didn't. I'm hoping their defenses are going to look better. They're looking like they're doing a pretty heavy roam upstairs. A lot of reinforcements going upstairs. I'm pretty sure that entire admin wall is reinforced off. Stock hatch is reinforced. Look at this. Like, they have everything reinforced. They want to hold this ground as much as they can. And TrevMac finding a huge pick onto the Grim. That's so much utility just gone right there.
Yeah, and you're not going to be able to immediately trade it back either, and that's the difficulty of the Space Shoobs team, is that they do tend to struggle. And Vipoa, what are you doing? Swinging into a 2-man crossfire? Vipoa with another one. Zonky is going to add on to the tally. And not even a minute off the board, and Space Shoobs and Teddy find himself in a 1v4. He has plenty of time to work with. It is not impossible, but it is highly unlikely. He's going to essentially have to be gifted 4 separate 1v1s if he's going to want to find himself back into this round.
Yeah, Turtle Tactics just played the trades out there perfectly. Like, that was gorgeous coming from them. They played the long angles, they played the crosses, kind of just let them walk into it. Teddy does have a good chance of winning this. Like, minute 30 on the board, time's on his side. He has both hatches open. He has case now. This is not like a losable round necessarily. Turtle Tactics can always make a mistake until they have 3 people shooting at him on the drop.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, like, it's kind of hard to do much there when there's 3 people watching you drop.
It is possible, but when you're playing against a team that has built a structure around the XDZ coach, it is a little bit difficult to really get a fast one on there. And I think that is the thing about Turtle Tactics. is this is gonna sound really weird for people who aren't familiar with competitive Siege, even Pro Siege, but Turtle Tactics is a team that doesn't struggle against the better teams, the higher or the higher tier teams, because they have a set play style that goes to the ideology that they've been learning from their coach, that they play in and out, the system that they've created, going versus like a T4, T5 team where they're just going to be running at you. It's not going to be able to predict them, but Space Shoobs is a little bit more predictable, not necessarily because they're a bad team or they're a stale team, but because Turtle Tactics, they understand what they're seeing Space Shoobs do more against teams with less experience that aren't going to be playing into a more default and common play style.
Yeah, no, I mean that's an amazing take on it. I mean, just Mint's like intelligence that he can bring about this game, and like, I mean, like we all see it. Pros play this game completely differently than, like, I would say most T2 teams even. Like, that's why a lot of like T2 teams struggle in the pro scene, and also like a lot of T2 players struggle in the pro scene, because I think like the understanding of the game and the utility and what you need to do is completely different at a higher level. And I think him being able to like help Turtle Tactics learn that higher level of gameplay kind of makes them stand out from all other teams, and makes it a lot harder for other teams to get an edge over them.
Lucky enough though for Space Shoobs, they have that Monty to play around. The problem with banning that double hard breach is Blackbeard, Monty, Deimos, all of these problem players that are also being brought, 2 of those operators being brought in this round, are on the board. You do get a little bit of information about the player playing inside of archives. You also have Exige being able to clear a path over by hallway here, but they aren't able to immediately clear any of this pressure on this top floor. You don't have anybody to immediately shut down this player inside of janitors. They're still just doing the work, just trying to apply pressure, trying to get enough information so they can then slowly push on. But Vipoa, he's just going to give it to them.
Yeah, I mean, it's already a minute 35 on the board. You kind of don't really have to fight that much more. Like, he realized the Monty is just feeding information. They're just going to try and collapse on him now. And I think Vipo was also the last person upstairs. So I'm pretty sure they all dropped off and just kind of took their winnings of shooting drones and wasting a minute.
Yeah, all 5 players still on the board. So more than likely we're going to be going into this execution with the entire lobby still alive, unless a player like Volsper can get a pick before they hit that go button onto the site. Trevmac tries to get the opening kill onto Exige, but just misses the mark by an inch. Only going to take half that off. Trevmac is eventually downed, though. Another C4 goes out. That time around, it is going to be successful, shutting down Exige, shutting down that case carrier in the main spearhead for this execution. Space Shoobs need something to get their way back into this round, whether it's Teddy dropping down hatch, or if it's Volsper going down those marble stairways. He does get a track on Dom that gives him a little bit of information. Time is starting to tick down more and more. That 6th man for the defense is starting to weigh in the favor of Turtle Tactics, and Space Shoobs, they have no idea what they want to do. They have little to no information, a little bit of a ping there, but they don't have any position to directly clear these players out. Zonky gets yet another one, a 3v5, shuts down Volsper. Schmiggy's able to get one toaster. It's a 3v2 out of the sun. You're able to get the plant down. Teddy and Vipoa, they go for a trade. It's just up to Vipoa. The 1v2 case goes down, but Teddy and Toaster in the bomb site. He's going to have to face both of these players with really good guns. One's going to rotate upstairs. Vipoa is able to get the one on to Toaster, with Teddy rotated all the way, laying on that vertical. It just comes down to whether or not he can bait out the swing, actually going for the retake upstairs, but Teddy reads into it perfectly, throws a flashbang, plays around, understands that Vipoa's trying to take the pressure, but from the vertical, he's able to shut down Teddy in a huge round from Vipoa to save it and tie the game up 4-4. A round that looked almost losable, but Space Shoobs misplaying that 2v1, giving them 2 separate 1v1s, and then Teddy dropping down the hatch, not understanding that there's a player on his head, and then he gets absolutely dunked on.
Yeah, I think he just needs to take the gunfight. I don't know why Teddy's playing so scared right there. Like, I get it, he's trying to waste out the clock, he's trying to do this, but you know Vipo is still pushing you upstairs, you know he's coming for you. Just ADS and take the angle, please. Don't just let him run at you like that, man.
I mean, it is really difficult because I think, you know, in a way, Volsper also, or not Volsper, but Vipoa played that perfectly, understanding that he needed to get aggressive. A lot of times, even in T2 caliber players, I would see them just bait that plant and then try to get that player to play the vertical. But that never works. Maybe 2 out of 10 times you'll be able to get the swing and bait him out. But with a player like Teddy, especially how scared he was playing, that just wasn't going to happen. So even with the misplay with those 2 last Space Shoobs players, Vipoa also did play it almost perfectly.
No, I fully agree. Like, I'm not saying Vipo won that off of a mistake at all.
Last one he did, but...
yeah, no, I don't know. But that round, he did play super well. I mean, like, Turtle Tactics, like, they're playing super well. They're playing super together. I don't really know what Mozzie and Warden were doing on the Red Hatch there. You know, just having a little snuggle sesh or something.
One day those guys are cooked. Gone.
Yeah, oh, yeah. One nade and it's just over.
Yeah,
like, there's your entire Red Hatch.
Pretty much. This time around, Space Shoobs again playing on to the windows. Not necessarily a problem with Bank, but Bank does kind of fall into a formulaic position where a lot of these rounds, especially on CO, just go the exact same, because if you don't try to hold these windows, if you don't try to set up these cross and these long distance angles, then you're just not going to win the round as attack. It is needed. There is almost no other option. But this bomb site is relatively empty. This gives the opportunity, if Space Shoobs want, they could potentially just hit it and go for the plant.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely have to get the stock guy out of here to go for a plant, but I think if they can flame him out, or even Volsper pushes him janitor door, take a trade there, you know, take that Mira BB trade right there and just get that guy out of there, and then somebody holds the walk-in janitor, you know.
Yes, so far Space Shoobs not having a successful time pushing out any of these Turtle Tactical players, using a lot of their utility to try and displace them, but none of it really working. Firebolt from the Capitol. Volsper also using his nade to clear that Kiba barrier. It's just going to be immediately replaced. Also having a player right in front of him. Ooh. 2 players from Turtle Tactics. Volsper's able to get that one, but the plant is shut down. That surprise factor is completely off the board for Space Shoobs. They have no opportunity. Spider makes sure that he continues to drill that hammer deeper and deeper into the heart of this attack. Just Teddy and Volsper left on the board. A really deep swing from Trevmac. Almost is punished. No information. Volsper's just going to have to go for the dry swing. Can't hit any of the shots onto that janitor player. He's playing scared because he doesn't know exactly where these players are. They don't know where the cross is. Teddy's also completely disconnected. Can't really do anything. He knows that there's players in janitor. One inside a meeting. He just has to make the very first move. He finds one under Trevmac. That's a good start. You're going to need a lot more. A yellow ping onto the player inside a meeting. Whiffs the shots, though, and runs out of ammo. Teddy, though, is going to be able to shut down Zonky. Finish that kill that he wasn't able to get. They get one on Adami and out of nowhere. It's just Spider in a 1v2. Now has to fight a Blackbeard. As Teddy gets the bomb down, it's just not possible. And it's Teddy and the Blackbeard, hand in hand as Space Shoobs, they take back that advantage.
Wow. I mean, Volsper just worked them on the BB. I will expect a BB ban and coming out of Turtle Tactics.
Yeah.
Sorry, I still get a little bit
board.
confused with the bans. I still get a little bit confused, but yeah, gotta get that Blackbeard off the board.
There it is.
Which, there it is. They're gonna
The
get that
exact same ban.
Yeah.
It is almost the exact same bans if it wasn't for Turtle Tactics banning that double hard breach.
Yep.
But again, I mean, it goes back to my point of just how Bank is so formulaic. And again, it's not a bad thing. You'd have maps like Oregon that are essentially, figured out. I mean, I think this map is kind of a sense where it is figured out. It's up to the teams to try and bring something new, change up their play styles. There's a couple of different options you can play this map on the different bomb sites as the defense. But again, that's just a 2v4 that Turtle Tactics should not have given up. And to be fair, it is a Blackbeard. I get it. But you have that one player prone inside of Janitors and then another one in meeting. Zonky, why the hell are you not swinging that? Support your player. You get that trade. And we talk about team play. We talk about the structure, but a couple of these rounds have been lost with a lack of there.
Yeah, definitely. There's a lot more like solo picks going into the good part of Shoobs, like getting the isolated picks and taking them away from Turtle Tactics in that 4v2. Like they both kind of just ISO'd their area, kind of split the site down in half. I think Teddy was kind of watching, you know, right side, you know, Trump, quad window, kind of everything he could from the window repel as much as he could. Wow, Wolfsburg just had to kind of work the guys in Janitor's side. And I think they played a little bit too scared, honestly. Like, I said it like Teddy did. But I really do think Turtle Tactics kind of played too scared in that 4v2. Like, you have a 4v2, but you also have a Blackbeard. And if, in my favorite world, I would love to just 4-man push that Blackbeard and just make it a 4v1. What is he going to do with 4 of you swinging him?
Teddy has really picked it up in this last map, getting 10 more kills than he had the entirety of the previous 2 maps. Wolfsburg also right there behind him. These have been the main players, and also playing a Dokkaebi and that Nook is going to give us the idea that they're going to continue to be those players who are going to take those first engagements. For now, they're just trying to clear this vertical on below, trying to converge this pressure into open area. 2 players inside of open area, another one inside of elevator, so a very heavy extension here from Turtle Tactics. A very heavy focus on just trying to deny as much time, maybe escaping with a pick or 2 if they get the opportunity.
Yeah, no, and we saw this extension last time, and we saw we saw this extension last time, and they played it really well. Like, there was a lot of reinforcements, a lot of I believe they had a lot of jump outs though. They played a lot more aggro than they did this time. Like, these guys are actually playing a lot more slower this go around on their basement, and I think kind of just playing for them to waste time on that map space, because as you also see, not everything is reinforced. Like, they left some reinforcements out, and they reinforced some other things that they didn't normally do on their basement roam that they had the last time.
And so far, Turtle Tactics, even with that heavy extension, we're going to give a lot of respect. To be fair, with a minute on the board, still haven't fully set up that execution. Still a lot of work to do. I'm going to be really banking on that lurk from Teddy. The Yin Candela's going out. We dropped actually in, it looks like, to elevator hatch. Zonky trying to go for a retake upstairs, but he doesn't have information that they dropped. The smoke is going to deny a little bit of time. They know that there's at least players inside a vault. Drop in from the Ying and Toaster. Teddy's with the opening, but Spider is able to swing in. Zonky above, both being able to apply pressure. Wolfsburg shuts down Spider. Trade back, and now it's all up to Trev. Yet again, Wolfsburg and Teddy, the last 2 players alive, the closers for Space Shoobs, are going to have to do it once again, and Wolfsburg is able to shut it down. I really want to check the stats.
Those shots were beautiful from Trev and Wolfsburg. Is like the 2 people I really caught out in like the kill feed. Wolfsburg got a beautiful shot on a Zonky, knew he was upstairs. Also getting that down on the E1 player swinging him, which I believe was Vipoa. He got his picks that he needed really on the E1, especially after Exige died in E1.
Yeah, and like I spoke about before, I want to check the stats, because one thing that is going to continue to be a constant for Space Shoobs is Teddy and Wolfsburg. They are always the players taking those opening engagements, and they're also the players last alive and around and have consistently closed rounds here in Bank. And that is completely unheard of. When you have players, they can either do one of the two, have a really good entry game, but then they have a poor survival rate, or the vice versa. And even going to T1, that's a problem, especially for players like Ashen. Players like Benja on SSG, it's plagued their roster for quite a bit of time. And for this matchup at least, if they can continue to replicate that and essentially figure out one of the biggest problems for attacking teams in this current meta of Siege, then this Space Shoobs team could be a very scary roster.
Yeah, no, I mean, don't get me wrong. Space Shoobs was already a scary roster. Like, I see Space Shoobs in the queue, and I'm all like, ugh, okay, maybe not playing today. But, no, like, they just have the little issues to fix that I think really are the little things that are the hardest things to overcome, though, to make it to professionally. Because like just like ranked, I like to put it in a system of like there's a ladder you climb, and it gets harder but also easier to go because there's less things for you to figure out, but now they're harder things to figure out and get like rid of.
Shoobs taking a little bit slower in these past 2 rounds. They've been taking a little bit more time to drone out, get more info, set up their pushes and executions. Don't have any info on Vipoa. Flashbang will push him out, and Shoobs, they're not unbeknownst to the extension. They know that there's players playing upstairs, but Zonky is able to catch one off guard. Zonky's able to get 2. Volsper eventually is able to shut down both Dami and Vipoa. And what turned into an early round lead from Zonky has been completely diminished by Volsper. You also get all of that control on the top floor. Problem, though, is you still have Zonky residing on this top player. You also have that castle barricade protecting him, but Exige on the Monty, who's going to quickly find him out. He's just going to run out. He's just going to run around. But, I mean, to be fair, you can just get on. You just pressure him. He's stuck out here. I mean, this is a freebie. An absolute freebie for Shoobs. Unless they play it horribly, this is going to waste a little bit of time here. I mean, he's got to be dead. Okay, there we go. Yeah, Volsper's able to get that one. You get the 3v2 with him.
I mean, hey, I honestly didn't mind the jump out play by Zonky. I was like, oh, this is like huge. But until he started running to ATMs, and then I was like, okay, never mind. I was like, dude, sprint for dirt. Take your shotgun out and just run. Yeah. Like you gotta go dirt there. You can't expect to go to ATMs there. But I mean, also that's the turtle tactics I love to see, is the aggro turtle tactics. Like Zonky got those 2 picks there, and Tommy walked up as well. Don't get me wrong, the picks were taken back by Shoobs, and Volsper's really insane right now. But wait a minute. Smoke gonna go off. It's gonna allow for him to pick up Trevmac, but it's also gonna allow for Exige to get that bomb down. Swing in from Spider, and they can't get the bomb. The best they're gonna do is go above, but Toaster shuts that down. The SMG on the hip of Spider is all but the only hope for Turtle Tactics. He needs to take 2 separate 1v1s, but even with that, he still has to deal with Exige behind that Monty shield. So much work for him to do in little to no time to do it. 20 seconds on the clock. He's just looking. He's just running around, has no idea where Toaster is. Toaster has completely fallen off. It's just Exige and Spider in a 1v1 without him knowing this is going to be all but doom. Even with the horrible map to what looked like was a comeback, was not going to be anything. Turtle Tactics, sure, they were able to make playoffs. Sure, Spider was able to get a nasty 2-piece there. Without the third of that being the diffuser, you're not going to be able to get anything aside from a loss in Shoobs, making it known why they were invited to the Phase 3 as they beat Turtle Tactics and go now onto the semifinals. Those were amazing shots by Spider. Holy crap. Those last 2 shots from Spider really looked nice. Yeah. No, but that's what we expected. We expected Shoobs to come out on top with Bank and kind of take it out of there. And that was a great map. 2-1 Shoobs. Turtle Tactics proved themselves enough by getting their consulate map. Great shots from both teams. Yeah, I mean, it is a really good comeback from Shoobs. Also, you had a player like Teddy who was completely silent in those first 2 maps, completely showing up, even in pair with a player like Volsper. Players doing exactly what they were required of them, what Shoobs needed, and everything just fell into place at the perfect time. Yeah, that was definitely a really fun last map. Even though it was closed out 7-4, it was still a really fun last map, and both teams played really well together and with each other's like preferences of how they wanted to play. Both amazing teams. Turtle Tactics will hopefully go far in E5 qualifiers this weekend, and good luck to Shoobs as well in E5 starting Tuesday, you said? Tuesday, yep. It is the very first day of Swiss. I believe there's 3 weeks of Swiss, 2 days each week.
We're going back to cams pretty soon. We have one more best of 3 after this. Still got a long night ahead of me and ahead of anybody still watching. But before that, we have a little bit of an interview. Just getting ready for my producer to tell me when to throw the beautiful guacamole. He's going to tell me when we're going to be able to talk to. More than likely, Jake Allen. I requested that interview even if I didn't. He more than often is the player that does the interviews. I would honestly love to talk to Teddy. You haven't seen a lot of Teddy interviews. He's a very interesting player in his own. But again, I think we can still get a lot of good information from the Monty.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah, I mean, go ahead.
No, go ahead. What? I was just gonna say, Exige, like he's the brain of it. Like Exige is the brain of it. He's gonna be able to give us the most information, and he's also gonna be able to make sure his team doesn't say things that they don't want to say before E5. You know, like not leak anything before E5. Because I know some people on interviews, like especially me, I've been yelled at once or twice on an interview to be like, why are you telling people this? Like, why are you explaining that to them? And I'm like, my bad, I didn't know.
We've all been in that place. We've all been in that position. It takes a little bit of while. We're using VMix. We got to get into it. There's just a lot to really pick his brain. There's just so many things. This is a good. The thing I love about a best of 3 is that you have the winning team both succeed and fail. In this instance, they failed horribly over on Consulate. Definitely want to talk to them about that one. But we're gonna be going to an interview. It hasn't been confirmed, but I have a good guess. I have a good guess on who it's gonna be. We're gonna wait for the transition. We're gonna wait for the reveal from the big man upstairs, Guacamole, to see who we're gonna interview. Or not. Maybe not. There we go. It is Jake. There we go. How you doing? So terrible. Yeah. You know, I spoke a little bit about that Consulate game. At the end of the day, you won. Was this your first like actual game day since the finale, or have you been playing in other leagues? Yeah.
A little bit.
Yeah.
Get back on play.
Yeah.
It was embarrassing. No offense, but like.
Yeah.
He played really bad today. When it came down to it, we just went back to like fundamentals. We were like, okay, just go back to our fundamentals.
Yeah.
So, I mean, embarrassing to lose 7-2, but we won at the end of the day.
Yeah, I mean, were there any specific problems, or was it kind of a thing where you just lost the plot? You had to just kind of, rally everybody back together, go on to map 3.
I hope he's watching. Teddy, you suck. I think you went like 0 and whatever. I'm just kidding. No, like shit happens, right? Like,
yeah,
we're like, it's okay. Like we had a bad day. We like changed sites. We were like wanting to do like last second, like a few times. Like it was all a mess. Is the best way to play it. I mean, they're like, no offense to them, they're a very predictable team. So it's again embarrassing losing rounds to them. And just I hold us to a higher standard is the best way to explain it. Like it's just it is what it is. We learn and we move forward. That's all we can do.
Before I send things off, I want to specifically ask you about your attacking bans on Bank when you defended. A lot of times we even saw Turtle Tactics go into that double hard breach ban. On a map like Bank, it makes sense. I just want to, get your opinion on why you didn't fall into those default bans, why you decided to change up, especially with the sentence pick.
I don't know. I feel like they crutch utility. I don't know. Like open a wall, okay. Now what are you gonna do? Like okay. Like they can't take gunfights. Yeah. I guess that's the best way to explain it. Like when we kind of got into gunfight territory, if you watch, like we won those rounds. Like we can shoot better than them. That's as simple as it goes. I mean, I do think like you watch Pro League and everything. If you ban Hibana, ban Haste, they can't open up Canto wall. Like it takes more one dimensional, and I do like that. But you'll see later on when some teams play Bank, if they have the sends up, dude, it is so annoying. It is so annoying. So it's just it was like a give or take. And when I look at that team, they have these executes written down in a handbook, and if something changes, they don't know what the fuck to do. So, I mean, learn how to adapt, fellas. It's not 2017. But other
they
than
don't
that,
have Mint.
I mean, Mint's cool, but
yeah,
like,
no, he's good. He's good.
But when you have Trevmec IGLing, it's terrible. So. Sorry, Trev.
Before we set you home, I'm just gonna give you the floor. Maybe talk about Element 5. Shout out anybody at home. I'm gonna just let you talk.
Oh, we're excited. I mean, Element 5, we got plenty to learn. Siege X feels like a completely new game. You know, you can play the game so many different ways. So, again, we want to show that we're one of those top teams. Going out to the Unks was terrible. Like, I think, like, it was like I wanted to rip off my toenails. No offense, Zalaris, but your team is ass. There's a reason you're not in playoffs for BLITZ gaming series and you lost to a university. I love Hayden James, though. Happy birthday, Hayden James. But then, yeah, past that, I mean, shout out Space Shoobs. Go buy merch. Space Shoobs the best. Fuck everybody else.
Oh, okay, well, I hope you have a good night. You got a game day Friday. Nomical lets you move it, but you have a good one, man.
Okay, bye.
I really love when you have teams that just are marginally better. I don't want to use the word fact, but it is objectively true. Jake also shared that same opinion. He made that known. Didn't get to pick his brain as much, but again, I think it is good. It's a good match where they can try to, you know, kind of get back into their rhythm.
Yeah, no, that's a great, like, shake off the rust right before E5. Like,
Yeah.
E5's gonna be stressful. E5's a huge thing to them, and I bet they're putting all their work into it. And so this thing was probably just like oh hey, we got a 2-1, nice, we got our little rust off. Now we know what we need to take this next week of scrims and like before E5 and these E5 qualifiers that they won't play in, and you know, fix that before Tuesday.
Yeah, that is really good, but that is all for Space Shoobs. That is all for Turtle Tactics. They are eliminated. This is not a double elimination bracket, but we're not done. We still have a best of 3 ahead of us. It is Core Academy, our Academy team, versus 5 Lives, or formerly known as Verzaken. We're going to take a little bit of a quick break. Don't go anywhere far. We'll be back with more Blitz action in just a minute.
gone from the other side. Rapton found amazing. He knows that the second is playing behind this apple, but he doesn't realize that now he's close on bomb. Perseus set is very low. Now he realizes, oh. Perseus goes through the rotate. He's still to wait out that drag from Hayden High. deny the back-to-back championship, deny JJ another trophy, and win Blitz Season 2, 3-2.
Uman will be stepped in there for Shoobs. He's trying to be 50 Green has been burned, no one's been dusted. Now man train gets close.
You're trying to get in if you're space. The timing should
Inreal gets a double, might be looking for a triple, and he gets rival. Are you kidding me? There's 15 seconds left. Twist has to get the plant down. He has to get himself inside, making this effectively 2 versus 1. And he has to defend up. I mean, it's all scary. And score. And the play. Guaranteed. Has to be
Ladies and gentlemen, what's up? I mean, I'm you here, but you have the lovely man himself, a Goose on the cast as well. You know how legendary he is, so we're going to have a great day and a great matchup for you today. I mean, map 3 on that last matchup between Turtle Tactics and Space Shoobs. I mean, what a well-played game. How are you feeling, Goose?
I'm feeling great. We've got a really interesting best of 3 ahead of us. It is going to be 5 Fears, or formerly known as Forsaken, versus Core Academy, not their main roster. And as we go into rosters, we can look at whichever team. We'll just prop it up. We'll let our leaders to do that. There's a lot of subs today. We're going to be starting out with 5 Fears again. I talked about how this is the previous Forsaken roster, who has not played since Challenger Series. They have not played in any other T4, T3 leagues to my knowledge. They didn't play in the finale, the XGS and TPL collab. But on top of that, you have a very cool storyline going to this. Obviously, you got BGL and Zers. BGL being a previous Element champion. He's been in that T2, T3 scene forever. But you have players like Gasher, Kool-Aid from the PB, TSM eras, going all the way back, bringing their coach in as a sub. You even have Beastly from Mouse 1 Esports back from 2018. I mean, this roster has a really deep history, to say the least.
I mean, I'm literally speaking to a walking encyclopedia, and I'm hoping we get a lot more fun facts about this main 5, because you're talking about the subs as well, and it's going to be interesting to see how they're going to be able to pull together as a team and try to coordinate to be able to have perfect straight arrow executes, bring the right operators, and try to get themselves on the board. But I mean, they are versing an academy, but it doesn't mean you should dismiss them as easy opponents, because you have Adept, you have Epic, Soapy, Lucky, and Kaysen. Kaysen's one of those players who was formerly, if I'm not mistaken, on M80X, and he is an absolute beast when it comes to winning his gunfights, getting in the building, and winning. He's at a -1 entry right now in Blitz, but we've seen how effective he can be when his team knows what they're doing. Lucky formerly on Space Shoobs Academy, if I'm not mistaken, and then before that on Aerial Arise Academy. I mean, they are all very experienced on what they want to do and how they want to play it out here, and I am not going to be surprised if we do go to a map 3, because again, the maps play a big part as well to see how each other play out. And I mean, that kind of sets us up for the final question before we kind of speed things along here. Goose, what maps do you think we're going to see today?
I feel like we might go as deep as layers, especially since it hasn't been banned out. Also, maybe seeing a club. Sino knows the maps. I forgot them. He told me them like 10 seconds ago, but I already forgot. I
mean,
it's a good thing. It's a good thing though. So
it is.
It's gonna be a surprise for me.
I mean, Consulate and Lair will line up here. Forsaken, or Five Fears, known as, I mean, they are known as the team that always picks the map that the other team just cannot play for their lives. I mean, Core Academy struggle on Consulate so much. It's one of their most unreliable maps. I mean, their most reliable is going to be Lair, and that's why it's going to be on their pick. But Core Academy is 1-3 on Consulate, so it's going to be a very exciting first 2 maps, leaving only one more left on the board if we need to go that full stretch of a mile. And all in the last month, these teams haven't played club in a T3 qualifier or group stage, if I'm not mistaken. I very well may be, but I've only reviewed their best out of 3 series in the month of June and a little bit of end of May as well, and we haven't seen too much clubhouse action. It's usually that third map that they don't go to because they end out that best of series 2-0.
Yeah, club is a map that, as of now, Core ACAD isn't that familiar with. It is a map that, going again all the way back to Challenger Series, I want to put like apostrophes or like, you know, quotations that this was like 2 to 3 months ago against completely different caliber of teams. But if we're looking at the previous history for Clubhouse, Forsaken, or now known as Five Fears, is 2-3. If we go to Lair, they've played this map in the entirety of their creation as a roster in the previous couple of months twice and lost it. So that is a map that we're going to be really wanting to keep an eye on. And for Consulate, not only is it a really bad map for Core Academy, but out of the 4 times that 5 Fears have played it, they've won it all 4.
I mean, I agree. I feel like the maps are a very big talking point, especially between these 2 teams as well. I mean, you have Lecky and you have Epic being able to provide a good mid-round basis to be able to build off of it. I mean, Core Academy, that's the team I researched the most because 5 Fears and Forsaken, whatever you want to call them, I mean, they've been switching in and out of team names, rosters, and their history isn't all that deep, but they're still pretty known if we're talking about the individual players. Speaking as Core, speaking on their points as a team, as a unit, they know what they want to do and how they want to do it. They've been trying to expand their map pool depth by trying to go on to Cafe, being able to claim 2 or 3 wins between the finale and Blitz. But the question is, can they push themselves that final mile to be able to play on their hardest map so far? Consulate is one of the biggest maps they struggle on. A 1-3 record is something that is a little rough to look at, and if they can win this first one, especially starting off on the defensive on their opponent's turf, maybe we can see the start of something great with a team that tries to continue to diversify their map pool.
I also really want to see the clash of playstyles because, in theory, especially with the wealth of entry talent that Core Academy has, I wrote down Trist's stats. He's not playing today, but you're in-slotting Epic, you know, an active pro player. I guess that's good. That's good enough. We'll take that. But Adept has a KPR of almost 1 kill per round and a +9 KD, one of the best rating or best rated players. And then you insert players like Epic. You also have players like Kaysen, Lecky, who are really good. And it's not to necessarily say that 5 Fears is a bad team in that entry department, that they don't have anybody who can shut down. Kool-Aid is probably one of the best T2 level players at this moment in time. But with a player like Beastly, who hasn't played quite a bit, has slotted in that coaching role, I don't exactly know what they're going to want to do.
Yeah, exactly. And also, I mean, The KPR, I feel like it's a big speaking point as well. I mean, Adept leads it massively, but when you take a look at the coast as well, I mean, you have only one player that's higher than Adept and Lecky, and it's only Epic. He has a 0 entry and a 0 KD, breaks even, but he's also been able that person who can get in the site, defend that site, and be an effective person when it comes to that mid-round status. And right now, I mean, I'm hoping to see that in this game, especially on this map. But as it stands, the 5 peers get a pick, but it's instantly traded out here as Soapy will take care of Zers, as Epic is taken care of. You've now lost your Toxic Babes. Lecky C4 will connect with Gasher. That's a beautiful denial of that window. Any rush plant now is going to have to be slowly formulated, but that plant is already down, and Kool-Aid is going to continue and make matters worse. Lecky trying to find refrags, and how do you just lose that gunfight? You're still at a one-man deficit. These attackers just need to be able to slow down this clock and bait it out. The Claymores are going to be your biggest aids, or the air jabs, but the C4s, if they detonate correctly, they're going to be a problem to be dealt with here. Still, 15 seconds left on the clock, and you have to take into account that counter diffuse 7-second clock as well, as we find ourselves in a 1v2 situation. The beautiful team up between Beastly and BJL, for himself for another 2 here, as he manages to get the man off that diffuser twice now, getting him down to 1 HP the first time, and delivering bullets with that L8 the second will give 5 fears the first off of a beautiful execute.
That's a round where you can really see the depth and experience, not only in the overall execution, which you don't see a whole lot in T2. You do see that absolutely spammed in T1, especially in regional tournaments. SSG's been known for it. Every time they go for that top floor, they go for that hit. But it's more importantly what they did around it, not necessarily execution itself. They cleared the top floor down below. No pressure, no even presence from Core Academy over in that piano position, and then you have that Finka playing so deep so they can't swing onto that planter. Eventually they did die, and then you had Kool-Aid playing down below, and not only was it a really well played execution by 5 Fears, but Core Academy never fully read into the idea in that execution, and they never really were prepared to stop it because they didn't read into it until it already was going down.
I agree. Honestly, they were already in a little bit of a panic mode situation. You were finding the refrags. They were managing to trade out every frag until that last 20-second mark on that diffuse timer. But again, you have to be able to read into the other team. 5 Fears already knew what they were doing by taking you to one of your weakest maps. The question is, what are you going to be able to do to change that narrative, to change that statement? Because that first round was already showing us that you can't receive the insane amount of pressure that they're just going to look to overload continuously and build up round in and round out.
It's kind of a thing where you're not going to be able to get that execution off twice, so 5 Fears are going to be going for this office overtake, more than likely trying to get that bomb down inside a meeting. And this is going to allow for Core Academy to play a little bit more comfortable to what they are usually used to. It's going to force 5 Fears to go into more raw and individual gunfights. So this is a little bit of a better opportunity play style-wise for Core Academy. Soapy is going to get that opening kill onto BGL, all of that utility off the board. Without an immediate retrade isn't anything to get it off. But as I say that, Kool-Aid takes the words out of my mouth.
Yeah, beautiful here. I mean, we've been seeing very consistent refrag ability for either side here, as Gasher will win his individual one onto Soapy, and now that opens up this long hallway as well. It is much easier for these attackers to be able to try to push that door head on if they can clear the man that sits close in vending machine as well. But if I'm not mistaken, there's no one there. It's only Lecky, and he has to rotate in between this shield and that long desk, and that is going to become a very hard task once those flame bolts, once those drones start to rain in. A very utility-heavy execute here for the attackers, but the defenders have a good amount of denial operator utility. They have the Tachanka Shmikas, they have the smoke grenades from smoke, and the F-Nuts will also assist in dispersing the amount of pressure there's going to be. But as this clock continuously runs down, being down a man is going to become a problem here, and Core Academy desperately need to either find a refrag or try and slow these attackers down, and that's exactly what they'll do. They'll find one. Zers tries to enter, but Epic instant refrag as we find ourselves at level. A 2v2 situation, and just randomly all bursts into action here, as now these attackers are forced to reset. You can't rush it, or you're going to be picked off individually here. As we are just below a minute, a beautiful receiving of this pressure from Core Academy. They managed to dissect the individual executes in the F-Nuts, the Banshees. Everything I said was going to try and divide them is doing exactly that. The Banshees force them and give up their location. The Shimikas consistently keep them off this site door, forcing them on this H-Main to sit into a specific area to funnel in. Kool-Aid waltzing on in. One man sitting in catering, the other is just lurking around reception. As we have 20 seconds left, he'll make one person go down, and Kool-Aid will finish the job here, as now that will be another round in the favor of Five Fears.
Yeah, Five Fears just completely dismantling this core defense down to a formula. Round in and round out, they always take the best case scenario in these gunfights, so they always make sure that they have the upper advantage. They also continuously, in these first 2 rounds, have had fantastic ideas of the overall defensive strat, round in and round out, but more importantly, the mid to late round positioning from Core Academy. And that's something that Core hasn't necessarily been able to really play against. Playing against teams like Team Sash, a struggling UNGS roster, those are teams that aren't going to be necessarily capable into reading and punishing those positions. And this is something, a kind of a change in pace that Core is going to have to deal with and fix essentially only in this best of 3.
I mean, one thing about Consulate and one thing about Core Academy, the way they're playing here, they have the initial idea of how they want to address the attacker's aggression. But honestly, after that mid portion of the round, after they find the refrags, after it goes level, they kind of just lost. I mean, we saw how the front desk dispute ended up in a 2v2 situation, and from there, the 2 players forced for reception and catering just didn't know what to do. They got isolated for their ones, and that's how they managed to get around. And a team like Core Academy, if they win, they'll win big, or they will go to OT with a higher level tier 3 team. On Consulate, though, that's not the case. They've managed to win once, which was a 7-1 scoreline, and then everywhere else, every other league, like the Finale and Blitz, they lost by a larger margin in regulation, like 7-2, 7-3, and even 7-1. So still lots to do here for Core Academy, but they need to be able to break this momentum right now for 5 years. Otherwise, we're staring down the barrel of a very, very uneven halftime here.
Nothing to deny this wall from getting opened. It's going to simply fall down, and Zerg is going to fall down to the gun of Adept, and it looks like, aside from that misspoke, that he may just try to hit that go button, but Epic punishes 2. BGL tries to make his way in to force that plant to go down. He falls back, feels too much pressure. In the 2v4, everything has fallen short.
I mean, a 2v4, beautiful here for Core Academy, but I can't say they're just in the clear yet. We've seen them toss rounds like this before, but now, I mean, the diffuser's not down. They're not down on the man count, so this is the most promising round they've had so far. And all that was changing within the site was just going downstairs. And right now, all they have to do is just run out this clock. We have 90 seconds left on it. The case is left loose outside the breach, and BJL is going to have to either pick between trying to isolate his ones with this DMR or grab that case and try to put that diffuser down. But you have players on the verticality. You have players just waiting in sight to just run out the clock here. And 5 years know they're going to have to do it. Find themselves isolated.
You know, with a minute on the clock, still a lot of opportunities to isolate players, but not when you're playing a player like Soapy. Kool-Aid is eventually able to get that off, but you lose a lot of time and all that health BGL had. Even an impact below, just one of those could have taken BGL off the board, but even with a more relatively safer man count, only a 1-man advantage with no space, no info, hell, you don't even have the case in your pocket, there's not a whole lot of opportunities here for Core Academy to lose.
I agree, BJL. I mean, you've been given a second chance at life. Only 20 HP with that DMR and that Bearing 9 as your sidearm. The question is, what can you do with it? Because it looks like Core Academy are not taking any chances. They keep behind their mirrors and their Surya gates all the time in the clock. As Kool-Aid does manage to retrieve the case, he's going to try to ice yellow. But again, he doesn't have any utility to clear out the Surya, meaning he would have had to run through it. But they take care of him before he has to even make that decision. And Kasten will find 2. A quick little shot onto yellow. A little bit of a turn of interest. He shuts the man out from servers as well. And there you go. That's the response from Core that we were expecting.
An early round push onto the bomb site. You had 3 players away from the breach, 2 on the breach trying to get that plant down, that being the Glaz and the Thermite. And with no breach, or no breach denial rather, it was relatively easy to hit that go button. And at that point, you had 3 individual 1v1s for Core Academy, and if you give Core Academy, if you give these youngins those ones, they're going to win it 10 times out of 10. It's a round where 5 Fears, they tried to play fast, but unbeknowingly played directly into the play style that Core Academy wanted them to play into. And it goes back to the idea that 5 Fears is a good team because they have that capability to read into their opponents. They can choose not to play into the playstyle. But that's a round where they try to get a fast one. They turn down the notch of being able to read into the positioning, the idea that Core is trying to do in that round. And because of it, they were punished.
See if they're able to fix it this next round, though. I mean, this is a very heavy utility roster here. These recamps, man. They are going to have a very utility-heavy play here. They're going to have a daily commute through this bus here to line up on spawn. They're going to have that fuse, which is a little bit of an odd pick here, but it could work out if they can clear that verticality. I mean, having that Mira against you is going to be a problem, especially if Kaysen places one of them upstairs on that office's wall facing into the long desk area. So it's all about what they can do to address this roam. Usually it's from the admin side and then they work their way over to that verticality, but hopefully they'll be able to do it in a good and swift amount of time before they find themselves again with no time on the clock, no case in hand, and utility deprived.
Look at how much information that Core's bringing in this round. You have Wilecki bringing that Solus, which has a lot more use on Consulate than other maps, and Epic with that Pulse. We're not even in Archives. We're in a piano defense, and they're trying to play spoilers down below. They're trying to get as much info on these drones, and you even could argue that Kaysen on the mirror even gives them a little bit of info in a sense. So this is an operator lineup that is purposely trying their best to get an idea of where this push is coming from and denying it early on before it can formulate into map control on this vertical.
I mean, information of hell. They have that Pulse teamed up with the Solus as well. That Mira kind of makes it a little safer when you want to take a gunfight head on. You have the protection of that bulletproof mirror that only looks one way. So again, we know exactly what they're trying to do, how they want to address the push here. Ooh. And Lecky to take matters into his own hands. Quick little Swift here. Nobody's watching Gasher's swing or his cross, so it's an easy kill to take care of the flank watch operator. And Gridlock will meet her maker. That's first blood on the board with 90 seconds left on the clock, and 5 Fears need to find a response.
Yeah, they're so spread out around the map that they're not in a able position to immediately get that refrag. Gasher going for a little bit of a lurk up those meeting stairs, and he was punished for it with no info, not even droning himself in. A little bit of a precarious position there, and he is going to be punished for it. It's just BGL inside a break all alone. This is going to waste time, and with a minute on the board, it looks like that 5 Fears is going for a little bit more of a simplistic take here, trying to apply pressure, but Zerz is able to find Epic down below, and that's going to even out the count and allow for him to play a little bit of pressure going up on those yellow stairs.
A little bit of a late round refrag, but make it even worse here for Core Academy as that refrag builds into a BJL kill as he'll even it out here at level. As Soapy finds one as well. That's an instant refrag. Kool-Aid will take care of Adept though, and they're looking to inch their way towards the site, but not if Soapy has anything to say about that, as he'll find 2 in the round. And they now look to address this pressure head on. This is what we're speaking about. The pressure just randomly builds up here. I mean, Zerz will find a random refrag in the basement because Pulse is caught off guard. But then from there, everybody looks to start isolating their ones. Soapy will take care of another one before he'll fall himself. And now we're finding ourselves in a 1v1 where Kaysen has the case loose, no C4 in hand. And the only thing that this attacker, Zerz, has to do is to be able to isolate the ones because the defender has the time in his favor here. And if he can just continue to play ring around the rosy and run away from this attacker, then we're going to find ourselves at level. As now, you're chasing down Kaysen, but you're unaware he has a sidearm out. Core Academy for 2 rounds in response in a row as we find ourselves up at 2-2.
We now fall into a little bit of a dilemma for both teams, but more importantly 5 Fears, is that every single opportunity isn't necessarily from a hero play, but is from an individual player going huge. Every single kill in that round was an isolated 1v1. You could even argue it was an isolated 1v1 for 5 Fears, but Core, at the end of the round, had more success from those 1v1 engagements. And at the end of the day, especially as an attacking team trying to traverse around Consulate, it is up to 5 Fears to make that first step. They were the ones putting themselves in those isolated positions. Whether or not they knew it, they still were. And that is a system style of play that Core is going to absolutely thrive on. I talked about it. If you give those isolated gunners those opportunities to just face one player, if you don't have a cross, if you don't have multiple players forcing that 1vx position, then you're not going to be able to take the map. And sure, it is in theory simple for 5 years to just stop doing it, but if they don't, Core Academy, they're going to be able to start to take a little bit of control on this defensive half.
I also feel like here, every round we have a different dynamic. The first two, it was 5 Fears being able to play like a team, use their utility, and execute. Head on, nice, black and white, all simple. But now, these last 2 rounds, we've seen a little bit of shift of pace. I mean, Core Academy managing to utilize their utility, play out the clock here, and use it as their best friend to be able to find 2 rounds that were both technically ended on kills. But again, one of them had 10 seconds left on the clock, and the other one was Kaysen's sidearm to the teeth of the man left last standing, Zers, on the stance of 5 Fears. So something we're seeing here is a little bit of shift of pace, and I'm going to be a little concerned here for either side when we approach that halftime, because what happens when we switch? Are we going to continuously see one round where one team isolates their ones and the other one where they swarm site? As now, again, another 1v1 as Epic will take care of Kool-Aid, Soapy will take care of Zers, and it all bursts into action. 2 very critical operators here. You've now lost your death marks. You've also lost the boogie drones. Say goodbye to verticality, as now you're going to have a problem. But now Rem has been brought to sound mask when you're trying to put this diffuser down, but it's still going to be a problem in terms of trying to get that bomb down and trying to find kills. But somehow Gasher lands a frag onto Kaysen, and he will take a body down to just make that margin 1.
Kaysen, having a little bit of that controller movement, isn't able to get out of dodge just quick enough. He's going to lose his life. It's going to allow for 5 Fears just for now to buffer that trend of losing those 2 early operators, but so important, losing your Deimos and Zers, and also all of that bottom pressure. The nade is going to eventually push out Epic, but EGL on the cross is going to be cut out by Lecky, and out of nowhere, Epic, the pro player, just can't aim down sight, and Skasher, alone in the 1v3, he is going to be able to get control of Case, but just so low on health. There's not a whole lot he can do here.
I mean, he has 2 surges and a reflex sight on the LMG. I don't know how lucky he'll be able to get here, but I mean, just below a minute left on the clock. All defenders are at full HP. They even possess 2 C4s to make matters worse here for 5 Fears. It looks like Core Academy are starting to build up a pace that 5 Fears cannot come back from. They're not being able to match that level that Core Academy brings. I mean, 1s are going in the favor of Core Academy. Executes in the favor of Core Academy. When 5 Fears try to put their foot on the gas and try to string together something that looks like a coordinated attack, it just crumbles apart. And that's something that is all due to Core Academy's coordination. So, you have 20 seconds left on the clock. The defenders now know exactly where you are due to that Banshee. The question is, what are you going to be able to do? The answer? Nothing. Soapy ends you up before you can even waltz in through Spiral, and Core Academy are going on a little bit of a hay run as they now go up 1 round for the first time this series, and it's 3-2.
Oh, I'm sorry, Nomical. Kool-Aid, wow. Just out of everything to say. I'm sorry, Nomical, but Adept said this is a T4 league, so it's going to be a T4 league. But
basically just called us burgers.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I guess yeah, burgers. Yeah, I mean, I saw Adept's picture. He's not fat. I mean, he is relatively healthy looking. But getting back into the game, going back in that round, you saw that Adept was playing down below with that Vigil, completely isolated, trying to play that vertical, trying to put that pressure to deny the exact same execution on that office window. And then you had Kool-Aid try to make his way with a Deimos, but you have a Vigil, the only operator aside from Mute to counter the ability in his pocket, and you didn't have a second player. And you know what that means? You give yet again another opening 1v1 engagement that Core are, of course, going to win. And again, I talked about how, sure, it is relatively a simple problem to fix to just not give those 1v1s, to at least have 2 players playing together with all this wealth of information in previous history in 5 years, but they just can't crack that code. BGL on the solo lurk. Feels like we're back in 2023 again. Starting to feel a little bit old here. There's also, not necessarily solo. You got 3 players on top, but nobody from Core Academy playing on this extension all the way on the top floor. 5 Fears, even though the bomb is inside the basement, they are trying their absolute best to do a complete full clear. Check all of their boxes off before they go for that hit. Make sure that no roamer escapes their line of sight. They're going to be switching that Deimos off, putting Gasher on that pulse to be a little bit more proactive. There's a player inside a piano, but are they aware? No Jackal pings or tracks just yet. In Adept yet again, getting an opening kill off of a 1v1. Kool-Aid is able to get that trade. Kool-Aid, I don't know why you're typing a question mark article and still couldn't get that guy.
I mean, this guy's typing in a question mark, and you've now just lost your Jackal. Are we serious? There's a minute left on the clock. These defenders are sitting oh so comfortably in the depths of sight, and you're now starting to work that vert directly. You have some places worked out here from that second floor, but the question is, what are you going to be able to do with just below a minute left, now only opening up these breaches? Thermite has yet to touch his exothermics on the main wall, on the hatch. Everything is going to go wrong here if he doesn't work on that soon. Now, you're typing in question marks in the chat, but you're not focused on the most important thing at hand, and that is to have a halftime split of 3-3. If Core Academy can just muster up the ability and the courage to be able to force a 4-2 split, then they have a very realistic possibility of being able to advance to a 4-2 situation. And that is easier to go to a match point compared to making a comeback. So, 5 Fears, are we going to be more concerned about talking shit or playing properly? As now, that'll be 2 refrags in. Beastie will manage to try to put 1 on the board, try to keep his team in the game, but it'll be Kaysen for 2 and Epic for the last to be able to isolate, win, and there are the question marks to be able to say, we're on that 4-2 split and we're heading on to attack.
5 Fears, they start out strong to get 2 rounds unanswered. Core Academy, they say, we're going to double that. We're going to get 4 in a row, and they buffer what looked like a very bad start to this first map, but get the bare minimum. A 2-4 on the attack is relatively what you'd expect for a lot of teams attacking Consulate in this current meta, especially for how both these teams are set up. Now we get to switch, and this is where things really start to come into question. Sure, I do understand that Core Academy has a lot of that entry capability. These players all individually can shoot their guns almost perfectly, and in theory that should translate quite well into the attack, but attacking Consulate when you need structured defense and you're playing up against 5 Fears with a combined age of probably around 70 and above, it's going to be a fortress to try to just get even close to the bomb site.
Can they win their ones though? I mean, you said it because I know they all have that experience that's needed, but I've been seeing some whiffs, and I mean, it's just unacceptable, especially when you're trailing by 2 rounds, but again, it's not only about winning your ones. There's still so many other things that need to be addressed here for 5 Fears. You started right out the gate with your foot on the gas, looking to take these rounds and the map away from Core Academy. And yes, a 2-4 comeback is very, very achievable. It's super realistic. But again, the way you lost those 4 rounds is unacceptable. You need to be able to address what's wrong. You need to be able to say, we need to take a step back, talk about what's going wrong, and be able to implement the changes onto our next round. But right now, I really hope, for the sake of 5 Fears, they can defend better than they attack, because right now, we're not seeing any teamwork. We're just seeing 5 individual players run around a map and lose their gunfights.
It is really difficult. And I mean, looking over at this lineup, I'm pleasantly surprised from Core Academy. I mean, this is a really good utility lineup. Kaysen's even able to punish Zers on that spawn peak. And one of the main problems or gripes I've had with a lot of these players, like Soapy, you can even argue Kaysen and Adept, is that they're phenomenal individual players. When it comes down to playing as a team, using that utility in a meta that is almost as bad as going back to 2020, that is where they really struggle. But so far to start off Consulate, I mean, they have just been playing into this utility meta. They've been playing around using this utility to its fullest potential. Sure, the AK-12 isn't exactly going directly into that point. Neither is BGL swinging on a Soapy, getting another one into Wilecki. He's going to shut down. He's going to spin back for more, but Epic, He's going to punish him for that over-aggression. And throughout that early round, only a minute off the board, 4 players total. Nobody comes out of it unscathed, nor with an advantage.
I mean, you saw that aggression at last second. He wanted to go for 3, and sometimes when you fly too close to the sun, you'll lose your wings. That'll be Warden a fine too, but it traded out almost instantly. But managing to be able to take care of the IQ and the Grim as well, I mean, that is very crucial for the late stages of this game. You also had 2 essential operators on the board. We were talking about this when Core Academy was on the defensive. Having Smoke and Fenrir alive later in the round is going to be such a large difference. When you get below that 1 minute mark, those F-nuts, those toxic babes, they're going to prove to be a consistent threat round in and round out. And the only question is, how is Core Academy going to be able to work around the denial, work around the intel? Because you have a bulletproof camera and the default camera, just yellow pinging you, letting you know exactly where your position is. So 5 Fears, they just need to hold out on the clock here, or just win their ones here as Kool-Aid deletes Epic from the lobby. And now it'll be leveled up by Kaysen as he's trying to go nuclear as well. Only managed to find 2, but he'll have to find 4 total kills this round to be able to call it Core Academies. And it looks like that's a response from 5 Fears. The coordination is there, the aggression somewhat there. Sometimes they can get a little too aggressive, but it doesn't matter because they traded out 2 bodies for 1, and now they've just left the hard breacher all by himself. Case in hand, and 2 bodies do deny him. Just skims his head, tries to deny the first, but Kool-Aid's on top of that. He knows exactly where he is on the side of the long desk, swings out, and it's an easy kill. Response close out the difference to just 1.
Yeah, really good start in that round for Core. But again, it just comes back down to just being able to take enough map control to safely get into the bomb site. Again, going back to my point of 5 Feeders being such a structured team, knowing how to play into that utility play, it is no mistake that Consulate is one of, if not their best map, and why they've had so much success. Even just to start off their defensive half. And again, it ended in a 1v2. That entire round, Core and 5 Fears were going blow for blow in the kill department, and just one swing, that acing the player inside of Office and then going on to Kool-Aid could have changed everything. But it didn't happen. That's just a what if. That's a theory. That is not what has been set in stone. It's up to Core Academy to just watch that clock and use that use their utility a little bit more efficiently to clear this map.
I mean, not a bad round for either side here. I think it was one of the more balanced rounds we've seen. I mean, aside from the fact that we just saw BJL go nuclear with that SMG-12, he only found 2 kills, but it was on 2 very crucial operators. Other than that, we were seeing the utility, we were seeing the Selmas go out on that close reinforced wall on the site. We were seeing the teams use their abilities before they relied on their gunfights. Except for Kool-Aid, of course. That man deleted that pressure from Yellow with that SMG in his hands, but that's besides the point. We'll move on to the basement site. Hopefully, they'll be able to rely on that utility heavily before they even have to rely on those ones first. With 1 solo roamer, 2 players looking to soft roam as well, they're going to have an interesting site play at hand, because if you lose Zers first, if you start to lose bodies, it's gonna become a problem once these attackers slowly start to build up that momentum and that pressure onto the site. Lucky deletes Zers, and that's a beautiful opening pick here. And if they can build off of it, we're going to be looking at a very one-sided affair for the rest of this round.
A lot of pressure, BGL still playing on this vertical, trying to waste as much time as possible. You also have Epic doing a lot of work over by backside, all the way inside a basement. So a lot of pressure from multiple different points of the map, and this is going to force 5 Feeders to play relatively spread out. That's a problem in itself, and on top of that, you have a man disadvantage. You don't have that ability to play with all 5 players. You have to play more passive, but at the same time aggressive, so you don't give Core Academy the chance to consistently take so much map control.
100%. As we approach the 90-second marker as well, we've been talking about so much mid-round gameplay. I mean, it only feels right to be able to address what Core Academy can do against 5 Fears. I mean, taking a look at their previous matches as well, they've had 3 clutches across this 5-man roster, but from there they all break out at a all-leveled either negative entry or a break-even 0. That's a problem, especially when you're on attacking of a map you are not so strong on. So 5 Fears are going to be able to play to this advantage. But right now, I mean, the way that Core Academy keeps it close, I feel like the stats, the numbers are going to be lying to us because the gameplay, the way these teams are playing against each other is completely different than what I would have imagined, especially on a map like Consulate. Just below a minute left, and they're going to be forced to try to walk through this hallway, because if you don't, you're going to find yourselves knocking on the door of sight with no time left on the clock. It'll be Kool-Aid and Gasher to take out 2, but Epic and Adept have a response almost instantly to make it a 2v3 here, as 5 Fears are losing bodies like dominoes. They all fall in sight, as Soapy finds 2 as well. I mean, this is what I mean. We are seeing so many textbook plays. He just waltzes in and deletes him, and hello, he's right. Where are you guys? Core Academy just 1 round shy from the match point, and 5 Fears are asleep at the wheel.
Going into this match, we didn't get predictions. I really do wish I put you on blast and asked which team you were gonna think was gonna come out on top. My answer was Core. Okay, I like that answer. I was gonna say Core. Minus the 3 months of rust on 5 Fears. Sure, Kool-Aid plays in collegiate, but the rest of his team, I'm not exactly sure how active they are on game day reps, nor if this team even scrims. Core Academy, they have been on the come up for months now, as this roster, each individual player have been playing for almost years now, especially Adepts make quite a bit of a name for himself. But, I mean, this is a team that is actively up-and-coming talent. They understand the meta, but they all can consistently gun. Aside from Adept, there's everybody neck and neck right now, and if we go over to 5 Fears, it's kind of just the Kool-Aid and BGL game, and you can't really play into that. And again, going back to what I talked about before, 5 Fears continuously playing into the playstyle that favors Core Academy.
You know what would be interesting? If Core Academy wins here, and Core win against Card & Co., we're going to be seeing a Core Academy versus Core show-off. Kind of excited for that. I'm waiting for it. I mean, if Card decides to keep going 8-2, maybe not, but I'm excited.
Brings me back. It really brings me back. I mean, I've been going on a trip into the past. If we get that, that goes all the way back to the Aerial Rise and Aerial Rise Academy Grand Final. I'm just making myself sound even more old. BGL, he's been here for a while on himself. He's also going to be completely alone. I'm not. You say I'm older than BGL?
Yep. You look about 29.
Am I? No.
Nah, 29.
Well, we're gonna slow down. Adept's also alone. Trying to find anything. Not a whole lot. 5 Fears. Past couple of rounds have been playing a lot more passive, respecting Core in this early round, of letting them take just enough space. Lecky taking enough space to get the head of Zers. BGL tries to find the head of the player over inside a coffin, but just mistimes it.
Yet again, we are seeing the first blood go in the favor of Core Academy. Literally, just a textbook round, a copy and paste of what we saw last time, as Kaysen makes it 2 bodies down. You've now lost your Valkyrie, which is an essential piece at using that C4 later in the round to be able to deny the plant. Use it to find a kill. Just in general, having your Valkyrie up later is such a good asset to the defenders, but that's just not what is going to be seen, as 5 Fears are falling asleep, and I'm going to continue to say that. They'll find a response by taking care of that spearhead of their entry. Kaysen will go down here, but we'll find ourselves with just about 70 seconds on the clock, and they're taking their sweet old time to be able to execute. Lecky will find one onto Kool-Aid to double the man count here. They'll be in a 4v2 situation, and they're hunting down this Capcan, because if they can find him, it will be easy. It's going to be the Ella, my apologies, but still, it doesn't change the fact here that Core Academy are knocking on the door of this first map, and 5 Fears are just allowing it to happen. As the bomb, the diffuser, is going to go down very soon here. There's only one man to watch the cross. He approaches that hallway with caution as Epic deletes the Capcan, and that is match point on the board.
All traps. I agree with you, Adepts. Running a really heavy trap lineup that was specifically a playstyle to counteract how fast Core Academy moved around that map. Not only to get map space, but there was a lot of engagements where 5 Fears were not fully aware that Core had moved so close to that extension, and they weren't ready to take those gunfights. And by the time they were already in one, Core already had a 1v or a 2vx, 3vx position. Again, it goes back to, I've talked about how there's so much experience on this 5 Fears roster, and in short, they should, in theory, be able to read and understand Core Academy better, but it's the flip side. It's the complete opposite. I mean, 5 Fears, and I agree with the depth here, look absolutely lost.
I mean, definitely not what I was expecting, but I feel like the point you mentioned earlier, where you were talking about how we don't know, aside from the one man who plays collegiate and tries to get his reps in, we don't know how this team operates outside of Blitz. We don't know if they scrim. We don't know if they practice. And I think it's evident they don't. I mean, a 3-6 scoreline as you're on the defensive of Consulate on your own pick, that is a statement that you've made, and it's not a good one. As I mean, Core Academy, a 3-loss record to the 1 win they managed to find in a group stage game. You see how different the levels are here. I mean, Core Academy, I was not expecting them to win this round or this map. I was not expecting them to have any leeway on this first map, and I was expecting them to build up everything on layer. But no, they came out right out the gate with their foot on the pedal. They lost those first 2 preliminary rounds, but from there, it's been close to perfect.
And keep in mind, this is a map that 5 Fears in the past have won against M80, Shoobs. I mean, these are top tier teams. Hell, even Pro League talent on Stompin'. I've somehow found my way to mention him. But again, you can see that in this round, Core Academy doing exactly what 5 Fears were doing on their attack. Not necessarily taking the simple way out, but going for this execution. And there's nobody down below playing pressure from 5 Fears. They've completely unread into this. The only thing denying this plant from going down is going to be Kool-Aid playing really deep. You also have BGL with a lot of that time denial. It's just time denial. It's just going to deny the inevitable.
A little bit of a good bait here from Adept to be able to force these Shmikas out. The first Candela gets sent in here to temporarily take away the vision of Kool-Aid here, as now the hatch remains closed. The floors are going to get shot out here. I mean, that's almost a guarantee. Kaysen just waltzed in with no repercussion. There's no roamers. There's nothing to be able to address it head on, and that's going to be a problem here, especially when you guys are the ones staring down the barrel of that match point. Kool-Aid doing a good job of being able to conserve his Shmikas while being able to send them into that window to not allow easy access here for Adept, but still, the problem is going to be being able to address this buck, because somebody's either going to have to swing him, or you guys are going to have to watch yourselves get picked off here one by one.
Core trying their best to apply pressure on the vertical down below, but 5 Fears, they're not budging. There is no immediate pressure onto this bomb site. That's forcing 5 Fears to move out of their positions to allow Core any access into the bomb site. It's going to take a player, whether it be Adept or somebody else, to make an aggressive move to take space and get an opening kill to allow for a path into the bomb site.
Beautiful shotgun shot to be able to take care of Sophie here as that 10-man count gets reduced to a single digit of 9. Just below a minute, and now they are going to have to find themselves in a little bit of a pinch. Apparently not, as Kaysen and Adept take care of business to put it up one body before they're instantly traded out here. Lecky takes care of that double team between himself and Adept to make it a 2v3, and Zer's looking to deny from the depths of Secretary, but still it's a problem when you just have half a minute left and these attackers have managed to reel it in. BJL taking care of Adept for a second will take care of Kaysen as well, as we find ourselves in a 1v2 situation. If I wanted somebody in a 1vx, it would be Lecky, but he just can't find any space to move around in, as these two defenders are not scared to get their hands dirty, and what a way to reel it back in as they prolong the end of Consulate.
Core Academy, they almost got their way in. They almost had that advantage, but 5 Fears, more importantly, BGL was able to stop it. And it goes back to the idea that I proposed going into this half before we even played the very first defensive round for 5 Fears, is that because they're such an experienced and structured team, you're not going to be able to push them out with a little bit of phantom pressure. A couple of, bucks from below, a couple of flashbangs is not going to move these players from their power positions around the site. You're going to need a nade. You need a shield, or whether it be a player just dry swinging to remove that defender from that position. You need immediate pressure that gives an immediate threat to those defender positions. And because Core didn't do that, there was no reason for 5 Fears to ever move from those positions. Eventually, later in the round, they used a couple of those nades and flashes and then did dry swing, for example, that position over inside by meeting and vending. But it was just too late, and they were able to play the crosses they'd already set up, and Core essentially trying to execute with just 15 seconds left in the round.
10 seconds to insertion.
4-6. It's still achievable here for 5 Fears, but I mean, with the consistent pressure from Core Academy, I wouldn't be surprised if this round ended right here if they can find first blood. We saw how 5 Fears played it beautifully when they find that first pick. When BJL took care of that man sitting close on the door of admin, catering and break room as well. I mean, he took care of first blood. We were at a 10-man count just below a minute left. And then from there, they built up by finding a second kill. And then they continued to apply that pressure. Although we found ourselves at a 2v2 situation on Spiral, it still showed us how 5 Fears are still capable of being able to take a step back, coordinate to play aggressive at some moments, and then all of a sudden, back off and reset and force these attackers to come to them. As now, Adept finding himself in a trouble situation, as now he was given that second chance at life, but will be beamed and finished off here. But Case has something to say about that, as he'll take care of Zers in retaliation. As just 1 minute in, we find ourselves with only 8 bodies on the board.
Kaysen just not being able to read BGL's position. Because of that, he's going to get not only a kill on Kaysen, but also a lead. A one-man lead just for now. He's also going to continue to reside on this first floor. He's going to add even more value to his position as that time continues to clock down. Core Academy, relatively no info, not only on the bomb side, but on this player who's still playing upstairs. BGL in such a phenomenal position to just play spoiler. You can see that Core Academy just playing so passive. Hell, they don't even know Gasher's still over by bottom lobby stairs.
I mean, it just looks like they've managed to reel it in. This is a completely different team now. That 5 Fears have managed to be able to take their time. This is a defensive consulate game. This looks like the home turf of 5 Fears as they're taking care of the bodies. They're finding first pick. They are starving these attackers out from any advantage that they look to gain. As we just only have a minute left on the clock here, they'll trail by a body. There's still a roamer on the Fritz, and they are looking to address this site head on. And I'm pretty sure they don't have any utility to be able to watch that pressure from Spiral. And that'll be a problem if that man, Gasher, on that sentry decides to just waltz down and get a few kills. But looks like he'll be resetting the site from yellow, and a 3-man count on site is definitely that better decision. As now you guys have more advantages on site. You have that Toxic Babe from the smoke, and even those Yokai's intact. A beautiful late round execute here for Core Academy, or for 5 Fears, my apologies, and Core Academy needs to be able to find a response this late in the round.
5 Fears doing a really good job of holding off. Beastly with another. Wilecki yet again trying to play spoilers. Not aware of Kool-Aid's position. He gets one shot. Isn't going to be able to finish him off, but yet again the swing, the Mossberg on the hip for Kool-Aid is going to find success, and 5 Fears, they put themselves just one round away from sending us into overtime.
I mean, thank God. We found Wilecki in 2 1vx's back-to-back, but I mean, I'm happy to see 5 Fears are finally waking up here, and I just need to confirm one thing. This is in overtime, right? This is an infinite overtime. I really hope.
I don't think it is.
Thank God.
We made that mistake. We made that mistake last year. I would track down Nomical and punish him thoroughly if we had infinite overtime in every playoff game, especially the first round.
Yep, you heard the man, honestly. I was not looking forward to that if it was, but I mean, the max of 15 rounds, and only 1 round will stand in between if we need the overtime, if we need to go to that 14-15 round count, or if Core Academy can end it out right here and right now. They've been falling off here. They've been losing first bodies. They've even let the case go loose a couple of times. There's still some things they need to learn. But as of now, it's still very realistic for them to be able to learn from their mistakes from those previous 2 rounds and close it out right here and right now.
10 seconds to insertion.
Yet again, Core Academy, they're going to have to attack onto this piano bomb site. Last time around, they did. They had quite a bit of success. Wasn't very a close affair for both of these teams. You could already see yet again playing into that trap utility theory. Core Academy last time perfectly got rid of it, bringing both a Twitch and an IQ, and they're very well aware of what 5 Fears are trying to do in this last regulation round. This is going to be a thing that isn't necessarily going to trip them up, but rather it's going to be more of a question of how long does it take them to clear this top floor control, clear all of these trap utility, and get that vertical control, hopefully with a man advantage going into the execution if they want to finish it out.
Academy, vertical control is always so important here for the defenders, meaning they're not going to let it up easy, especially being aided by the Razor Blooms, the EDDs, and the Goo Mines as well. If there's even a Surya Gate thrown up there into the mix, it's going to be a problem here for Core Academy to be able to address it head on. No Brava on the board here, and there's a mute to even stop her if she was integrated into this roster. But Twitch looks to inflict some damage. Hopefully, Adept will be able to assist this Twitch, but again, they have to be mindful of the time. First EDD takes about 50 HP off of Epic, and now, again, as I say, this utility will be a problem. That damage is dealt, and I will not be surprised if that is not the last we will see.
Epic, he's got to be very careful. He has a ping on the player inside of office, but does he know about BGL and meeting? Shooting that cam is going to reveal his position. The C4 goes out. It will miss, but there's a 3-man crossfire on this top floor. Epic still has to be very careful. Both Adept and Kaysen are going to back him up with a little bit of pressure. A minute and 20, half of the round gone. That nade misses BGL. And I still don't know if they're fully aware of his position yet again. Playing a really good rat spot here. The drone is going to reveal his position, but look at how much time 5 years is wasting. Even if he is going to be pushed out, even if he is killed, which eventually he is, Kaysen is able to finish it off. You only have 50 seconds to get the other kill on the player inside of office, the player playing inside a piano, or not piano, but bathroom rather, and then you have to go for the execution.
The call comes out, but it's a little too late here. Gasher has made a statement by taking care of Epic, and I mean, I'm pretty sure BGL was trying to hop out the window. If Kaysen wasn't there, that would have been a successful rotate as well. Wasted so much time here. Gasher takes a body before he'll go down. Zers for 2 as well, as now that's a 1v3 situation. One away to address upstairs. Verticality is also important, especially on that match point. In 5 years, have learned that. They know how they want to play. They know when to get aggressive, and that is the team that I expected to show up here at the beginning of the match. OT it is.
4-2 half split for both teams on their own defense. We get now go, and it's Core who have to attack. At least have to win 1 attack, maybe 2 if they go to maximum overtime. We haven't talked a whole lot about these bans. And to be fair, they haven't really played a lot of an effect. It has been very even-sided by both teams. 2-4 split is relatively what you would expect for attacking Consulate, and it's not necessarily the lack of, let's say, you know, a Grim or a Deimos. That's not the problem. They can find these players quite well. It's just clearing these heavy extensions with all of this utility just dropped onto this vertical, dropped onto these positions being held by 1 to 2 players. It took them a while, but 5 years finally understanding if they just double up 2 to 3 players and don't give those ISO gunfights, then Core Academy aren't able to consistently get advantages in that early round.
Finally, man, I say that with exclamation marks everywhere. Very happy to see this game go up to 6-6. I mean, I would have been very annoyed if we had seen it end out the way, that one-sided affair. If I wasn't mistaken, it was 3-6 at one point. That's not how I wanted this first map to go, because the first map is always a statement. And Core Academy made that statement by punishing 5 years, but it looks like they still have some fight left in them, because they are going to be gifted that defensive right now on this 12th round or 13th round, and they will be gifted it on the 15th if they do need all of the overtime rounds. I mean, that's a blessing in disguise, but you need to be able to back up every single one of your executes until you get to that point.
Yeah. Soapy is going to be bringing the new edition of that Brava to get a little bit more info. We also have Adept on this floor as to clear utility, clear that path into these extended positions, and eventually the bomb site, and a much better read. Again, I talked about how Core in that early half was able to use their utility. The second half of that attack, not so much. You also yet again have Kaysen playing down below. But it's just about finding exactly where you want to try and clear your path, where you want to try and get that case down, and then using the utility to clear and open that path up. That has been the struggle for Core, and I think these new additions should, in theory, help deal with that problem.
Especially on the attacking as well. It's always a problem, especially when your team was the one that struggled with entries. Even when it's not console, even when it's a map you know how to play, your entries weren't the strongest, and I feel like we're seeing that right here and right now. I mean, they were able to capitalize on the mistakes of 5 years, but once they lock in, once they know how to play that utility, it's a problem here for Core Academy as they struggle to find the leeway needed to be able to inch their way into the building and find that first pick, as that is evident this first couple of seconds on this 90-second mark. I mean, we see 1 minute and 30 seconds on the clock. You blink 2 seconds later, that'll be first blood as Epic goes down. Gash will find the second by taking care of Kaysen as well, and you've now lost 2 players who are essential for the utility as it turns into an absolute bloodbath. Soapy finds a refrag, but honestly, after what? Lecky goes down as well. You look to address the front desk, but Gasher's going absolutely nuclear on the front desk as Adept is left all by himself in break with nothing but the case in hand, the clock against him, and 4 defenders waiting to get their piece of the pie, as now it looks like the end of the round takes us to the match point as 5 years have now found their footing and now are going to accuse Core Academy of a first round loss, first map loss.
Still have to see if 5 years can attack on their own. A lot of times, maps like Consulate, maps like Skyscraper, they go the full distance because it is just so hard to attack, especially as you get so deep into a game, going over that threshold into overtime. Both teams are very well acquainted with how each other play on the attack, and they already have the adaptations. They know exactly how to play against them. It's kind of a situation where you've completely figured out what you're doing on the attack, and then you get to sit back and defend console. It gets easier as the game goes deeper and deeper round count wise, and that's exactly what we saw for 5 years. For Academy, going and choosing to go down to basement, yet again trying to change up, flip the pace, not going for that top floor, not going for that piano take, taking a bomb site that 5 years didn't necessarily get a lot of opportunities to attack on, hoping that it's going to leave them with a little bit of rust and deploy a little bit of changes to kind of trip them up.
Hopefully some reformed execute here from Core Academy. I mean, maybe not, actually. They're on the defensive. They did pretty decent on it with a 4-2 split. Hopefully, they'll be able to bring back some of that reminiscent memory of how to win a round, because we haven't seen anything in the last couple that has seen a strung-together execute. We haven't seen them be able to coordinate here, and hopefully this round is a little bit of a call to action for them to be able to approach a 7-7 idea of a match point. I mean, already you've put yourselves in a horrible position. 3-6 was the scoreline. You had 3 opportunities to close it out before we went to overtime, and you just couldn't do it. And to make matters worse, you'll lose first blood on your lifeline round as Epic will get taken care of. As now the attackers, 5 years, we thought that they were going to fall asleep here, but after they've woken up, even their attack looks promising. They're building up the pressure here. They've added in everything they need to. They have that shield up pressure. They have the drones already preset on where they want to attack, and to make matters worse, you have that Deimos of the death marks as well, meaning any player that's roaming, except for the Vigil, of course, because he can't evade the death marks. Anybody who's roaming is going to have that problem of consistently looking over their shoulders when these calls and death marks look to live ping. As now we approach the middle part of the round, in Core Academy have not found a response here to the aggression from 5 years.
5 years, they have the opportunity to choose if they want to go for that full push onto Lucky. And for now, BGL, he entertains that idea. He's not going to fully commit because it's a little bit of a time waste. You're already going down for a push over inside of that archives and security position. Dash are getting quite a bit of control over by Coffee. And a lot of info over by position that's completely clear. Nobody really playing here. We'll have Soapy, who's trying to play really far up, trying to play aggressive, trying to apply pressure, but more importantly, trying to get closer to the bomb site, and BGL gets close enough to take the head, eventually removing Wylecki, but Kaysen, he's retaken over.
Oh my god! Monty's downed as well, a little bit of a DBNO action here as Zers, he's left alive. I mean, the finish onto the Monty, what the hell just happened? The whole execute just fell apart here as we thought we were staring down the barrel of the end of the map here, but Core Academy just brought back a comeback that nobody expected. I mean, when you have Kaysen on the board, alive and well and kicking, anything is possible, but I didn't think this was possible. Ooh. Zers managing to isolate it to a 1v1, but Adept is too smart to lose that. The SMG-12 battle only prevails in the favor of the defenders as we're going to need all 15 rounds to decide the winner of map 1.
5 Fears, they fall back onto the defense core. They have to change something up. Both teams choosing not to take their time out. So they're going to be able to sit back and talk to each other. Not going to be able to go back into that coaching. Not going to be able to take a little bit of a breather. 5 Fears, they're going to be playing at that exact same position. On piano next position. The exact bomb site that sent us into overtime. The bomb site that they struggled. They never even completely cleared that top floor vertical at all in the very last round in regulation. They all died on that top floor. They never even pushed back the defense, the bomb site. So Core Academy, if they want to finish this off, if they want to try and take their opponent's map pick, they're going to have to change quite a bit up. Already having a lot of flank denial with Kaysen, also bringing a depth. Yeah, the Cali was a little bit of a question mark. Going to be swapping onto that IQ, just trying to be as flexible as possible. This lineup is simply trying to give them as many opportunities as possible to find a way into this round.
I mean, they played it beautifully on this site. The way they starved out the time, the way they even executed the ones here. We're talking about how the EDDs, or I was talking about how the EDDs and the goo mines were going to be a problem to deal with. Even outside of denial utility, you had BGL going nuclear in that corner. Even if he didn't go crazy and take care of 2-3 players, he just wasted time with his presence. And even when he was taken care of by Kaysen outside, still, Gasher took his position, but on that reinforcement wall, covered, swung out and found 2 kills and a third later in the round to be able to determine the outcome of that round. And that's a beautiful way to be able to push yourself to overtime. Now, if you can just replicate that one more time, you guys are good. You're going to have that map win in your hands, and we're going to map 2 with Core Academy trailing by 1. But it's going to pose a problem if you guys can't coordinate and try and not allow yourselves to get picked off one by one, because it's still very viable that Core Academy wins this round. We've seen some of their attacks where they can isolate their ones, win their gunfights, and then all of a sudden push towards the site as a unit.
You can see that they're bringing that utility with the depth and Lucky to make sure that whether or not it's just Zer's giving off information or if he wants to go for a flank, they're going to be well prepared for it. But they're going into the exact same execution and push on this top floor that they did below. And just by the grace of God, Liweki is able to survive that C4. Completely missed, not sure if it glitched or if it just didn't hit the mark, but he's able to still survive. Only a slither of health taken off of him. But again, falling back down to the exact same problem of doing a very one-dimensional push over into this meeting and office position. In 5 Fears, they know this. They can just sit back. They can play. They don't really need to really push back. They don't need to even fall back. They understand that there isn't really anything for Core to push and then take this control on the top floor.
I mean, just look at the utility as well. You've lost 2 C4s. I mean, a little bit of excitement here from Zerz. Yes, it's important to get the first pick, but especially when they're in admin, you can take a second to reset because you can get an even more influential pick when they get closer to the exposition and reception area. But again, that's all under the bridge, all water under the bridges. BGL will find one Beastly to make matters worse, but instantly trade it out here as Adept will try to make matters better for his team. Still a crisis at hand as they haven't been able to work the vert here, and they have fallen just one body. The question is, what can they do with the man sitting in the corner and the other sitting on the depths of yellow? As the second frag rains in, they've learned their lesson from last time, but you threw it at an angle. It bounced off correctly, and Gasher is going to be able to play very heavily here. That second one will pose to be a problem. BGL taking care of Lecky here, but Gasher will go down, and Adept looks to address site here head on, as we only have 20 seconds here for Core Academy to be able to change the outcome as Epic falls. I feel like, sadly, we're approaching the end of the map. Adept here left all by himself in lounge, location known, knocking on the door of site. The case is in hand, but honestly, what are you going to do with it? Zerz, the pull out ahead here, as now 5 Fears of Loki kind of impressed me here with an insane comeback to put themselves up on map 1, and they'll send us to Layer with the advantage.
They weren't able to come up with the win. They weren't able to steal their map pick, but it was a hell lot of closer than we originally thought, especially for a map that up until this point and continuing on, 5 Fears had never lost once in a game day. Core Academy pushing themselves all the way to that final round in maximum overtime, but falling back to the exact same problem of not being able to use utility to clear the extension that 5 Fears had set up, and more importantly, the ability for 5 Fears to read into that and continue to hold on to that control and not give any respect, any free map control to core, any free opportunities in this entire map. And now we set our sights on Lair.
I mean, also, the way we were seeing Core Academy try and take this map, which we already knew was going to pose to be a very difficult problem here, I thought they had it in the bag. But again, they do lose on overtime, which is a learning point here for them. Because, as I mentioned before, they've only lost Consulate in regulation. So always something to learn upon, always looking to improve here. But right now, the only thing you guys need to be able to focus on is the ability to learn from your first map mistakes, apply it to Lair where you're going to go on your home turf, try and win that second one and force that map 3, because you guys just can't be giving up 3 6s for fun.
No, you cannot. And we're going into a map that, as we know, 5 Fears, they're 0-2. For Core Academy, they've won it once in maximum overtime. 5 Fears, both games lost it in maximum overtime, so the trend of this being a back and forth more than likely continue. We're going to send to a quick break. Don't go anywhere far. We'll be back shortly with map 2.
Have an opening. He's vaulted now inside of Pro. Has one all the way back after to deal with the one coffin as well. Not sure if he's going to be able to do this one. Has plenty of angles against him. There's so little he can do at this point. Get an air jab, amazing, and finish off.
Toaster! What happened?
V3 technically, but the Wamai is going to be down. He's not out just yet, but it doesn't matter. A 2v3 comes out. Never mind. I'm making a 2v1 that Wamai does get finished off, and it's going to be Mr. Ions, who I've seen play a bunch of times. Ions is an amazing player. He's going to swing out from the glove, and oh my god! Let him know, Ions. Holy crap.
Dami evening it back up, so it's a 1 versus 2. Dami trying to find the bomb down with the time that he has. Poison the only one on the second floor, potentially able to give him the 1v1 that he needs so desperately, and he finds it. We find ourselves the 1 versus 1. One toxic being still available for the smoke aerial arise, but the time is not in his favor. A couple claymores. Dami with the verticality finds some feet, but isn't able to find the kill just yet. That you need to be wondering, where are you going to go? You have so little time. The low HPs, and Dami secures it with the AK-12.
About it. They already know where his position is. Fluffy aim.
And Zonky's the one to win 2. And are we gonna see a flawless round? No. JJ's there to avoid Castle to push him off of Solar. But in doing that, he lands 2. It's a 5v1. What is up with these guys? And
now they're gonna drop down into Fireplace and hopefully go hat-trick it. But they will again have the kite
pick, and we might see Thermite go down to a Legion, but he does get finished off.
Dying.
Up sectors, what's going on here? Now, the hollow gives you a bigger advantage, and it gives him the advantage in the back. We're getting a little top deal with them. They're gonna let you get the diffuser down, and he's gonna get out safely. Oh my days, it's a 2v1! A 1v1! Triple kill! Can it be the quad to win? All you gotta do is wait. The C4 is gonna come up from hell. It's a 1v0, and the gate clutches it to end out the round. It was almost there for Rai. He just had to land the free fire, but the C4 forces him out the position. 4-1 to Fluffy Aimers. My bad. And we do head on to the next round. Joshua, this is a nightmare. This is a disaster. Range is between 0% and 5%. Black defenders going upstairs because they know how important it is to get the burn. Jackal slumps one. Can he slump the second? No, he can't. It's a 2v2. This is where you hold on to your cups, your coffees, your teas. It's a 1v1 situation. 14 seconds left on the clock. What a shot. Hectic left in that 1v1 situation. There's pings on him. All you have to do is
Red mine as well. Poison fighting his demons. Gets that pick. Diffuser is dropped. It's immediately refragged. Only 10 seconds left. Smokes continue to fly out for Blues. On such low HP, Giddy gets another one as well. All of them to Inrail. He finds one. He's trying to go for this last pick.
I mean, ladies.
No, you're good.
An interesting turn of events. Even we're confused about what just happened. I mean, a 3-6 toss to 5 fears. The Unks all coming together. I mean, what have we just seen? First map, beautiful. Absolute cinema. As we approach Consulate with the 5 fears to come back from behind and take that first map win. And now, the venue, the home turf of Core Academy, let's hope they can just prolong the end of this series. Because if they can't, it's home time for them. And we can say congratulations to 5 fears for an absolute amazing rebuttal in the first and hopefully to take away the second.
Yeah, and this is a map that both teams have played a little bit. 5 Fears, they've lost it twice, but both times they lost it to Karn & Co. and Revelations, the runner-ups in Challenger Series that almost made Pro League. Both times they lost it maximum overtime 7-8. And if we go over to Core Academy, they've played it once against a struggling Unks team, which they also
won. Longer dies for Ionix, now in a 1v1
no way.
Getter. Inside of Teller's shotgun is going to be preferable here for Bryonyx. Needs to get this goal on the castle, looking the wrong way. They're both so close together, both on full health. Let's get her around the side. Bryonyx now holding behind the shower stall. They are both just running in circles. He has to get on this diffuser. Bryonyx needs a kill. And he'll get it. Invictus comes
from going down. It doesn't look like going too far. It's fully down from the attackers, but it's going to be a refrag at least. Hitman gets Fenzo before Alex Play gets Rival, and now he's trying to take down this Blitz. The Mike W gets 1, gets 2! Beautiful Blitz play, and gets a 3rd! A triple kill from Mike W onto the shield, and now all this stuff is going to be Cotter on the Legion, and he gets the 4K on the round. Wonderful shield play. Spirits would be proud.
Is the second player. The second player of Amazing has already wrapped back into Church as well, but he's gone from the other side! Rapton found Amazing. He knows that the second is playing behind this half wall, but he doesn't realize that now he's close on bomb. Perseus, like we said, is very low HP, but now he realizes, oh, Last is in Church. I have Case. All I need to do is put it down to the ground, and I have 24 5 seconds left at this point to do just that. Rotate out of Perseus, goes through the rotate, but he's still
has to wait out to get that frag, and Cheese Boss will pay the price in due time. They're inside this train car, Goose. This is where the Alda can be very dangerous, but no feet visible, no head spotted around that corner.
Is there any noise being made? Down with you, and it's a straight out for 2. RNO sends Cincinnati to match in series point.
Talked about skewing data. That's exactly what Cincinnati is doing.
Frag. 2 remaining for Cincinnati. Cheese Boss trapped all the way inside Gold Vault. RNO working from Garage, able to close out Nay on that approach, but you have 2 players on side of the Toxic Babe from Cheese Boss. Eviscerates one, lowers the HP of Wimpy. They're at maybe 10 HP in total.
Are you kidding me?
Cheese Boss! What a round to come out from hiding within the Gold Vault. They struck gold!
Might be playing towards default plant, and does he have the support? It looks like he does. Snake forcing Giddy. He's getting pushed down, pushed back, and he's gonna be traded out. Flurry of kills. It starts to slow down a little bit, but they just can't slow down. 5 seconds remaining. The plant going down. It's 1 remaining defender to keep themselves in this series. Packer getting the kill, but it's instantly traded out from Snake. And goodbye, Maker.
Full flash though. Chance for more. Goes again, and they still get that kill. Trady, what? May not matter though. Connection from Shocks. Playing from Pantry. 2 out of their name. The TSW. The run up on the other side. No way they get a 3rd from there. But Swifted just has to wait. Not sure where to angle this. Headshot's good. Just have to hide. 18 seconds. Swifted's calling GG. Knows they have this control, but oh, if the slightest angle could be there for space, the run out, they know they can't go further. Oh, no chance for it.
They don't know where he is anymore. They've lost complete track of him. The Monty is going to spot him, but he's Oryx. He can just down the Monty. And now he's going to try to get away, but no, the glass overextends. Rival, you're so good. As now everything falls apart. Map in match point. Secured for Fluffy Aimers. Revive Kiru, bring things back to a 1 versus 2 with that Boss G. It's going to be very dangerous. Especially with that shot on the Kiru. It's all left up to Emilio in this 1 versus 1. He has the angle, but he's the better shot. Emilio closing things out, denying the clutch. With the control, but he can just block up behind any of them. Getting us the first pick and the second pick that he needs to reverse the man counts. And now, his team, they sit in the advantage. They sit in the majority. And Didi and Emilio, they have to go for this big rotate because the wall's not open. C4 sits in the hands of Rival. They try to pick him off from control room. They're gonna try to isolate him now, but now low HP comes back to bite Didi. His Rival almost single-handedly Supermans this round. Pick as well, although he ends up getting down, the diffuser has still gone down. Like JJ, or Kira rather, he's in a 1 versus 2 now. Even with diffuser down, 1 player on Overwatch, 1 on the counter diffuse, but he's able to get them both in 1 mag to direct the duelist player inside of control hall. But he's gonna try to make it difficult to predict his positioning. He's gonna get that pick on to Kiru, as now it's a 1 versus 2 for JJ inside of the bomb site. Gonna try to make it a 1 versus 1 as soon as he can, and he's gonna do it. Only has to kill Moses! And he's gonna get the map with a 1 versus 2 clutch him. As Twist is also just trying to get what little Vert he can done with that DMR. 1 player's down, but 2 fall to a C4. Yes, now we see Twist left all alone in a 1 versus 2 effectively, a 1 versus 3 if they can get Kiru up. And now, any and all gaps you can have to get into this fight are Well, they're going to be difficult. Gage has to try to commit to something here. But no matter where he goes, there's no real good option here for any sort of gunfight. He gets rid of one keeper barrier, but that's just wasting time, and Tor are more than willing to let him waste it, as he's just maneuvering around trying to find any little gap that he can, and he gets the first one. My God, 2 players. The man count's been reversed. 15 seconds left is all that we have, and it's all left up to Twist. He gets 2. He almost gets the 3rd. All he has to get is one more gunfight, and he's gonna get it. Twist with the 1 versus 3, denying that point to Fluffy Amers. Win this round. Now we're going to see Twist make his way up the long haul, and he's gonna get the first pick he needs off of it. He's gonna get 2. If he can get a 3rd here, that's massive. And he almost fell to Sullivan to Emilio, but no, he can't do it. Or deny the back-to-back championship, deny JJ another trophy, and win Blitz Season 2, 3-2.
Ladies and gentlemen, I want you all to do me a favor. Yes, we did have a technical issue, but I want you guys to all direct your anger to @TheWillJackson on Twitter. Please do us all a favor. But we have the game back. We have Core Academy versus 5 Fears. It's map 2 on layer if you forgot, and this shall be a very interesting map.
Yeah, it's a very interesting map if you're just joining us. We went the full distance. Even with a 6-3 lead, Core Academy let it slip. To be fair, they were attacking on Consulate, so, you know, give or take, you know, a 4-2 or a 2-4 half for both teams on the attack isn't necessarily, and then it just fell down to them attacking the last round. So you could argue that if they started on the attack and swapped over, they could have been a different story, but nonetheless, we're going on to layer, which both teams are very historically read up on. They've consistently played this map. Core Academy having a little bit of a better time playing it twice, winning it 7-5 once, 8-7 another time, 5 Fear losing it twice. But we're taking the context of what we just saw in the last map and the difficulties of Core Academy on Consulate. This still should be a very even-sided affair.
I really hope it is, honestly. If we see 2 back-to-back overtimes, I won't even be that mad. You know why? Because it's not infinite overtime. Both teams are trying to push each other to that final stretch, and 5 Fears was that team to prevail the first time around, and there's nothing to say that Core Academy won't win it on their own home turf, maybe in regulation, maybe in overtime. Only time will tell. The main thing we can focus on, though, is the bans at hand, because with this new ban system in Siege X, it can change the dynamics of many maps, because once you take out sometimes the hard breachers, once you take out the wall denies, then we're looking at a completely different path of attacking in defender utility.
I'm very curious about these bans. Tubarão and Clash, Blackbeard and Ying. Stock and standard. Nothing crazy coming out. Going into Siege X, I was really excited. I was like, oh, we can talk so much about bans, you know, the new system, it's completely changed. And once you get into a month and you get the basics out of the way, it's kind of just the same things over and over. It's not a bad thing. I think it adds a lot of value. I think both of these teams have played into it very well. We talked about how Kool-Aid has been playing in collegiate for Virginia Tech, I believe, somewhere around there. He played in the most recent CR6 event, which was on a Siege X land build, so he also got a little bit of experience with that. And then Core Academy, their playstyle, because they're so young, they've just slotted into this new meta that Siege X has introduced quite well.
I mean, I'm interested to see how they like play around the bans, especially with Clash getting taken care of. I mean, she has been pivotal in Siege. I've been seeing her and her pick rate get absolutely it just skyrocketed, honestly, because she is so different. She's been reworked and she's been overpowered now, I'm not gonna lie to you. And the most common trend I see here with the ban phase is to direct all of the bans towards a certain direction of play. For utility, for example, if you want to take care of all the wall denies, you'll ban Bandit and Kaid, and by the 3rd ban, you'll either take care of Tomorrow or any of the operators that will pose a problem. Hard reach, it's the same thing, and from there, how the map goes in terms of utility. So again, watching how teams really build their attacks and defenses off of it, it's always so interesting.
It is really interesting, and I talked about how so far, especially in the last map, Core Academy went for a little bit of those, you know, simple takes. They didn't take a whole lot of map control. This time around, they're trying to cover as much basis. You know, they, you know, kind of teased over by this drop-in position by display, but completely vacated. Or going overside by R6, trying to get this wall open, being paired with Wylecki, and then more than likely going to be rotating Soapy over, missing the flashbang. That's unlucky. But again, you can see just how much work he's trying to do, just trying to work around this map, trying to get the walls open. That is the difficulty of attacking on layers. Just before you're even able to go against the players, get any gunfights going, you first have to play against the map itself.
First breach getting opened up here. Mask wall gets open, but BJ has something to say about that. C4 taking care of the IQ. A little ironic there, but as we're on that 90-second mark, or just below it, we are going to see that kit go loose as somebody's going to have to rotate all the way over to operational and try to reset here, because now as the second casualty reigns in, 5 Fears are starting with a strong statement, especially on the defensive of layer. You gotta be able to capitalize where you can. Kool-Aid getting a little toxic here, shooting Epic's deceased bodies. We find ourselves in a 5v2, making a 4v2, as you're gonna find Soapy in the depths of sight, but instantly shut out here from Zers, and BJL to find it last, as he'll get a double kill here to end it out, and that will be 5 Fears for an opening round that shows us that their foot is still on the gas.
Phenomenal opening round there from 5 Fears. And the struggles of Core Academy that I talked about that were probably going to linger on to map 2 sadly came true. They just had difficulties with those isolated players. They weren't able to efficiently get the wall open and go for a push. And even if they were going for the push, it was in itself very one-dimensional. They never put any back pressure by display, didn't have any pressure on in the bathroom, which allowed to play BGL essentially on a rotating carousel, getting kill after kill because there was no immediate consistent pressure to push them out. And, you know, there's a couple maps like this map with especially the heavy roam. Core Academy is going to be able to play a little bit more loose, a little bit more isolated, punish those roamers away from the bomb site. But if 5 Fears can consistently just bunker down on these bomb sites, doesn't matter where you're playing, that's going to be very difficult for Core to deal with.
I mean, it's a little bit of a show here. Was that a BJL or LeBron? C4 on its front doorstep. And then later on the night, he's shocking somebody else in the teeth. I mean, beautifully thrown there. But as we approach that lab site, I mean, there's so many different things you can do. You can either work the full verticality, go a full top down, starting with operational and working your way down, or you could just full rush through warehouse, or, you know, just walk infiltration and hope for the best. But most of those paths usually lead to first picks in the favor of the defenders because you're not getting rid of the verticality here. You can watch the showers walk in from upstairs. You can watch a lot of essential angles here from upstairs. So a top down is usually common sense here, but BJL makes matters worse here for Core Academy as the spearhead of the attack, the Ash, will go down.
Yeah, BGL has been just an absolute phenomenal player. He has been the key role in the success for 5 Fears, especially in that entry and kill department, shutting down a player like Wylecki so early on. No immediate trade from Core. It's going to really punish them. They still have to clear this extension upstairs. You still have to deal with the BGL inside of Armory. And yet again, so much time being wasted simply because Core doesn't understand how to use their tools to clear this position.
I mean, for a team that always knows what they want to do, I'm just not seeing it. I didn't see it in the last half of the previous map, and I'm not seeing it for the opening of Layer. I mean, this is your home turf, guys. Come on, look like a team. It's a 5v3 situation with a minute 30 left on the clock, and you guys don't have a single response here. You have shot Gasher literally once. One bullet landed.
Okay.
And in response to that, BJL takes the face off of Kaysen. You found a refrag, but after what? You have your soft feature in hand, you have the man with the can openers, but you have lost the spear of your entry. You've lost your Deimos and your hard breacher. Honestly, it couldn't get any worse on the terms of trying to roam clear. They need to pick it up, and I wouldn't be opposed to seeing a timeout earlier in this map because they were so hesitant to call it on Consulate, even when they went to the 7-7. So there is many things they need to fix here, and the question is, when are they going to start showing us that they know this?
Zer's still in security, dude. Like, Soapy and it does enable them if they do so choose, Soapy can rotate quick enough to support Adept to take a 2v3 on the bomb site, which relatively favors them a little more, but in itself is still a very difficult position to try and navigate.
Just that 30-second mark here as the Toxic Babes finally go out here. Kool-Aid really preserving them, and Zerz is just going to make it a 4v1. Soapy's on the front lines here, but stuck all the way in the depths of the site. The shotgun will deliver that final blow. 2 rounds in a row now, as 5 Fears are just using that momentum from that 7-7 victory on Layer. And now this is going to become a problem, as 2-0, especially on your own map, is going to become a problem. You've been given the buffer that you are on the attacking side, so if you can starve out as many rounds as you can, when you switch, it'll be a bit easier. But with the way it's looking, 5 Fears are doing the same thing they did last map. Right out the gate, 2 rounds on the board.
And I think it is really important to add the context that this Core Academy team is still relatively really inexperienced. A lot of these players are underage, so they're not able to play in, you know, leagues like Challenger Series. They're not able to play and try and qualify for leagues like Element 5, which also in turn is the reason why a lot of these players are playing together, is not only because they're all really good gunners, but they're all gunners who can't play those leagues, so they're kind of forced to play with each other, not necessarily in the sense where they don't like each other. So this is still kind of a phase where they're starting to grow, they're starting to learn, you know, that basic, you know, structured side of Siege is something that they're not really going to have a full handle on, and it is really being exposed here in this series.
I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, I'm pretty sure their name before this was the Underagers. So, I mean, kind of just shows your point at hand. They are inexperienced. But, I mean, they've been showing us they have what it takes to take themselves to the match point. It's just delivering that final blow that confirms the map that's been their biggest problems. And yes, that is something that comes with experience. But when you have a team on the ropes, especially of the caliber that 5 Fears has, you just cannot let up here. You guys, there is no shame in taking 3 timeouts over the span of 3 maps. There just isn't. So why do you guys hesitate? That's the question you have to ask Core Academy, and I don't think we're going to be able to, as it looks like maybe I'm going to just leak a little bit of a tease. We might have a 5 Fears interview on hand.
Yeah, I think it's also kind of in a sense where if Core takes the timeout, they don't have the tools to navigate. It'd be the exact same thing of just simply talking here. It'd be kind of trying to figure something out that they just don't have anything to really deal with. They don't know how to fix the problem because they haven't really fully learned. This is a problem that you can't really fix in one best of 3, especially against such an experienced team. You can see yet again Core trying to force these isolated picks. Even if you are able to shut down Gasher, you got Kool-Aid right to your left that can just shut you down. Lecky running really deep, and there he is. He gets the down, trying to get the second one. The nade will push him back. Eventually, it's going to result in a kill, but Epic and Zerz trade. In Core Academy, they find themselves at least an even man count.
I mean, another gunfight here that's going to dictate the rest of this round here. It'll be Kaysen right against Gasher, and it will be on the other side of the map. So in the fight too, and Kaysen on the last, but I mean, you won the round, but at what cost? I want to see things polished here. I mean, it's Siege 101, man. Check the corners before you walk in. How are you getting deleted at that range? I mean, if that Mira had found 2 kills, we would have been looking down a completely different path in the terms of round. But I mean, focus on your wins where you can get them. The difference is now just 1 standing in between 5 Fears and Core.
Be able to introduce that flex ban. I think there's a lot of operators that Core could potentially ban. The Valkyrie, though, I love that. And again, I talked about the inexperience in this team. They can't play structured Siege, but they hell of a sure do understand this meta. Not only individually, not only understanding the pace of 5 Fears trying to play relatively passive, in that if Core just walk a little bit faster than these older men are really prepared for, these unks are prepared for, then they could get a couple of freebies without 5 Fears fully being ready to take those gunfights. But more importantly, they understand that an operator, simply like Valk, who hasn't necessarily been used a whole lot so far, still adds so much value and info and allows for 5 Fears to have a really good understanding of where the push is happening before Core even goes for it.
I mean, I really hope. I mean, I don't know. you did say it isn't something, or it's unrealistic to expect them to be able to fix their issues in the midst of a BO3, but I just really hope they're able to adapt to at least the current level of play, because we saw how they were isolating the ones on split and relying on their utility secondhand before 5 years woke up. If we can just see a little bit of replication of earlier consulate rounds, maybe we can see a little bit of a comeback on hands, because it is 2-1, but to me, this is just a one-sided affair. This is just 5 tiers. It's going to be a problem when you're just not aware of your surroundings. An easy run out from Zers will take care of Soapy, and you've now lost somebody that you were expecting to help out with your plan. Dens is one of those odd one-out players that you always bring to execute, whether it's basement of bank or on the uppermost floor of layer. Fact is, you don't have him. BJL continues to do what he does as he's 5-2 and takes care of Kaysen, another critical operator that helps in the later stages of the round. Grim Sen's taken care of in 5 years to have a beautiful opening 2 pick.
They're trying to go for a kill here. Another isolated 1v1. I talked about how it was an overall play style that favored Core Academy, but 5 Fears, they've read into it. They know that they're trying to play really aggressive in these early rounds and very isolated, and they're playing right into it. They welcome that. They will continue to play just as aggressive, just as isolated in the faces of Core Academy, and somehow, in some way, they continue to catch this team off guard. Now, 2v4 with little to no control. This isn't even close to getting into the bond site. Also, still so much time utility to waste to smoke babes. You also have the fires in the pocket of Gasher. They could just sit back and just throw these, and then Core wouldn't even be close to getting into the bomb site.
I mean, we saw 3 casualties so early in the round. I mean, look at the timer. There's so much time to be able to coordinate and execute here. So it's still very possible that Core Academy could pull something out the wazoo and try to bring it back here. But not when nobody's watching that cross on the rotate. Quillen could just walk through it, hypothetically. But now, you're going to have Lecky use his smokes to cover us. He'll just waltz through R6 here, looking to address the connector as well. Wins his first gunfight, wins his second. 50 seconds left, and that's why he's a fragger. Looks to win his third at range. Will land a bullet on a Gasher. The plan looks to go down here, as now this has become a lot more achievable here for Core Academy. The plan successfully goes down. Lecky for the third, as now it's just only him and Gasher to be able to isolate themselves. A little bit of ISO action. 1v1, they're both somewhat low. 1 bullet from the 417 is enough to take care of Gasher, and 2 ticks from the Shmikas are enough to take care of Lecky. But a trade is going to determine the end of the round. Lecky quad kill, as now it's put up to level.
Again, going back to this, the same point I made the round before. Core Academy understands that when 5 Fears have an advantage, they play back, they play passive, they give just enough respect. All it took were 2 smoke babes and Wilecki just walking his way into bomb site. And yet again, because Core plays so aggressive, sometimes maybe arguably a little bit too aggressive, 5 Fears aren't able to read into it, and in turn, we're not prepared to take those gunfights. Core, more importantly, Wilecki getting a huge round, taking all 3 of those players completely off guard, and then reading that 1v1 perfectly down to a T, understanding that with those firebolts, the Captain was more than likely trying to cut that rotation off, hoping that he wouldn't go through it. Instead of trying to rotate around to the doorway, he just pushed right through it, played aggressive in the face, and yet again, another engagement that 5 Fears were not expecting or prepared for.
I mean, I don't know if I'm a little bit of an optimist here. I really want to see a timeout. For the side of 5 Fears, you guys just lost a 5v2. For the side of Core Academy, you let it be a 5-2 within the first minute. I mean, so many problems here from either side, especially on that second map. You guys are now starting to gain a feel for each other and how you play. You're adapting to the aggression, you're adapting to the ratty plays here, but apparently not, because, I mean, a 5v2, losing it, first of all, is inexcusable. But 5 Fears managed to find the 3 bodies first, and Core Academy has to address it, so it's flaws from either side here. But the question is, who's going to be able to address them head on? We talked about how Core Academy most likely won't be able to adapt or switch up in the middle of a game very fast due to the inexperience they have. But 5 Fears, you guys have some heavy hitters on your team. what's going wrong here and what can you do different, as this is literally just a repetition of the last round. You find 2 rounds in Core Academy, right out the gate, find another 2 in response. We find ourselves up at level by the 5th round.
Soapy playing really isolated. I would have loved to see if he could potentially help clear upstairs. No support just yet. Gasher playing a little bit too aggressive. The Claymore from Kaysen is going to punish that, and that gives not only the advantage to Core Academy, but with that advantage, it allows for not only the entirety of them, but more importantly, Soapy to play with a little bit more confidence and aggression. Yet again, punishing Gasher, not fully expecting that he'd or BGL rather, not fully expected that he'd already pushed up that far. Yet again, this really does feel like that Core has started to take control of Lair.
Successful entry here. That's the Core we saw on their first couple of attacking rounds on Consulate. Let's see if they can continue to replicate. All they got to do is hold on to the body count here. We've seen some interesting man counts get thrown out the window. They have a minute left. They're getting the verticality control. And the biggest piece of utility they're going to have to deal with is the Toxic Babes from Kool-Aid. He hasn't been put in a spot where he needs to use them every single couple of seconds in and out of the round. But as the clock continuously starts to run down, you're looking to find these defenders and isolate them one by one as you force one man out the split. No drones have been utilized yet, as you have one man parked out in lockers, adept to win his gunfight onto filtration verticality, if I'm not mistaken. And now it's all spring into action here for Core Academy, as this is a very viable push depending on the next man who goes down. Kaysen denied entry on the site door, as now it will be Kool-Aid on the front lines to try and deny. Vulcan popped out to deny that locker pressure from the Sens, but that plan will successfully go down regardless. Those Toxic Babes weren't enough to deny Kaysen's entry. Adept to find his double to take care of Kool-Aid, and now it's Zurazal left by his lonesome in the depths of sight, and Soapy to finish him out. Flawless round as now Core Academy claims the lead.
Get at least a 3-3 half. Maybe more. And it is starting to get a little bit scary. I honestly expected 2-4 half here from Core, but they have really just individually all turned it up. Reading into the pace, continuing to play into that individual play style in the early round, but then when they went for that execution, it's not like they were all just solo swinging people. They had Planter going down, 2 people watching it, somebody in the site over by lockers trying to cut up that cross, and then how they even had a drone in the bomb site in a 5v2 with all of that control. This is something that this roster wouldn't have done a couple of months ago, and they're already showing how fast and how far they have grown in just the previous couple of months. And so far, I am fantastically surprised with these past 3 rounds from Core.
Yeah, couldn't have said it better, honestly. I mean, we're talking about the inexperience here and there, but I mean, when push comes to shove, at the end of the day, they've now found 3 rounds in a row despite staring down the barrel of home turf 0-2. I mean, it's a horrible way to start off the map, but they've done this twice now. Being able to come back from behind, especially when it's a 2-round deficit, it's been gorgeous from Core Academy. Now, their biggest problem is being able to follow through, hit that nail on its head until you follow through the end of this map. And all they got to do is continue to force 5 Fear's mistakes. If they walk out of this with a 4-2 split and then switch on to defense, then I don't know, dare I say map 2 is kind of over before it starts, because that momentum is going to be very difficult to pry away from that home team.
Zers has continued to play in these really aggressive positions, and he's had kind of mixed results. He's had some success here and there. Past couple of rounds with the follow of Core success, he's also had a little bit of no success in these opening halves. Again, this is going to be a position that he is sure playing isolated, but these Akiba barriers are going to let him hold on to this control for so long, but not a whole lot of focus over there by opening. More than likely for now. Jason's playing down below, just trying to set up that vertical. Could he potentially catch a player off guard? He finds the head of Kool-Aid. Not only do you get one of your most effective players, but you also get all of that utility in the Smoke Babes off the board. You know, also continue to just eat up that floor on the bomb site, and it makes it so much more difficult to play those hardened positions on the bomb site. Makes it so much difficult to just even get into it. BGL playing on a little bit of a lurk over by Rocket, trying to apply pressure, maybe get that refrag onto Kaysen, but that drone is going to prevent him from doing that.
I mean, a little bit of peekaboo action to take care of the face of Kool-Aid, and now his Toxic Babes will fall with him. crucial to that late round stage, and now team's just gonna have to make do without it. The drone economy here from Core, though, getting starved out. The shock drones go down. They only have 3 regular drones left on the board here, and that is beautiful here from 5 Fierce. If they can continue to starve out the utility, we're looking at a beautiful late round play here. But, I mean, Beastly will fall. He's given a second chance at life while Zers takes care of Kaysen, and we'll find ourselves at a 4v4 as he puts himself at level, if they can get Beastly up. Because BJL is now known as that man who will always find a kill when you need to. It all springs into action as now, you had 1 man on site to take care of business, but Soapy gets instantly traded out for the kill that Adept found, as he's now sitting in display, looking to address this site head on. The case is now left loose, and they're gonna get their hands dirty. They have to. They don't have an option. Sledge, for some reason, is running a shotgun and is now going to be pinched in a very horrible spot, as this site, if you can hold the crosses right, is going to be impossible for anybody with a short-range weapon to be able to come out on top, because the clock is against the attackers. The case is not in their hands, and you just have to isolate each and every 1v1. Adept has the most promising ability to do so, as he'll delete Gasher from the lobby. Looks to address the next 2 men up, as Adept takes matters into his own hands. Oh my god! He's a killing machine! It doesn't even matter! They're positioning themselves in sight, bathroom, display. It doesn't matter! They're all dead! Adept taking the heroics all to himself. I mean, it's a one-man show. I'm sorry to even say anything. The kills weren't going to go anywhere, as they now have a 4-2 split, all thanks to 1 man.
I am jaw-dropped. I mean, he's just dribbling around him, putting him on ice skates. I talked about in the pre-show on how Adept was probably one of the more effective entry in fragging players, having almost a 1.0 kill per round and +9 in KD. First map was almost but completely silent, the worst rated player for Core Academy over on Consulate. Had a little bit of a slow start here on Lair, but not only that round, but in rounds previously, he started to show up, and he has made himself known as a closer, closing that round out and getting a 4-2 half on the attack, which in T2 and T3 isn't necessarily relatively unheard of, but it is uncommon.
I mean, just wow. That's a crazy clip. I'm not going to lie to you. Just wow. I mean, your teammate has Sledge shotgun in his pocket. I thought it was for sure over with the way that 5 Fierce was playing passive. I mean, Azami was rotating in between the steps in the bathroom rotate. And somehow, Adept can just 180, take her face off, turn around, and just destroy whoever gets into his crosshairs. And honestly, what a round. And that's a very well-deserved 4-2 after losing those first 2 rounds. And now, 5 Fears are finding themselves in a very similar position to the last map. I mean, if they can do the same thing they did on Consulate, this is the end of the game. This is the end of the series. But again, defensive for Core Academy, up 2 rounds. I very rarely think this will ever go to a 5 Fears favored attack.
5 Fears playing into a little bit more of that, execution utility. Gasher bringing that Rarua. Kool-Aid on that Blitz. You also have a little bit more effective utility on that Deimos. So, complete change in pace here from 5 Fears. More than just trying to, go for a simplistic take, trying to cut off those lines of sight. You get as much map control that can immediately result in you getting that bomb down in the bomb site as quick as possible, without trying to take as much map control as little as possible. Still have that roam downstairs. Epic going on that solo lurk. So this could be an opportunity for 5 Fears, potentially get a fast one onto the bomb site. With only a can opener, it is still going to be relatively difficult. Oh my cook!
Oh my, yeah, they're just flying in. Because that was like watching a cinema. Lecky opens it up to JL, the man who's been very lethal with that shotgun in his hand. Has been always that man who usually finds for his pick here, but now it's just like Core Academy Central. Find 1, 2,
Jesus
and
Christ.
3, and it's an absolute bloodbath in the hallway. As a 1v4 is in order. The rush gone horribly wrong, and Beastly left that below 50 HP by himself outside the building. And Jesus, Epic with the final blow, and Core Academy is the team that completely destroys that flaw.
Oh my! I mean, this is like watching like Prime Warriors. I mean, they just don't got it anymore, man. It is, I mean, they just can't like you know, as SSG says, I mean, like they just can't out crank Core Academy right now. I mean, they are literally just cranking it. You can I talked about it that they were trying to get a fast one. They're trying to go into the bomb site quickly, trying to take Core off guard. Only 3 players in the bomb site, 2 players lurking around. It was an opportunity, not necessarily a great one. 3 players in the bomb site, still relatively safe. But then it all just falls apart. And it really does look like that 5 Fears, they're starting to lose that grasp of not only the series, but more importantly, Lair. That bag of this attack on Lair just doesn't really seem to be that deep. It is the first round, to be fair, but again, it just wasn't really a good attempt.
What a round that was. I mean, the rush, I thought they were going to be able to have a successful play considering that Blitz was wedged so far into that hallway before that man on main stairs realized what was happening. And from there, on Rocket Stairs, just walks up, deletes whoever got into his crosshairs. And it's such a valiant team effort. I mean, Core Academy, credit where credit is due. I feel like we're going to map. This is very identical of what we just saw in the last series where it was Shoobs versus Turtle Tactics. I am very, very optimistic that we will be seeing Clubhouse today. I mean, it is very interesting with the way that 5 Fears is reacting to switching on to attack first. I mean, full sending an attack when you are trailing is a very interesting play and interesting decision. But again, 3 rounds, it's possible. We've seen them do it before, but I mean, 2-6 is definitely different than what we were seeing on Consulate.
You see, yet again, 5 Fears trying to go for just more a simplistic horizontal take. No pressure on that top floor aside from a lurk from Zers. And to be fair, there isn't really a heavy hold from a Core Academy. A couple of stragglers on that top floor. Case, and one of those stragglers going to catch off Gasher really early on. Adept's going to find one, but Kool-Aid and Zers with a quick answer. The bleeding stops for now. It's an even trade. You're going to lose both your Twitch and your Zero, so a lot of info off of the board, but a lot of fragging capability. Both Adept and Wilecki off of the board.
Ooh. 2 fraggers as well. I mean, BJ, I mean, honestly, if you expect him to do something, it is to frag. Epic will find a kill of his own to take care of Zers. We find ourselves at level, but Kaysen takes matters into his own hands. Calmly and nonchalantly just reactivates his F-Naught, and now BJ is left with below 20 HP, right on that dot of 20 HP to address the site all by himself. There's a man on the vert who's now dropped onto the hatch, and it's now just going to be 2 1v1s if you can manage to isolate them. If Core Academy can play as a team and group up here onto this site, onto this one door of showers, or wherever he'll choose to walk in from, then maybe we will see a beautiful defensive. But as now, it looks like he is making a very, very good time in terms of using his flame bolts, looking to address site head on and isolate his ones. BJL has put himself in an optimal position. The only thing that might suck is the fact that he only has 20 HP.
Using an EMP charge to potentially tease a swing onto that single doorway. He just needs 1 kill. Both players playing passive just enough to not give away a free pick, but also playing aggressive enough to not give him enough space to take that bomb site. It's Kaysen went huge in the entirety of this round, and he gives Core Academy that map point. Just 1 round away to sending us to a 3rd map, and 5 Fears on this attack continue to struggle. I don't want to be all doom and gloom, but it does look like it's almost but over.
You think we're going to you think we're gonna go to overtime this map?
If we go to overtime this map, Core's losing.
Yeah, honestly, at that point, you might as well just sub me into the main roster. But I mean, the last round, the potential last round, dare I say, if I'm not mistaken, just had a Caveira in its roster. And if Core Academy is standing on that Caveira, oh brother, we may be lost for this defensive round. Oh my god, they did bring it. They brought a Caveira and a Rook.
Of course it's epic. Of course it's
no
epic.
castle,
This guy's,
no castle, no verticality.
This guy's letting it hang. This guy's just letting it hang. And to be fair, I think in a sense you can argue that with the playstyle that Core's been playing, just free, just as I said before, just cranking it, running around, that playing a really ranked meta playstyle. I mean, Adept's on Rook, let's be honest here, guys. That it could work. That just continuing to chow every early gunfight that 5 Fears just are more than likely not going to be able to shut down, result in success. And if you can continue to lurk for Epic, and for the very first time in the entirety of Blitz, we get to see our first Cav.
I don't know how excited. I mean, you sounded like somewhat excited, somewhat sad. I'm frowning. I'm not gonna lie to you. I don't want to see this. I know you do, but why? I mean, you could have brought the castle. You could have brought literally anybody except for Cav, and I wouldn't have dissed you. But somehow
That's why.
you.
Come on
no,
now.
No way. He finds two.
No way.
Are you serious? He's just gonna go back and get the
What?
other one.
Kill him! What?
Are you serious? I mean, the division of 5 fears. You would have thought Moses parted the sea against them. I mean, how are we letting Epic do a triple take outside? You've lost your hard breacher. Doesn't really matter. You found the refrag.
So
I
your
mean,
only hard breach.
you've leveled it. No can openers. This is horrible.
I don't want to say that's the round over, but on a Bunk's defense, I mean, it's gonna be a tough one, man. It is gonna be a real tough one right there. Still got 2 minutes. I mean, you're just gonna have to brute force your way in. Bluesy's gonna make it really difficult. The Mirror's gonna make it difficult. Goyo's gonna make it difficult. I could just keep naming it off. Zer's even being chowed on top floor. They could potentially isolate this player, but he's just gonna play back down at extension on the top floor. He's gonna understand what he needs to do here.
I mean, the time is in the favor of 5 years because they'll be able to reset and take as much time as they can.
Like, come on. Are you kidding me?
I mean, it's left up at level. I mean, there's no point in screaming. Yeah, they had
Not yet.
briefly.
Yeah.
They had it briefly. I mean, there's no point in yelling anymore because I mean, Soapy is just genuinely playing Call of Duty. We're flying out of doors here. We're pre-firing an OSA and we're calling it game. When you had your teammate assisting you upstairs, there's no way in hell this should be a 2v2. Cav finding first blood onto the ace should not be the case at hand. But yet again, we find ourselves in this situation. No Jaegers or Romine to intercept this frag grenade, forcing Adept out of that corner, and beautifully played out here by Beastie, as now he can have a very, very easy plan to, if Soapy can't line up the angle here. The Sens, the lasers are going to block off all points of view here, as you'll be put in a very tricky spot to be able to prevail. And I mean, we talked about how it might be round over, but I mean, GG's. I mean, 5 Fear have really managed to reel it in, and that'll be the round as they will prolong the end. 3-6 is the score line as BJL will deliver that final blow with that super shorty and send us that 3-6.
Like I said before, you know, they're getting a little silly. It's fine. You know what? Let's throw a round out there. It worked. I mean, honestly, in my opinion, that is a round that should not have been that close for 5. That should have been an easy round. The amount of opportunities, the Cav flying out the door, Soapy flying out the door, the only one player in sight they did get that kill, it should have been a lot closer. But Core Academy, they still have the opportunity. 3 rounds, we've seen a 6-3 lead before. Getting a little scary, but Goyo off the board, take an ace off in charge, still got plenty of hard breach utility. Not going to do a whole lot. It's going to make it a little bit more difficult because you don't have the AK-12, obviously. But this is kind of a sense where Core do want to start to try and lock things down. They're not up a map. That's 5 Fears. If they continue to start to let this slip through their hands, slip through their fingers, 5 Fears are a team that are going to punish them for that.
Oh god, it actually looked worse on the replay. He sprinted outside 3 times and finished that ace. Are you serious?
Yeah.
If he had found 2, I mean, all of my equipment would have been sold by the end of this.
I mean, this lineup.
Me too. It's the upstairs side, and he's on Cav again. Never mind. I take back anything
I mean,
I said.
like, I think... shout out Epic, super sub. I mean, this guy's running Cav, sled shotgun. We get the idea. I think we get the idea. And to be fair, they don't need him. They don't need him. I mean, they got plenty of firepower. They got plenty of players capable. And if Epic can play a little bit more passive on this lurk, especially because BGL with that buck is going to go down below. He's going to try to set up that vertical. And if they're not fully aware of Epic on that Cav, not only do you get a very early opening pick onto an influential operator like Buck, that's BGL gone. That's your only player in double digits off the board.
Unshout out Epic. That's the only thing I have to say to that. But this site is 10 times more realistic to be able to win here for Core Academy. You have, let's say, a more structured lineup. You do have that little bit of a troll pick here, but now you don't have that rook on the roster. Adept is now playing Smoke, which is a very, very decent operator in terms of denial here. Considering they've lost their ace, there's no way. There's no way. Did you think the first time wasn't enough for you to sprint outside the building? I mean, Epic looking like he's having boundary issues as he'll be the first to fall here for Core Academy. In 5 years, are now looking down. Again, a very structured attack. They know how to take their time. They've come back from a 3-6 before, but that was on their own turf. The question is, can they do it while they're on that opposing side?
Yeah, Epic having a little bit of separation anxiety from BGL's bullets. Don't worry, he's going to find it. And he's going to find himself out of the round also, just for now. You also have Gasher on this Monty just completely spearheading clear all of this map space. And just look at how fearful Core Academy is playing. You also now have BGL who's able to play that buck down below. Soapy eyeing potentially going down below, but that's something that you can very well hear even with the problems of CJX sound. And where are you looking, Gasher? But Zerz, he's going to be able to even it out.
Just below 90 seconds left in it. I mean, Gasher, he looks promising. He should go T1 sometime, but not that round. I mean, absolutely taken care of as that C4 took care of business. And now, it's at level. I thought it was going to be a one-sided affair for this round, but the case goes loose. Just a minute on the clock, and these defenders have a very structured ability to be able to sit back and relax. The site supports it. There's no can openers, there's no hard breachers, but there is a man with an AR-33 who deletes Lecky from the lobby, as they now are staring down the barrel of a wrong man count, as they are down 1. They have so much to try to come back from, so much to amend for, and are they going to continue to troll is the question, because if they lose this round, I feel like 4-6 is a little bit of a brutal reckoning of what you need to do next, as you need to get aggressive, but is the answer the man who has the smokes in his pockets?
Hey, also, do you really want to be swinging a DMR here? I understand that you want to get aggressive, but 30 seconds, 5 Fears has to come to Core. Jason trying to get a little bit of pressure over on the bathroom. He could potentially find the jump in from Zerz. He just has to wait for the sound cue. Zerz just waiting for the time. They trade, but it's still Adept in the 1v2. Little to no information. He hears the shots. He gets the almost down into Kool-Aid. Not just enough. He has to be really careful how he plays with the time. He gets the kill onto Kool-Aid. 2 seconds. He has to get the bomb down with Adapt to get it. Adapt sends us to a map 3. 5 Fears. They fall short even with a good first map. It's Core Academy to shut down 7-3 in regulation as we set our sights on Clubhouse.
I mean, he's just showed us why he's a fragger for a reason. That +9 KD didn't magically appear out of nowhere. What a round from Adept. I mean, he did it on Ace. He can do it on Smoke. Wow, honestly, I mean, just takes me by surprise. What a round and what a map that was. And I mean, still, honestly, shout out to that C4 on the first round from BJL. That was still an absolute legendary toss. But you guys tossed Layer, as now it was expected for you guys to lose. It was one of the most coordinated maps that Core Academy know how to play on. Clubhouse is that neutral venue. You both don't have an insane amount of experience on. In the last month, in both the finale and Blitz, whether it's qualifiers, play-ins, or the group stages, we haven't seen too much Clubhouse play. It's usually been that third map that gets disregarded due to a 2-0 sweep. So, I mean, Goose, man, I feel like it's setting us up here for a battle of who can endure longer and ban the right operators and play as a team. So, let's see how it'll go.
I'm going to trade back a little bit of information there. You talked about cores going, again, I get it's 3 months, completely different tournament, and completely different tier teams, but in Challenger Series, 5 Fears played it 5 times and had a total record of 2-3. So yet again, going on to a map that they've continuously and historically struggled on, but we're not there just yet. We're going to take a quick little break. We're going to try and set things up, and we'll see you guys for Clubhouse in just a couple of minutes.
But man, oh man, Shrady's getting close. They're walking into the loving lines of sight of everybody, and there it is. But you're trying to get in at your space. The timing's just not right. You win both. 3! Space! Knocking and humbling everyone on the entry in for Team Brick. What a monstrous
decent spot. They do some damage to Shrady as well. They know about the player that's still inside of security. Seems as though they do, and they're not going to take the fight with him. Space finds the kill. Space finds 2. 3rd kill for Space. Make it a 4th. Space closes out quarter 7-4, and Lycus Empire put themselves 1 map away from the multiple long-range engagements that are going to have to come out. I think he's going to swing forward first. Has an idea that there's a player here, but he's not ready for the swing by Geek, and now it's all left up to the Jackal in a 1v3 whose hopes and dreams are literally being blown away, but maybe not just yet. Despite the fact that Z-Man was on 1 HP, he finds 2 monstrous frags, and now it's all left up to Shrady with 10 seconds to go. Z-Man is going to have to attempt this plant or get aggressive. It looks as though he's going to choose the aggression. He might have waited too long, is now on 0 seconds left. He's going to have to commit to this plant. Is he going to be able to pop up in time? He is, but Shrady has the intel and Shrady has the diffuser. And Lycus Empire have booked their ticket to the BLITZ.
That it could be the X factor here. And while the Goyo canisters start going, opening up the boiler wall is going to be the next step. Laundry wall not open. Looking for an execute. Players on hatches. Players trying to go through boilers. They go for a plant on the wine wall. 3v3. And once again, one player standing up on top of the table and the shot from behind. There goes one. There goes the second, but the plant is going down. It goes down and he finds the third. Scoo! All three, the 1v3, and suddenly Space Shoobs have given themselves an advantageous half.
It's Toaster Den. That's a powerful player. While the scoreboard might not show it anymore, Toaster was top fragging. Toaster was doing it big. Now a big play has to come from Scoop, who spotted one top pro, wins that fight against Inrio, gets a double, might be looking for a triple, and he gets rival. Are you kidding me? There's 15 seconds left. Twist has to get the plant down. He has to get himself inside, making this effectively a 2 versus 1. Daniel has to defend up against both Scary and Scoop, but as that plant goes down, it seems like the dream is coming to an end. It has to be an ace and a clutch for Scoop. He's completely locked off by that air jab, not able to get it, but manages to scoot away. Potentially have an opening. It's vaulted now inside of Pro. Has one all the way back admin to deal with, and one coffin as well. Not sure if he's going to be able to do this one. Has plenty of angles against him. There's so little he can do at this point. Gets air jab naded and finished off.
But it's starting to dwindle. Sentry finds one on the slime. That's a big pick to even things out. Can they even pick up the user safely? They don't know. It's in the way of the breach, and that's going to make things difficult. They have a ping on the zombie though. He just needs to find the right pick, but that's such a thin angle. Zombie's going to drop off and rotate away, and that's a good move. That's a quad for Duke. Finding one to Sentry. He's going to go out, but it doesn't matter because Duke swings the other direction, finds Rival, and picks up the ace on the roll.
It's going to be a 3v3, beautifully done, 40 seconds, and hold on, 86 was at a disadvantage for nearly the entire round. They're going to now put themselves in a man advantage. Not only that, but Ash is going to be tipping over, not going to be tossed to be able to resin, however, don't catch him, man, out just yet. Making it a 1v1, not making an ace. The C4 narrowly misses Jay Thistle, put in a situation where he's probably got his heart in check. Jay Hitman with the ace.
Some chaos from above. Look at it. The wood floor is just getting carved open right now. Come out, wherever you are, says Enrio and Snake. Poison's just kind of watching, and he might be able to snap in there. It's now 3v3. Deity drops. Look at the timer, folks. 20 seconds remain, so they're going to have to also get in towards site if they can't find these kills. Whoa, hop into the window, and you're going to get shut down, Poison. See you later, Alligator, JJ, the captain! It's 5-1, it's halftime, and JJ, the man of the hour.
Much time as he can. Impact no, they just have to sit still and force Cassia to make this move. There are only 50 seconds left for him to do it. And no matter where he goes, there is the potential for that pick. He's gonna get a pick on the Beetle for the drop. He only has to get this pick on the Packer. We'll get the ball down. The Packer's gonna be hiding the Rise Ball, but Cassia wins it. He gets the prediction and ends up clutching out the round for his team as he secures the 2-1 quarter.
Towards default plant, and does he have the support? It looks like he does. Snake forcing Giddy. He's getting pushed out, pushed back, and he's going to be treaded out. Flurry of kills. It starts to slow down a little bit, but they just can't slow down. 5 seconds remaining. The plant going down. It's one remaining defender to keep themselves in this series. Packer getting the kill, but it's instantly traded out from Snake. And goodbye, Makers. And Ariel, welcome to the Grand Final. And now it's all down to dead. In a 1v2, 38 seconds on the clock. They do have the time to work with, but they have to get the diffuser down or hunt down this last player remaining. The drone work is coming through. They now know his position. Here comes the collapse for Phantom Legion. They're going to make this work happen. Oh, great pick there to Rival. That was the start player shutdown. Deno fully people Lena only at 16. And Pre-Fire comes through and clutch it up. It's a collapse for Phantom Legion, but you still have to keep in mind this is retake.
show the moves with the charge. Gotta make a lot happen here. He's got to take the future as well. He's kind of holding it out. He's trying to bait this player inside kitchen. Does so successfully. There's still 2 players you gotta watch out for. You got one above, you got one to the staircase, and I think he's actually aware of what's happening here. 24 seconds down for Snake. Swings. That's one. It's now 1v1. Snake versus Rival. 14 HP. The defuse begins. Does he get the sound cue? Yes, he does. Here comes the Chow. He doesn't see him. He's gotta go. He's gotta go. He's gotta go. No! Oh, and the
Eating bolts are something that could really easily force them out of this position, and he's going to leave at the first sign of danger, not even getting to these fixating bolts themselves yet, which now can be used instead to cinch down on the objective and close the site off. Gold good for 2 now as he finds a crossfire on the head of Rival, and the Clash is still holding strong as well. The asphyxiating bolt goes out, but it's going to have no impact as Gold is good for 4. He wants the 50. He's going to go down instead, but his teammates should have his back. Gold with the Midas touch on this round. It should be easy for them.
Yeah, you said you had the Midas touch.
Hey, I think slight damage or they do some slight pressure onto Unstoppable, who's still completely full HP, but now you've given up creator for where your execute is coming from, and Hush should reposition just to meet you there.
Here it comes. Delaire swings, puts some damage down. Rival down to 17 HP. The big window's hot. He just walked down through and says, hey, how you doing? I live here, by the way. There comes the skeleton key. It's now like 1v2. Phantom Legion say not just yet. Rival with 2 kills. And now it's 6-5. This Phantom Legion.
Window, and no way we're contesting from mid-red. Finding a second kill. Finally going to be cleared there from Jox on the Ram, and here comes the Amaro. It's going to be met by Poison, but he gets the kill. All of a sudden it's a 3 versus 3. He just clipped it. The all-chat immediately. I mean, I've
only 2 players remaining for Phantom Legion. They've got a Lion Scan. They're freezing them in place. Here comes Epic with the swing. He still has some presence over to this side of the map. He's gonna might be able to cause some damage. There's one. He's gonna swing. He's feeling the heat. And now the sides are kind of switched. Epic now controls the outer area. And the offense is now inside. He's just gonna completely go back into their spawn. What's going on?
Well, clock is 0, and all he has to do is shut down the lane. And Jet I'm going for Bill is going to be down. Poison finds one. He finds the second one. Poison can do this. This is possible. The damage. What? The smoke kills Finn. They have.
I want to be set up here like a villain. Clubhouse is the venue for the 3rd map. I mean, it's been really interesting. The first map was a maximum of 15 rounds to show us who was the clear victor, and that was 5 Fears. The second map, a little bit of a beating was in order. I mean, 2 or 3-7 in the favor of Core Academy, meaning we only have one option, and that's to go to the 3rd map. This was that map that we were talking about when played in Challenger Series by 5 Fears or Forsaken, whatever the hell you want to call them. It's not looking the best, but also the experience from Core Academy may prove to also put this in a little bit of a leveled situation when it comes to the term of inexperience. I think we're looking down the barrel of a very good last map and a very good competition in general.
Yeah, and you know, I'm gonna put us both on the spot. I got my answer, but Sino, you know what time it is. Who do you think's gonna take the last map? Who do you think's going to send the other team home?
Okay, so it really does depend here, and I think it's most dependent on the team that comes out the gate first. I mean, 5 Fears have been the team to find 2 rounds on either map twice. Like, they'll find that 2-0 lead and then just completely toss it out the window. Yeah. If Core Academy can reverse that, because they have the round difference. They can pick what side they want to start on. If they win on their side and they switch on to a 4-2 or a 5-1 split, then it's a nice and easy Core Academy win. But also, 5 Fears is a team that you just can't count out. They've come back from a 3-6. They've done the impossible, and I think this is just going to be something where I can say, if it's not Core, then it's overtime, where it might be 5 Fears. I'm a little hesitant to pick someone, but I mean, for the sake of predictions, I'll say it'll be Core. How about you?
I'm gonna go with Core too. I think it's kind of like a just watching the ball go through the net kind of thing for Core. First map, they had a really good success. They got all the way to 8-7. They didn't fully understand how to play into their own play style and then use that to counter out at 5 Fears. And speaking about more specifically plays like going into reading individual situations, moving faster than 5 Fears are set up, because continuously round after round, especially on that defense, when the positions were set up, they were not ready for how aggressive and how quick Core were taking space. If they can continue to use that, can continue to read and counter the playstyle of 5 Fears, then, I mean, it's going to be all but wraps.
Couldn't have said it better. I mean, Clubhouse is going to start with 5 Fears on the defense. That's actually not what I was expecting. But, I mean, they are gifted so many different operators, and they've banned an essential piece of attacking upstairs. So far, downstairs attacking isn't going to be too difficult here for Core Academy because they still have the Habana intact, but taking care of the Cade takes care of an essential piece of denying these hatches. All that I care about is they get these hatches open, they work the verticality, they make sure there's no insane roamers, and we are set up here. But they're going for a little bit of a crazy extend out here into bar, meaning Core Academy is going to have to go the extra mile of being able to clear whoever resides in bar while keeping a good time.
Attackers must locate and defuse a bomb.
0-0. 5 Fears, they get to start on the defense, but it's dangerous because you talked about if we go into overtime, it's going to be Core who can do that. But again, we're in the very first round, and you can already see that there's just a lot of utility to try to hold as much space as possible. Jesus Christ, somebody just try to run through Top Blue's stair and take the head off of BGL. And because of that, you're going to be punished. You're going to be able to take a lot of space over in that. BGL is going to be forced to take a lot of space.
What?
Hasten's right outside the bomb site. By Lecky, he gets the very first opener onto Beastly.
I mean, BGL's gonna definitely be a problem here. These EDDs will temporarily put a pin in the attack from Kaysen. I was gonna say stomping, but as there's just 45 seconds in the round, we found ourselves with the majority of blue control in secret control in the favor of Core Academy. Kaysen to find his kill as well. I mean, the man who's gonna be lurking from behind, BJL, will fall as well. They have an execute on their hands here that couldn't go wrong if they can just string together every refrag, every single piece of utility onto this bomb site. I mean, you just have Zers fighting as hard as he can, sending that C4 in, will take a little bit of health off of Kaysen, but not enough for him to be in a lethal position here, as now Soapy takes care of the man who injured his teammate, and we'll find ourselves in a 2v4, make that 5 if they can res Adept. Is this guy going for a flank again?
Trying to. Kool-Aid and Gash are all alone. All 5 players still standing tall on Core. Kool-Aid swings, but it's going to be Hasten. Kool-Aid also goes down. It's Gasher in the 1v4. 1 minute and 15. And Core, they know exactly where he is. They know exactly what to do. It's Wilecki to shut it off. In that pace of just hitting the go button, moving as fast as possible. They couldn't even set up the damn church wall, and they already were in the bomb site.
I mean, oh my god. The site setup was so bad, even the YouTube stream's mad at it. Come on! Reinforce the walls, put the head holes there, and stop trying to flank in a 2 and a 3v5 situation. I mean, 5 Fears, that is the first round. I mean, take this in. This is the first round they have lost in the beginning. This is the first round 1 they've lost in 2 maps. Are you kidding me?
To locate and defuse bombs.
In that fashion as well, it's a problem. There are issues that need to be fixed right here and right now. Otherwise, you won't have the time of day to be able to fix it later on. This is as far as it gets. You are on map 3 and there is no map 4. What are you going to be able to do to fix this? You're on the defensive. It simply just needs to be better from 5 Fears.
I mean, it really does. And I think it is kind of a question where we, you know, kind of talked about it in the early half of the layer game for Core, is that there's some things that teams just cannot figure out in a series in one map, and it falls down to the playstyle differences. Right now, Core, not only does their playstyle kind of completely shut down and counter what 5 Fears are trying to bring to the board, but Core knows that. And that is the most dangerous thing. It's not only a team's playstyle countering their opponents, but them understanding that that's the case and then using that to their fullest ability.
See if they can continue a stable hold here. I mean, you're on defense, you're on Jim and Bedroom. I mean, it just can't go wrong. You brought the castle, You've brought the Sentry. I mean, Sentry is one of those operators that you can always rely on your roster to bring the general utility if your other operators are lacking in the roster. Always a safe and reliable pick, but I mean, not anymore. Gasher goes down first to Adept, and I mean, honestly, I might as well just headbutt my monitor now. That's first blood in the favor of Core Academy ×2. And now they're the ones that look like they're not going out, and they're not giving out easy at all. This is map 3, and it's their time to shine. As now, again, with 2 minutes left on the clock, these guys could sit outside and take their sweet old time to drone for an execute. But the aggression from Garage, BJL will take care of Adept, and now it'll be put up at level as the spearhead of this attack has now been taken off.
Lucky rotating over to Jacuzzi Wall, understanding that there's too much pressure over on that construction side, so they might just actually go for a site hit on now. Castle Barricade's going to prevent them to do that. They're just going to run right in. Kool-Aid is going to be able to shut down Soapy, give 5 Fears the advantage, but Core Academy, they have the map control. They've completely shut out 5 Fears from the map. Lecky with another one. Kool-Aid's finished off. It's now a 3v2. It's all up to Zers and BGL.
He's looking for highway extension. I mean, stop trying to flank and address the site head on. Epic with that Ying shotgun straight to the teeth of Zers. But BJ will find a quick refrag to put himself in a 1v2 situation. But I mean, the flashes, the frags, and the external play set up these attackers for a perfect post plan to execute. And without a blink of the eye, the L8 takes care of BJL. That cover temporarily made by his Cuba will not help out, and that will be 2-0 in the favor of Core Academy. And I honestly just have one word to say, and it's wow.
I'm going to go right out, and you know what? Hell, call me a glazer, but I'm going to back it up because I always got to back up for my points. Core Academy, the only reason they are not a top T2 talent team is because they just simply cannot play because of their 18. 5 Fears banning both of the hard breach utility on Clubhouse. This is a problem that has plagued T1 level teams. I'm not even talking about an APAC region or an MXPL team that struggles in the NAL. I am talking about going all the way back to Reload. This is something that teams have struggled with. Even teams like Falcons have struggled with. Core Academy, though, it favors their playstyle. 5 Fears, because they banned out 2 hard breach operators, it forces Core Academy to play into that aggressive playstyle to take map control, because it's not going to be easy. Playing into the Blackbeard, playing into Lurks with Epic, like a Nook, and then on top of that, even with the Habana, they are still able to use brand new tech like they did in the CC wall, getting the top and half open, then being able to open it with a soft breach utility from Adept on the Ash. They have an answer for everything that 5 Fears is bringing, and 5 Fears, they're just left scratching their heads.
I mean, honestly, to even extend further on that, even after Reload, I was on a show match for OEC, which is an APAC tournament as well. I mean, you had teams like Fury playing, and they couldn't figure out how to work around these hard breachers getting banned. And I mean, this point honestly goes much deeper than what we're seeing right now. We're seeing teams that get paid for a living.
Nook shotgun.
I mean, hey, don't diss on the Nook shotgun. Don't diss on the Nook shotgun.
It is tech.
It is lethal on that entry. It's lethal on that entry. And I mean, Zers is 0-3. I mean, he hasn't been able to find, he hasn't been able to even get it down, hasn't been able to do anything here except for just be that man who's on the operator board. Almost a TK in order here, but no, because... Oh my god! No. Call the game right now! Epic goes... What the hell?! 1v... No. End the game right now. End the game. Call it off!
I almost just dropped the first F-bomb of my entire casting career. Cause what just happened? We cannot feasibly explain how aggressive this team is playing. They shot open CC window and he ran it into, like, with the Nook shotgun, got one, switched out of the deagle to the hip, got one over inside of Cash, the player trying to trade the player on side of CCTV, switched on, killed the player in red. My god, I understand that Epic is a pro player. We have Kool-Aid, a top 3 rated Challenger Series player next to Stompin. Again, I'm sorry, I'm not trying to bring him up much, but BGL, who's been absolutely gunning. This is a team that finished top 6 in CS, an invited Element 5 team at that. And they are being absolutely ran over right now, and they have no answer for it. They have no idea how to play against this team.
let the record state, that round was so egregious, I broke my left ear cuff of my headset, so I have no audio funneling into that anymore. I mean, no. Yeah, there's nothing to say.
Who do they play next?
You dissed on the shotgun, and from there, he executes 2 in cold blood with the secondary, flies into the site, and murders everybody with the primary.
5 seconds left.
Wow. Just honestly.
Attacker's objective is to locate a bomb and defuse
3-0, eh?
It simply falls down. Oh, wrong server. My bad. Okay. It simply falls down back to my point, talking about how it is just simply a system problem. This is not something that 5 Fears can take a timeout to fix. This isn't something they can win around and, oh, we got our momentum back. Core's going to continue to press the issue. They're going to continue to just run over 5 Fears because they have the answer for everything. They've perfectly, at this point in time, figured out how to attack against 5 Fears, how to play against 5 Fears. Even if they are able to get a 3-3 half, it's fine. I mean, that's above the minimum, and just look at how close or how quickly they're clearing this utility. Look at how scared that 5 Fears is playing, not even trying to play their own, not even trying to slow down this aggression, because they understand that they're not beating a Core Academy in that early game. They're not beating them in that entry game. They're being shut down at every opportunity. They're trying to force Core Academy to play into this bunker-style defense, something that they hope favors them, and in past relatively has.
For their own sake, I really do hope because 4-0 is not the best freaking sense. Guys had very aggressive roamers, had people who were trying to flank even from within the site with the yourself. But again, it all depends on the first blood and who can gain the most. Floors are not going to gain a single second of a break here. Sledge is taking care of it. The hatches are getting opened up as well, and they're looking to a pressure from everywhere. If I'm not mistaken, I mean, there was a drone in the bottom of oil rig applying that pressure that there's somebody going to be there, but nobody pushed. As now, I mean, they look to find the funnel in, and there's going to be somebody in secret looking to get aggressive. Kaysen finds ITK. He's so hungry. He looks to kill his own team. It'll be a Depth and Soapy to go down, but BJL does successfully go down. Case left loose, and now it'll be Epic, who looks to be soon dead, as he has 2 players watching his cross, but Beastly will turn his attention onto blue to take care of the man sitting in bottom blue, and they'll be forced to reset here as that Case is loose, and they have below a minute to be able to fix that.
Kaysen's going to be able to find one under Gashford. 30 seconds left on the clock. You need to find an entry. You need to find a way into the bomb. That's exactly what they're going to be doing. Twitch trying to get that bomb down. They are aware. Beastly's able to get a shot onto one, but the bomb goes down. Lucky's able to find one. Kaysen follows up the triple the round. Kaysen went 4!
Yeah, he's the king. He's the king.
4 stacking up. The best that 5 lives can get, or 5 fears, sorry, 5 fears can get is 2-4 on the defense. And at this point in time, I don't even think they can get that close.
I mean, honestly, call them 5 lives, because that's how many they need to be able to come back from this. I mean, this is horrible. Kaysen is the king. A little bit of nomical shout out here in the all chat. I mean, the banter, I mean, it's deserved banter. They're going nuclear. First, it's Epic to find 4. Now Kaysen, the underage beast himself, is just ripping it up. I mean, wow, the quality on these executes, it's beautiful. This is not the team we saw in Consulate. We saw them for a brief second, but now consistently being able to deliver on the attacking side is absolutely commendable. And if they can convert this to the defensive, this is so easy to finish on the defense.
And yet again, another example of 5 Fears having an advantage, not only in man count, but in positioning, information, and time. And even with all of that, playing too passive, giving Core the opportunity, not reading that they could try and get that case down safely inside of Church. Sure, 5 Fears, they have these advantages, but time and time again, they give up really easy positions for Core Academy to safely get this case down on a team that necessarily shouldn't even really been trying to get the case down nonetheless. And again, it just goes back to the inability of 5 Fears to read into Core Academy going into that late round.
Oh man, only 30 seconds burned off the clock, and I'm really scared to see what is next up here for for the future of this map. I think this is the make or break round. We haven't seen anything worse than a fortune split so far across both maps. If we look down the barrel of the 5-0, I can say this map is over before it's even started. That's a successful entry from Kaysen, honestly. A sigh is exactly what we need, as Epic does get refragged out here. I mean, it's beautiful. He managed to put it back up at level, but they're not going to stop. They are aggressive, and you know this, as Kaysen sitting on the barrel of 7-1. 7 kills, 1 death. He is now waiting to take care of the man who resides in cash, as he plays off of the fact that BKL was trying to place down his keep-up. Lands 1 bullet, but will also receive 1, as now we'll find himself a little bit of a stalemate while Kaysen tries to address this room all by himself.
Yeah, really good patience there from Kaysen, not overswing without any direct pressure over from Cash or really any info. He isn't able to get the kill, but they do clear out Cash in just a minute and 30, and you only lose Epic, especially getting Zers off the board. That's a trade that they're going to want to take any day of the week. Still have to worry about Gasher down below completely unbeknownst to this lurk. But you do have a player on that pool table window trying to potentially stop it. Even Dodoka calls going up, but right now, unless they go for that plant inside of Church, which necessarily, not Church, but Gym, which necessarily even look like the end goal here, then that roam down below isn't going to necessarily have an effect.
There's still lots to do in this round. There's only a minute left, and these attackers are left at a 4-4 man count. I mean, we can't count out 5 fears just yet. But I mean, if there was a team that was in the favor to win this, it would be Core Academy. They'll take care of 1 man, but Adept gets down on the roof. It'll be risky to go for him. Kaysen just waltzes into the middle of the site. Soapy finds Kool-Aid, and now it's a one-sided affair. We're looking down the barrel of 5-0 as Kaysen threads the needle onto the stairs. And we're 1 round away from switching and 1 off the match point, as this is just Core Academy domination.
Speechless. Every single player on Core Academy in individual situations, aside from Epic in some situations, but that guy's just playing silly. I'll give him the benefit of the doubt, because this guy's running around with sled shotgun. Let's be honest here. All of the core rostered players on Core Academy, pun intended, all individually are playing these gunfights perfectly. They simply are playing perfectly. Every single engagement, they are reading it down to a T. They understand when they need to get aggressive, going back to when Kaysen was playing on red stairs, understanding that he didn't have pressure over from Cash just yet, also didn't have info, and if he was going to dry swing under that Azami of BGL inside of Cash, he was not going to have the more favorable position, an advantage, and he waited. Sure, he didn't get that kill, but he saved his life, pushed that player out, pushed him all the way back to the bomb site, and completely cleared the extension with half of the round off the board.
Attacker's objective is to locate a bomb and defuse it.
I have never just wanted to shake a team into calling a timeout. Yo, we are 3 maps in, and not a single timeout has been called. I don't care if you can't adapt. Call the damn timeout. You're giving them for a reason. You need a mental reset. And I feel like 5 years think they're too good for that. That's especially why they're starting to suffer. They'll find first blood for the first time in honestly a long time. Off the top of my head, I can't even name how many rounds they haven't been able to find that first pick, but thank God they've been able to find first blood. And Beastly, that's a beautiful shot from the depths of oil to take care of the upside down rappel outside of Secret. That's Kaysen dead as well, and this is looking a lot more uniform. The fact is they've taken care of Habana as well, meaning Gamos is going to have to choose 2 hatches or maybe just dirt to address before he's out of this utility to be able to try and ease up for these attackers.
Only a minute off the board, so there's plenty of time for Core to start to work this pressure. You still have Epic with a lot of that Deimos and vertical capability. You got Adept and Weki with full health. Not a lot of utility to really clear. Bad play there, but a better swing. BGL, he's just going to lock it up. And for the very first time on Clubhouse, Core Academy in not really a winnable situation. Oh, he's hacking.
This guy's a troll. This guy's a troll.
I love Epic. Because going in, people were a little bit frustrated that we had a pro player, but like Epic has had no effect on this matchup aside from that 1 round.
And I mean, maybe he's looking to change that right now. He'll find the first, but never mind. He is dead. Adept, though, making it a 3v1. A minute 20 on the clock. Is it achievable? Looking to achieve easing up the pressure from Secret, because once you allow these defenders to group up on you and hold like a 2 or 3-way cross, you're kind of screwed. But again, he can't find anything. He'll take a kill, and that's all he can get. As now, they finally find a round, but now the role swap puts you at a 4-round deficit.
No historic pass, but again, 5 fears, 2 and 5 on this map or here. Sure looking like a 2 and 4. Waiting for the bans to come out, because I really do like, I think, for what we've talked about, how both these teams contrasting have been essentially completely different. It looks like that core then more is likely going to go for that double hard breach ban. 5 fears trying to go for the breach denial, more than likely going to follow it up the clash. I think I've seen a Caden clash ban almost every map. Maybe aside from 1 out of the 4 maps I've covered today from 2 series, but just waiting for the therm. There it is, and actually a bandit, okay. Making sure they can't get open the wall. And this is gonna be really, really tough for 5 fears, because this is a team I talked about that plays relatively, I don't want to say stock and standard, but they play structured. They rely on clearing the map, getting as much potential, as much map control, as much pressure, and then flood the utility, unbeknownst to, a DZ, right? Because this is a team that not only has 3 pro players, one of them being from 2018, so you got to get the gist that they are going to try to take everything throughout the round, and that's where Core's going to want to look and punish them.
Seconds left. 5 seconds left. Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb and defuse it.
Sino's muted. I'm gonna take it from here. It's been a long night. It's been a really long night. Sino's voice has been losing itself. I lost my voice 1 round, as pointed out by one of my production members. And 5 fears are going to continue to lose the grasp of not only this map, this series, but their run inside of BLITZ Legacy. Adept, though, just for now, going to be off the board. A really good opening pick there from 5 fears to shut down and slow down the momentum from Core that they're more than likely going to try and set up.
I mean, hopefully my mic's working now. I think the crash out actually disconnected the cord. The basement site is what the name of the game is, and also Sophie deleting gas of the game. Such a one-sided affair on the first half of the game. People are
really,
and I mean, I can't. No, I'm done. The entry from Blackbeard
was
you executed horribly, and Lecky goes down without a doubt. One of the most effective players right now. He's currently 7-2. He's gone out swinging. Only 2 deaths, meaning you did almost live of these players on 5 years every single time. And Epic delivers that final blow onto the man residing on those garage stairs. And that is 1-6. Very identical to Layer. But, I mean, I think Layer was 3-7. This is much, much worse.
I mean, 5 fears simply just cannot beat them at the gun game. Going back to what Lord Exige said in our interview with him, these guys kind of suck at gunfights. Something around the lines like that. Pretty much the gist of it was that these guys cannot take the ones. These guys cannot chow us. And 5 fears, round after round, engagement after engagement. Doesn't matter if there's quite literally 2 people pushing. There is a nade on the goddamn Legion. He still wins it. Sure, he was traded, but you had another player inside a garage that traded the player that traded the Legion. It is a continuous cycle that we haven't even talked about. Is the trade game. That Core is fantastic at that 5 fears don't have whatsoever. Throughout all 3 maps, even on the map they won, they never consistently traded each other out, both on the defense and the attack, and it's starting to really bite them back, starting on their attack on Club.
Match point, huh? I mean, we're looking down the barrel at the end of the stream. Sadly, I say that with a heavy heart, but I say with a light heart as well, because I will do anything to either see 5 years pull the nastiest comeback of all time or end their misery, because we haven't seen one strung together execute on the defensive or the attacking. You had Blackbeard in the midst of CC, Lecky playing Garage, and he takes 3 bodies with him before he gets traded out. How? How? I'll say it 9 more times if you really want me to. It's a problem. 5 Fears have yet to address it. There's a 5-round deficit they're looking down at right now. And this is a big, big difference between teams that are good and great. And the up-and-coming team, it looks like just Core Academy is the team that'll dominate this 3rd map.
Zer's making a lot of moves down below, trying to apply a lot of direct pressure. Yet again, another round where it looks like the Core Academy is just trying to hit the site really early, but because there's so many people, it's going to be really difficult.
I mean, they're just flying on into the site. That'll be 2 casualties against 5 Fears. I mean, what's new, Scooby-Doo? You'll have everybody taking damage here on the side of 5 Fears. But Zerus has a response of his own to make it a 3v3. Yeah, sure, that DMR packs a punch, and he'll sure make sure of that, as now Zerus finds another kill of himself, as now we find that plant going down. And for sure, it will not be contested by Epic, as he needs to find 3 other individual gunfights before he can be successful. A little bit of trade action here. He'll take out 1, but not before you are instantly shot out, and that will be 2-6, as 5 Fears, I mean, shortly prolong the end of Clubhouse. I don't think we're going further than this.
No, it's not a round where they bettered Core. It's not a round where they played into the play style that they have set up this entire series, that they've set up as a 5-stacked roster. And sure, I do understand that you have Beastly in as a coaching position. And, you know, Epic theoretically is, you know, a more consistent player because he's been playing more recently. But this is the only game where Epic's been positive. So it's not that much of a difference. And that's a round where I will say it, 5 Fears just cheesed it. They just dropped in or forced that plant with the Blackbeard into Gym Bomb site and then caught Core Academy off guard. And they're going back to the same bomb site. You're not going to be able to do that 2 times. And yet again, 5 Fears is going to have to fall back to the default playstyle that they've set up that has resulted in pretty much next to nothing on this map.
10 seconds left.
I mean, I don't know. The script is telling me we're going to overtime. But, you know, every sane brain cell tells me it's going to end out right here. I mean, Core Academy received a flood of action very fast, and they couldn't deal with the fact that that external play from Highway led into the entry between the Deimos and the man who's putting the diffuser down. It's a problem to have to deal with head on. But, I mean, they managed to even try and deny. They managed to cook it down to a 1v3, but it was all about keeping your man count. That's just not something we saw from them. But with the way we've seen them bounce back, they're a very resilient team, especially on this map. We have 4 rounds to get it right before we go to overtime, and I don't think they're going to need all of them. All they need is that first pick here, and it looks like Epic is the hungry one to be able to find it on Lounge.
Very cautious over in this position inside of Garage. Also going for a little bit of pressure down below. Going back to that playstyle of just trying to check every single box. Going for a full entire clear. Not trying to leave anything unchecked. Being as cautious as possible. Trying to leave as little error as possible.
Clock slowly ticking down here. I mean, we're slowly inching towards our first casualty of this round. C4 connects. Beastly. What a way to go out, honestly. Beautiful read from Kaysen as he looks to make matters worse and address that pressure from Garage head on. He'll even take care of the Grim. Absolutely crucial, especially on a Gym execute. And if he can force more seconds off the clock, then, I mean, you guys, and by you guys, I mean 5 Fears, you guys are absolutely screwed when it comes to these executes.
Little to no drone info to only 3 drones left for 5 Fears to use. And you can look at how Core is playing very spread out in corners. You could even argue somewhat ratty positions that 5 Fears are not going to be relatively expecting, nonetheless have the drone economy to drone it out.
I mean, I would prefer the rat positions all day if it gets the job done. And right now, it looks like Core Academy want to put a pin in it and end it right here, right now. They want to go that further step in the playoffs, and it's looking very realistic if they can continue to run the clock down. You have a C4 waiting to fly into construction, an Epic waiting on that logistic cross. To make matters worse, Soapy will take care of BJL, and now all springs into action. Soapy onto Kool-Aid as well, making a 1v5. Soapy goes nuclear upstairs, but he'll go down. Trade it out. Zers avoids that flawless, but ever so narrowly, as now he's affected by 2 goo mines. 2 1v1s. It's Kaysen to end it out and say GG's the Core Academy right now.
Five Fears absolutely shut down by Core Academy. This is not just Blitz. This is not just Blitz Season 3. This is a place for teams to leave their legacy. And this is a game where not only Core with the brand name, but the players on this roster, they have started to rewrite and begin their own legacy going forwards.
What a game that was, honestly. I don't think I'm going to have a voice by the end of tonight. But, I mean, what a way to end off the series. I mean, they destroyed Nighthaven, and I mean, or not Nighthaven, I apologize. They destroyed Lair, and I mean they destroyed it. And on Clubhouse, when push came to shove, they rose to the occasion. Such a one-sided affair. I mean, we didn't see anything from 5 Fears that indicated they were awake. I mean, they're falling asleep at the wheel. Maybe it's because it's 12 a.m. on the East Coast, but I don't care. Like, you guys have managed to force us to go all 3 maps. Where is the coordination? Where is everything that you need to show us that you're a Tier 3 team who wants to go further into a Tier 3 tournament? Because of your caliber, of the players that reside in your roster, you have players who have played at that T1 and T2 level, and that was just not present.
We're going to go to bracket just real quick to see what has happened previously. If you just joined us now, there was a previous best of 3 here. We're also going to see who Core Academy is going to be going up against next, potentially. We talked about how we could potentially get that Core versus Core matchup. It's Karn & Co versus the main Core roster. More than likely, Core is favored for that matchup, so that is definitely possible. A 2-1 victory over Turtle Tactics, even with the struggle on Consulate. Space Shoobs were able to get it done. They're going to face, you know, probably either Hakiki Mori or Cincinnati. Yet again, Hakiki Mori more than favored in that position. But again, through this matchup, this team that we saw in this final best of 3 Core Academy, I don't want to say that they're necessarily going to take down Core, because, I mean, they are quite literally the best T2 team, but I do have a lot of faith that that best of 3 can go the distance.
I'm thinking we see Core versus Core Academy, and I'm definitely going to have my popcorn set for that one. What a game, though. I mean, what a game we've seen here today. Both series that have been present today have both went the full mile with the all 3 maps mark, and I feel like there's no other way to do it. I'm so excited to see how the semis go and then the grand finals. There's so much to do here for either side, and they need to be able to show us what they have in store for us. Now we're going to the higher levels of the playoffs. If you need to be coordinated, it's right here and right now.
Well, that is all we have for today. We got a play day tomorrow. We got a play day Friday, and we take a little bit of a break Saturday for quals, and we go Sunday for the grand final. But we still have 2 quarterfinals to decide who we will see fight Space Shoobs and Core Academy. But for now, that is all, and we will see you guys yet again at 6 Eastern Standard Time right here on the exact same channel. You guys have a great and phenomenal night.
Bad script, Nom. Bad script.
Wow. I'm gonna hop down to cold. Holy shit.
Yeah.
What?
flurries. The rhythm won't worry. If you fall behind, I'll be humming till you hurry. Top, all the way to bottom, but I've never seen it all. It can all toss your weight, don't get attached to the current spins, no flurries. The rhythm won't worry. If you fall behind, I'll be humming till you hurry. With the horn, beat on the dog. Can't take a loss with the loss in the weak dog. With the horn, beat on the dog. Can't take a loss with the loss in the weak dog. Top, all the way to bottom, but I've never seen it all. It can all toss your weight, don't get attached.